130. Strangers meeting by chance in the river of life would often go their separate ways after a whirlwind. The blind old Taoist named Xian Guzi was silent all the way, which made Zhou a little uncomfortable. Although the crippled youth was unwilling to hand over the snake gall stone, after hesitating he still took the initiative to hand it to his bad-tempered master. The old Taoist took the fine stone and rubbed it in his palm for a moment. Then he returned it to the youth for the first time. "Keep it for yourself." The crippled youth took the stone in confusion and looked at Zhou. The latter also shook her head quietly, indicating that she could not guess her master's thoughts. The old man said softly, "Little cripple, this is your fate. Master can't take it away. If I really take it, it won't be a good thing." Why do you think that young man named Qin Pingon sent a letter back to Longquan County through the post house? I reckon that if we go to that Tai Sui or Chaotu shop, and it's not you who personally takes out the stone, our days there won't be easy. We might not be troubled by others, but we won't be able to gain a foothold smoothly, let alone find a mountain and cultivate under someone else's roof. The crippled youth nodded. He was not a person with a complicated mind and was not good at thinking about these problems. The blind old Taoist rubbed the little girl's head. "The two of you are really lucky." Compared to her brother, Zhou was more meticulous. She asked, "Master, is the background of the little sister's group unusual?" The old Taoist nodded and said, that Longquan County was originally the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven above the Dali dynasty. After it shattered, it took root. Previously, the scholarly sage Qi Jingchun was in charge for 60 years. Now these children are carrying bookcases and each one is smarter than the other. They said that they are going to the Great Sui Kingdom's academy to travel. Then whose students do you think they are? The little girl was a little envious. The scholarly sage's students are really amazing. The blind old Taoist sneered and said, "Otherwise the first thing that Wei Jin, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, would be to come and save them? Besides, these children have a Yin spirit as their retainer, and they can actually threaten the mountain and water source of that fierce female ghost. None of these children are easy to deal with." The old man sighed. "Their future is limitless, limitless." The little girl was a little slow and asked curiously, "Since Master knows that they have experts protecting them, why do you have to tell them about the situation of the 3 branches of mountain? They don't have to worry." The old Taoist habitually reached out and pinched the little girl's cheeks. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, this is called benefit without cost. You can be a good person without spending a single copper coin. Why not?" 2. All these years I've always wanted to pick up a heavenly treasure and casually pick up a talented disciple from the side of the road. I've always despised the two of you for not having a good background and not having a good background. Unexpectedly, when I look back, I'm the one who's in the dark. The little girl was a little scared. The old Taoist was too strange. Her face turned pale. "Master, are you possessed? Zhou doesn't recognize you." The old Taoist laughed and suddenly said in a low voice, "Zhou, I promised not to take the talisman spring for a year. Now I want to discuss it with you and change it from a year to half a year. What do you think? Think about it. Master's mission of subduing the demon is really one step higher than the demon. Not only did I beat up that female ghost, but I also lost 4 words on the banner and gave away a painting that was passed down by my ancestors. As disciples, don't you feel sorry for your master and show some filial piety?" The little girl was relieved. This was the master she was familiar with. So she said directly, "Half a year it is." The lame boy carefully put away the stone and said in a muffled voice, "The stone is already mine." The blind old Taoist was angry and scolded, "You can't change a dog's habit." The little girl covered her mouth and laughed. The little cripple also laughed. In a secluded area, the Yin spirit revealed his true form. However, his face was still blurry and his body was shrouded in black smoke. He spoke with a hoarse voice, "I wasn't able to protect you and even caused you to be taken to the female ghost's residence. I'm sorry." Qin Pingon really didn't know how to comfort him. After a long time he said, "It's good that you did your best." The Yin spirit smiled bleakly. "No matter what, I can't absolve myself from the blame this time. Especially because I was greedy for personal cultivation, I caused you to fall into such a situation. I really feel guilty. Something happened to you. Even if I destroyed the mountain root and water source and died with the female ghost, it would have no meaning." Li Baoping said with a smile, "When I was young, my big brother liked to tell me some strange things. Once he told me a story about Lord Xingwang. He said that the way to judge the merits is different. I remember it very clearly. It's called, if you want to do good you won't be rewarded. If you don't want to do evil you won't be punished. There is a limit to human strength. If you do your best and do your best you don't have to feel guilty. Otherwise it's tiring to be a human and a ghost. The Yin spirit was speechless. Being taught the truth by a little girl, even if she showed the aura of a gentleman before, it was still a little awkward. The little girl fell into her own world again. She was a little annoyed. She punched her palm with her fist. Big brother always said these strange things. At that time I just listened to it as an interesting story. If I had known I would have paid more attention. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. The Yin spirit looked at Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "Can we talk alone?" Qin Pingon nodded and let Lin Shui and the other two go first. The Yin spirit waited until Lin Shui and the others were about half a mile away. He said, "I was arranged by old Yang of the medicine shop to protect Li Huai." Qin Pingon scratched his head. "I thought you were here to protect Bao Ping or Lin Shui." The Yin spirit said with a smile, "Li Huai's father Li Er almost killed the vassal king Song Zhangqiang. He is very powerful. Once, Li Er went to old man Yang and told him that his wife had been bullied by someone. He wanted to leave the mountain and settle the score with that family's ancestor. He had to leave the Pearl Grotto heaven. Old man Yang couldn't resist and had to agree. In the end I heard that there was an immortal sect in Baoping continent. Li Er used his fist to destroy the ancestral hall, and he fought all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top." Qin Pingon's mouth was wide open. Didn't they say that Li Er was the most useless man in the west of the town? Even his son Li Huai always thought so. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Why didn't Li Er tell Li Huai?" The Yin spirit seemed to be in a better mood after mentioning Li Er. Li Er's temper is very stubborn. Otherwise he would not have married Li Huai's mother. Qin Pingon laughed heartily. When he knows the truth, Li Huai will be very happy. The Yin spirit asked, "You don't plan to tell Li Huai? At Pillow Inn you told Bao Ping the truth directly, even if Alliance advised you not to tell her." Qin Pingon walked forward slowly. "When it is about me I think it is right. Of course I can make my own decision. But Li Huai's father did not want to tell his son. As an outsider what right do I have to tell Li Huai the truth? Is it because I think Li Huai will be happier? That is not good." The Yin spirit nodded. No wonder Li Er did not think highly of the other geniuses. Instead he thought highly of this young man from Mud Bottle Alley. He did not hesitate to break the rules and wanted to give the golden carp and the Dragon King basket to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped and asked, "Because I have good eyesight and I was worried that you were a bad person, I remember very clearly that when you first appeared the first person you looked at was me. Then you looked at Li Huai. Why was that? Was it just an unintentional move? If you are not willing to answer you can pretend that I did not ask." If the Yin spirit was still alive his mouth would be dry and he would be sitting on pins and needles. How could he have imagined that Qin Pingon would be so meticulous? At that time his gaze had flashed and disappeared. He had hidden it quite well. But when he thought of Qin Pingon's performance along the way, the Yin spirit understood. This was probably the reason why Qin Pingon was able to convince everyone. Even if Lin Shui was now in the middle 5 realms and had become a true immortal, Li Baoping would not listen to him. Li Huai was the same. As for the Yin spirit himself he was not an exception. In his eyes, Lin Shui was still an extremely intelligent and talented young man. This feeling was very strange. It was as if the young man from Mud Bottle Alley had a temperament that made people feel at ease and at ease. If the young man said that this was not right, then the others in the group would feel that it was not right. If the young man said that this could be done then it could be done. But what was even stranger was that the young man had never deliberately shown off any of his strengths. On the contrary he would humbly ask the little girl who called him little Marshal Uncle about how to read and read. He had never even treated Li Huai as an insensible child. He was also willing to chat with Lin Shui and listen to the latter talk about the outside world. The Yin spirit finally smiled. "I will not answer this question first. Anyway, you do not need to worry, I will not harm you." Qin Pingon jogged forward, turning his head and smiling. "If I did not believe you, I would not have asked this question." The Yin spirit's figure slowly faded away, sighing. Traveling with this group of children was really tiring. Actually, that servant girl Zhu Lu, who had a terrible temperament, could be considered a genius that could not be underestimated in an ordinary family of the Mountain Foot dynasty. Unfortunately, in this group she was left in the dust from start to finish. She could not even compare to a single person in any aspect. Further south there was the Longxi River and the Tiefu River, followed by the Xihua River and the Chongdan River. There was more water than mountains. But for the next day and a half, it was as if the water transportation had been used up. It was difficult to even find a mountain stream. Actually, there was water, but it was all stagnant water that could not be drunk. Most of them were sickly willow seedlings. They were not tall nor lush, and most of them were crooked. Along the way, flying insects flew everywhere, making people feel uncomfortable. Li Huai was a little afraid because the blind old Taoist with the crow's mouth said that they would soon pass through a ghostly place called Mount Sanji. There were evil spirits and some Yin corpses as the evil spirits' minions. At the thought of this, Li Huai was depressed. His painted puppets and clay figurines were too small. Even if they were alive, their fighting ability would still be weak. Moreover, the 5 clay figurines given by the white-robed sword immortal could not be revived no matter how he warmed them. Could it be that the white-robed sword immortal was a liar? He did not want to give him good things, but he could not put down his pride as a sword immortal, so he deliberately gave him a big pie in the sky. At dusk, Qin Pingon stopped to set up a stove to cook. Li Huai, who was familiar with the place, ran over to pick up a large handful of dried branches. Then he squatted at the side and complained to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon, I think the Wei and Jin temples of Wind Snow are not as good as Ahao's. Qin Pingon ignored him. Li Huai went to his bookcase and took out a painted puppet and a clay figurine. He used the puppet to bully the little clay figurine holding a sword and made the latter kneel and beg for mercy, shouting, "Lady Ghost, please spare my life. I Wei Jin know my mistake." Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only explain, "Wei Jin is a very good person." Li Huai rolled his eyes and moved his hands, continuing to let the painted puppet trample on the clay figurine. Lin Shi sat on a rock not far away and was flipping through the painting. He looked up and said, "If I'm not wrong, Wei Jin seems to look down on you, or rather, he thinks the least of you." Li Baoping, who was silently packing the small bookcase, was furious. "There's such a thing?" Qin Pingon squatted on the ground and slowly lit the firewood. He squatted down and prepared to cook. "What does looking down on me have to do with whether he is a good person or not?" Li Huai was shocked. "Qin Pingon, what are you thinking? How can someone who looks down on me be a good person? He's definitely not a good person." Qin Pingon started to get busy in an orderly manner. He said to himself, "Wei Jin is such a powerful person and is called a sword immortal of the land. But when he speaks to us, he is still polite and is willing to reason with us children. Do you think all the immortals on the mountain are like this? That's not it. Before I left the town, I met more than one immortal who killed people based on their mood and reason." The youth casually talked about the murderous past and did not want to say more. He continued, "If you want people to think highly of you, you have to rely on yourself. You have to do well in farming and burning porcelain. You have the greatest strength when you go into the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. You have to fight in the alleys for water and not be afraid of being beaten. If you dare to charge in front, you will naturally be thought highly of." Qin Pingon looked at them. "This is our hometown. In the future, when Baoping goes to the College of the Great Sui Kingdom, if she is good in her studies, and Lin Shi, who has become a Qi refinement warrior at a young age, of course, people will think highly of her. As for you, Li Huai, you can talk about it when you are older. There's no hurry now." Li Huai was anxious. "Qin Pingon, you are not anxious, but I am." Qin Pingon asked, "You wake up early every day to practice the stances with me. Are you able to wake up early?" Li Huai did not hesitate. "Of course I can't." Qin Pingon asked again, "Then I'll teach you the stances of the sword furnace?" Li Huai had a look of disdain. "What's the point of learning that? I'm so young." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Now you know that you are young? Then why were you so anxious with me in the beginning?" Li Huai was dumbfounded. He thought for a long time but still did not have an answer. In the end, when everyone was sitting around to eat, Li Huai picked up a piece of pickled vegetable. After a big mouthful of rice, he asked, "Do you think there is a shortcut in the world that can be achieved overnight? For example, if you practice it today, you can become a god tomorrow?" Alliance said that there isn't. If I had known, I would have asked him before Wei Jin left. What if Alliance doesn't have it but he does? Then I would have struck it rich. This time when I go to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, I will step on a flying sword. Whoosh 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 back and forth. I will be faster than Qin Pingan's stances. I will be like the wind. You guys can just follow behind me and eat my dust. Li Baoping asked with a straight face, "Who's eating the dust?" Li Huai swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Shi. Then he silently turned to look at Qin Pingan. In the end, Li Huai was a little sad. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. He quickly picked up the painted puppet from the ground. "It eats. She is now an A-rank general under my command. There's nothing I can do about it. They're the biggest, the prettiest, and the most experienced. They've followed me, Li Huai, to conquer the world for the longest period of time. After that, the 5 dirty little clay figurines can only be ranked up to B, C, D, and V." Lin Shi smiled and asked, "What about the little things in that book?" Li Huai shook his head and said, "Them? I don't like them very much." Li Baoping's words hit the nail on the head. "It's because you don't like to read. You don't like to see them because you need to open the book first." Li Huai looked like he didn't hear what she said clearly. Qin Pingan looked up at the slightly tall Mount Sanji in the distance and asked, "After passing Mount Sanji we will reach the market in the town. Do you want to buy anything?" Li Baoping said excitedly, "Junior uncle, I want to buy some miscellaneous books. Mr. Qi said that the various schools of thought outside of Confucianism all have their own classics. We can read more. Mr. Qi said that the stones of other mountains can be used to improve the jade. Qin Pingan, if possible I want to buy a set of chess. The cheapest one will do. Li Huai, what about you? Give me money and I won't buy anything, okay? I want to save it. My mother taught me that as long as I have money I won't panic." Qin Pingan asked, "What do you think?" Li Huai chuckled and said, "I'm just trying my luck. What if you, Qin Pingan, find your conscience?" Qin Pingan chuckled. Li Huai's smile froze and he quickly changed the topic. "Didn't that old Taoist tell us not to go to Mount Sanji when it's dark?" Lin Shi shook his head and said, "I've discussed with Qin Pingan and Senior Yin Shen. If we travel at night and the malicious spirit comes out to hurt us, we will suppress it. At first, Senior Yin Shen will not do anything. He will let me attack first and try to use the talisman and thunder magic to repel the enemy. The main thing is to let me gain some experience. If the malicious spirit hides and doesn't come out, then forget it and we will continue our journey." As night fell, the group slowly climbed up the mountain. Mount Sanji was not high but the terrain was gentle and the slope was very big. Qin Pingan purposely took a detour. There were a lot of unmarked graves on the mountain. Of course, there were more graves where the descendants paid their respects. They were clean and tidy. There were tombstones with words on the tombstones. Some paper money that was not completely burned were scattered in front of the tombstones. In less than 2 hours they had crossed Mount Sanji. Other than the slightly cold night wind, there was nothing strange. Lin Shi felt a little regretful but he would not force anything. After that, the journey to Yefu Pass at the border of Dali was even smoother. After passing by a small town market, Li Baoping bought 5 or 6 books. There were travel books, Buddhist scriptures and literary notes. Lin Shi bought a set of chess. After teaching Qin Pingan the rules, they often played chess whenever they were free. Li Baoping could not sit still and wanted to throw 7 or 8 chess pieces on the chessboard in one go. She also complained that Lin Shi played chess too slowly. As for Li Huai, he was simply too lazy to use his brain. However, the one who played chess with Lin Shi the most was the Yin Shen. Li Huai probably spent nearly 10 taels of silver to buy a lousy book in Red Candle Town. This time he did not buy anything. Although Qin Pingan wanted to practice swordsmanship, other than occasionally taking out the scholarwood sword from his basket, he did not really start practicing swordsmanship. In Qin Pingan's view, the most important thing was to practice martial arts. He would practice swordsmanship when he felt that he could divert his attention to other things. Qin Pingan had only practiced a small part of the method that Alliance taught him. At the 6th stop he could not go on. Although he could not practice swordsmanship for the time being, Alliance said that 18 stops was something that many sword cultivators had to go through untold hardships to figure out. Diligently practicing 18 stops could be considered as building a good foundation for future swordsmanship. When Qin Pingan thought of this, he felt full of motivation and strength. Whenever he had free time, he would either sit on the branches of a big tree on a mountain peak or at the edge of a cliff near the water. There were youths who formed hand seals and stood alone, silently cultivating while facing the mountains and rivers. When there was a mountain, he looked at the mountain. When there was water, he listened to the water. 131. The county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, left the Li family's mansion on Fulu Street with a trusted secretary. Wu Yuan, who was dressed in official attire, suddenly stood on one leg. He bent down and took off his boots, then poured out the gravel inside. The secretary, who was born in an aristocratic family, was not surprised by this. However, Fulu Street was much more lively than before. The young man, who was still an official for the time being, immediately tried his best to cover up for his superior. At the same time, he said softly, Li Hong had clearly relented earlier and was willing to take the lead to compromise on the matter of the immortal tomb. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Isn't he afraid of leaving an impression on you that he's two-faced? Wu Yuan, who looked tired, said helplessly, it's most likely Li Hong's second son, Li Baozhen, who has made a name for himself in the capital. Perhaps he has already found a backer and sent a secret letter back home, warning Li Hong not to act rashly. Or perhaps it's his eldest son who lives in seclusion, who reminded Li Hong to act quietly. It's hard to say. In short, we're the ones in trouble now. There's no other way. The original arrangement was mostly based on my master. Sai, let's not talk about it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's drink. Let's have 2 pots of peach blossom wine first. It's my treat and you'll pay. Just put it on young Master Fu's tab. The secretary with the surname Fu was already numb to the fact that his superior was taking credit. He only asked curiously, rumor has it that the 2 sons and 1 daughter of the Li family on Fulu Street were once told by a certain fortune teller that they were dragons and phoenixes? Wu Yuan rubbed her slightly pale and thin cheeks and said casually with a smile, you believe in these things? In the capital of Dali, if one wants to stand out, especially those who came from humble beginnings, who doesn't have some unique experience in raising the prestige of famous scholars and accumulating reputation. Even if it's a rich family, how good can it be? Your Fu family's saying of splendid and dazzling lineups, whether or not there's any exaggeration in it, outsiders may not know, but don't you Fu Yu know in your heart? Fu Yu, who was exposed, said angrily, Lord Wu, you have the nerve to talk about our Fu family? Wu Yuan's mood turned for the better. She laughed and patted her best friend's shoulder. Let's stick together and play dirty. Fu Yu laughed as well. Like-minded and like-minded. Doesn't that sound better? Wu Yuan laughed and scolded, aren't you being too pretentious? It's very tiring to be a hypocrite, but it's much more fun to be a real person. Fu Yu shook his head and said regretfully, Lord Wu, your words have gone with the flow. Wu Yuan sighed and changed the subject. I miss my daughter-in-law a little. Fu Yu smiled and said, County Magistrate, shouldn't we release the restrictive spells on the brothels in Longquan County? Wine, 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 it's unreasonable to only have wine. Wu Yuan nodded and said in all seriousness, among those exiled felons of the Lu dynasty, there are some women who just happen to fit the bill. Instead of dying in the arduous labor deep in the mountains and forests, why don't we give them another choice? Of course, this matter cannot be forced. The key is still up to them. Fu Yu, from now on, you don't have to accompany me to eat supercilious people every day. You'll be personally in charge of this matter. This time it was Fu Yu's turn to be surprised. He had just casually mentioned it earlier and now he asked doubtfully, really? Wu Yuan tugged at the collar of her official uniform and said with a smile, what's there to be serious about? So many mountains have been opened up and in the future most of the immortals living on the mountains will be living in immortal mansions. If we want to keep these men with high standards and fat wallets and let them spend a fortune in our small town, do we have to rely on a lowly county magistrate like me who's about to lose his position as supervisor, or do we have to rely on you, Fu Yu? In the past, according to my master's tone, those arrogant people living on the mountains often have no interest in the so-called beauty of the women of the mortal world, because compared to the immortals who cultivate the Tao, there's a huge difference in their appearance. Then the only thing left for the women at the foot of the mountains is their status. For example, a golden branch jade leaf whose country has fallen, or a daughter of a wealthy clan whose property has been confiscated, is more or less tempting. This is something that the felons of the Lu dynasty do not lack. Fu Yu said indignantly, at this time the imperial court has the intention to use the new supervisor of kiln affairs. If it's not picking fruits, what is it? For the past 2 months, my lord, You've walked step by step through more than 60 mountains and talked with those old foxes until your mouth was dry. From the groundbreaking of the county yamen to the city god pavilion, to the negotiation of the location of the civil and martial temples, to the preparation of the timber, to the resettlement of the Liu dynasty's survivors, you've done everything in detail. When have you ever slept for more than 6 hours? Well, if the old men of the imperial court just talked, then does it mean that Lord Wu is really incompetent? Perhaps the 4 families and 10 clans are making things difficult for you at the behest of someone in the imperial court. They deliberately want my lord's official career to start in Longquan County and end in Longquan County. Fu Yu probably felt that the last statement was too unlucky and unrealistic, so he said sullenly, at the very least, they want my lord to be unable to successfully take charge of a department before the age of 50, and have to rely on the endure formula to slowly climb to a high position in the department. Wu Yuan opened her cracked lips, but in the end she didn't say anything. Fu Yu suddenly laughed. Wu Yuan turned her head and looked over. What happy thing are you thinking of? Fu Yu nodded and said, this Longquan County is small, but compared to the bustling capital I still like this place. Soju, pastries and the meat buns every morning. As long as I want to eat I can walk over and buy them myself. A round trip takes at most an hour. Sometimes when my mind is in a mess I'll sit at a wine shop and order a caddy of loose wine. I Fu Yu can sit there quietly for 2 hours and no one will come over and call for young Master Fu. Then I'll order a small bowl of soy sauce meat and a plate of pickled vegetables. I really want to continue living like this. Therefore right now I want to make some achievements here even more. No matter how difficult it is, I'm not afraid. Wu Yuan grunted in agreement. If one can only lie down and enjoy life and be supported by others, then what's the point of being an official? One has to do something for the common people in a down-to-earth manner. You're stronger than me. Because I was born in poverty, I know that the common people and rural villagers don't have it easy. You're the noble young master of the Fu clan, and I'm very surprised that you can think this way. The two of them walked side by side. Fu Yu said helplessly, but here's the problem. Even if you do something useful, the common people might not necessarily think highly of you. In the history books, there are plenty of capable officials who made progress in their respective areas, but in the end, they were reduced to curses and had to leave with their tails between their legs. How many hundreds of years later, the court finally realized that all they passed down was a few poems that sang the praises of virtue. What's the use of that? Wu Yuan shook her head and said, it's not right to think this way. Doing something is just doing something. Your original intention was to do something that made you feel particularly proud. As for whether the common people would appreciate it or not, and whether the court would approve of it, you don't have to think about these things right now. If you think too much, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. One wrong thought and you might even lose your will to fight. Our Confucian school is different from the Taoist school, which pursues the highest level of Taoism, and is different from the Buddhist school, which pursues the highest level of Buddhism. Fu Yu sighed. Wu Yuan seemed to be talking to herself. Among the 3 schools of thought, the Taoist school is particular about tranquility. It's a matter of one's self. If the heavens fall and the earth rends, I'll be able to live forever. That's enough. It doesn't pay attention to the previous life or the next life. Instead, it cares about this body in this life because it's necessary to rely on this body to attain Tao and complete the bridge of longevity. Legend has it that Buddhism is divided into big and small sections. The small ones are similar to the Taoist school, while the big ones tell the common people that the sufferings of this life and the blessings of the next life are very important. Only our Confucian school is the closest to the secular world, and we're the most deeply entangled. We're also faced with the predicament of not being inferior to those who are close, but resenting those who are far away. The greater one's knowledge, the higher one's cultivation, the more restrained one's actions are. We always feel that if we stretch out one's leg or raise one's head, we'll touch the wall of rules. For example, that Mr. of mine put forth the purpose of learning. He wants to get rid of those corrupt Confucians and cynics. It's a bit like cleaning up the door. Those who do will make enemies on all sides, and it's inevitable that they'll be ostracized. Wu Yuan shook her head. Mr.'s idea is good, but there's always the fear of going to extremes. Moreover, everyone has a lazy nature. It's very possible that after 100 years of prosperity, there will be 500 years or even 1,000 years of decline. This is because although the scholars are still diligently studying the sages' books, each one of them putting on a sanctimonious appearance. In the end, they're no longer doing it for the sake of cultivating the noble spirit, as the sage said. Still all right now. The Confucian school's three immortals, the sage and the gentleman, are still pursuing the word virtue. But once Mr's knowledge gradually becomes the moral standard of the world, won't it be forcefully pulled down to the level of performing meritorious service? For a long time, it's actually the scholars who look down on cultivating virtue through studying the most. Just by reading a few words, flipping a few pages of a book, it's as if they can be exchanged for a lot of copper coins. How frightening would that be? Fu Yu was stunned at first, but soon her expression changed drastically. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Wu Yuan's arm with all her strength. She said in a low voice, "Wu Yuan, you must never say these words to your mister. Absolutely not. You're not a qi refinement warrior and you're not a cultivator. You don't know the cruelty of the struggle for the great Tao. A careless word, a careless action can bring about a fatal disaster." Wu Yuan patted the back of Fu Yu's hand. She laughed hoarsely and said, "Of course I don't have the guts. Besides, with that mister of mine's knowledge and wisdom, it's very likely that I've been thinking wrongly and too shallow. Mr. definitely won't take a liking to my little idea." Fu Yu released her hand. "You must not let it slip. I don't want to see you end up like Song Yuzhong one day inexplicably." Fu Yu did not continue speaking. "The more you speak, the more likely you'll slip up." Wu Yuan changed the topic. "If I take the wrong path in the future, no matter how high an official I become at that time, Fu Yu, you must remember to scold me to my face. It's best if you can wake me up with a scolding. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely give Wu Xianxia a punch without a second word. The minister of the 6 ministries? Just a rank 2. That's a little small, a little small." "It's not small. Think about it. When I, Dolly, take over half of the Aquarius continent, how can a minister of the 6 ministries be small? I think the position of assistant minister is already very big. Anyway, Lord Wu, I'll say this. I'm a person who only knows how to come up with some small ideas. I know how to scheme, but I'm not good at making decisions. So I'll consider myself as following you to death. When you become a minister in the future, you can give me the position of assistant minister. How about that?" The 2 scholars who were already in the officialdom laughed as they walked back to the Yaman's official residence. In the Li family's residence, a scholar dressed in green picked up his book again. He smiled and said, "Regarding the matter of merit, Wu Yuan, you're not wrong. But you've indeed thought too lightly." The small town was bustling with activity. Other than going to the abandoned school to study every day, the young Cui sure still lived in the Yuan family's old mansion. Every day he would move a chair and sit beside the courtyard where the wind and water gathered. He would often be in a daze for 2 to 4 hours at a time. Occasionally he would go to the new school opened by the Qin family in Dragontail Creek to take a stroll. He would skim the surface of the water and quickly leave. The county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, had already officially stepped down from her position as the supervisor of kills. It was said that the person who replaced her was a young talent from the Chao family of Upper Pillar State. The Chao family and Wu Yuan's future father-in-law, the Yuan family, were famous rivals in Dolly's imperial court. They could fight on all kinds of occasions without saying a word. In the small imperial court where Huangzi met, the 2 powerful pillars of Upper Pillar State pointed at each other's noses and scolded each other. It was a common occurrence. His Majesty mostly advised them with kind words. Sometimes when he was really annoyed, he told the 2 of them to go home and argue. After all, the 2 families had been neighbors since their ancestors. It was said that the children of the 2 families had learned to throw all kinds of objects at their neighbors through a wall. "You throw bricks, I throw mud." Wu Yuan visited this time to humbly ask her teacher for advice. "Teacher, the Chao family has always controlled the land in the Ministry of Personnel of the Imperial Court. Are you preparing to move me back to a government office in the capital and sit on the cold bench for a few years before I can open up the situation?" "That's not it." Cui Dong was still sitting calmly on the big chair. He said indifferently, "How's Chao Ji's family background? How's his ability?" Wu Yuan smiled bitterly. "His family background is far better than mine. His ability is also quite good. Fighting with such a person just shows that you, Wu Yuan, still have some ability, don't you? Besides, you are the county magistrate of Longquan County. Chao Ji is only the supervisor of kills. Now that the dragon kiln has been reopened, it's just doing some finishing work related to the natal porcelain. It's not as serious as you think. The young imperial tutor with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows looked at the courtyard. Of course Chao wants Chao Ji to step on you to climb up. Now it depends on whether you have the ability to become Chao Ji's obstacle in the officialdom. If you can't stop him, it's hard to say whether Lady Yuan is still willing to marry her daughter. If you can stop Chao Ji, who Lady Chao has placed high hopes on, Lady Yuan might beg you to marry that daughter. Cui Dong glanced at Wu Yuan. When His Majesty uses people, it's inevitable that there will be differences between those who are close and those who are distant. After the meritorious service, he has always given preferential treatment. But in the end it still depends on your own ability. Wu Yuan smiled and said, after listening to teacher's explanation, this student's mood is much better. Cui Dong sneered and said, kid, your mood is much better. But what about me? Wu Yuan pretended to be deaf and mute. She was determined not to speak. Cui Dong suddenly said out of the blue, do you have any thoughts about the conflict between Master Ruan's only daughter Ruan Xiu and an outsider? Wu Yuan thought for a moment and quickly said, although Ruan Xiu's attack was a bit heavy, it was still that self-proclaimed romantic idiot who started it. She has reminded him several times. It's not reasonable, but it's reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it. What's more, her father Ruan Fei fought fiercely and killed Li Zhu in the sky above the cave. After that, no cultivator dared to violate the rules. Like father, like daughter. Cui Dong was a little impatient. He probably thought that this student was too stupid, so he poured out a bunch of beans from a bamboo tube. My Lord Wu, I'll have to trouble you to investigate carefully. Why would that idiot have the leisure to wander around and happen to pass by Ruan Xiu's small shop in the Riding Dragon Alley? Moreover, he didn't know her identity at all. Moreover, he did it at the moment when his family was buying the mountain and making friends with Dolly. After Yu Lu had adapted to the quiet and busy life in the old mansion, Cui Dong, who had a secret letter in his sleeve, quietly brought a stranger back to the mansion. It was a slim young girl with a dark face. Her appearance could only be considered below average. Her expression was stiff all day long, but her eyes were still delicate. Even when facing the Dolly imperial tutor, she was expressionless. She was fearless and did not try to please him. This made Yu Lu admire her. When he heard that she was also a felon who had immigrated, he wanted to be more attentive to her. Unfortunately, the young girl ignored him completely. She was clumsy when it came to household chores. She made a lot of mistakes and broke the bowls and plates more than once or twice. In the end, Yu Lu could not stand it anymore and asked her to sit down and rest. He took care of all the chores, big and small, by himself. Buying vegetables, washing rice, cooking and washing clothes. She did not stand on ceremony and just sat on the chair every day. She was more like a master than her master, Cui Dong. The young girl did not seem to appreciate Yu Lu's good intentions. She did not even look at the young man. Instead, she would occasionally catch a glimpse from the corner of her eyes. In the eyes of that mediocre face, there would be a hint of sarcasm. Cui Dong clapped his hands heavily. All three of you come here. The tall and handsome young man, Yu Lu, the young girl with an excellent figure, and the young man with a flawless appearance stood in front of Cui Dong. Cui Dong tilted his head and looked at the three of them. Finally, his eyes stopped on the tall young man. Yu Lu, you were a chess piece that I fought for from the beginning. As for you, you were something that the Empress was determined to get. But now that she has lost her power, she's a little desolate. She's been banished to the Changchun Palace to cultivate her heart and mind. As for the other me in the capital of Great Li, after I took control of the Green Bamboo Pavilion, I took advantage of the situation and brought you to me. Can be said that I brought you out of the fire pit. You should thank me. According to the Empress' usual style of doing things, you might not end up better than that Yang Hua in the future if you fall into her hands. Cui Dong shifted his gaze and looked at the young girl. What's your name in the future? Or do you want to learn from Yu Lu and change everything? The young girl said with a gentle voice, Imperial Tutor Darren, it's fine as long as my surname is Xia. Cui Dong thought for a moment and laughed. Oh, then why don't you call yourself Xia and name Xia? This name is so convenient. Thank you, why don't you thank me? The young girl was still expressionless, but her eyes were burning with anger. No matter how the young girl tried to hide it, she couldn't hide it. Cui Dong said sadly, I won't be called Cui Dong in the future. If you like, you can call me Cui Dong Shan or Young Master. Cui Dong's face was disheartened. Yulu, thank you. Pack up your things. We'll leave tomorrow and follow the south road to the border Yefu Pass. The two of them didn't question him. Cui Dong looked at the young boy who was full of expectation. You just stay here. You can go to the Qin school to study. It's up to you. The young boy was full of grievances. Just when he was about to pluck up his courage and ask to go with him, Cui Dong already glared at him. Get lost. The young boy was shocked and quickly left. Cui Dong stood up and walked to a small study on the second floor. He began to write a letter. It was full of nearly 10,000 words. Too much is as bad as too little. Dali Imperial Court praises literati too much. So many people fishing for fame use poetry as a shortcut to enter the officialdom. We must change the current atmosphere in the capital of Great Li. 132. At dawn, a carriage stopped outside the Yuan family's old house. The tall young man Yu Lu and the tanned girl Xianxia were waiting beside the carriage with their bags on their backs. The young man Cui Dong walked out of the house with a yawn. He was wearing an ivory white robe with exquisite craftsmanship. Behind him was a young man with a face as delicate as porcelain. Yu Lu couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where are we going?" Cui Dong said in languid, "I'm going to take you to study to the Great Sui Kingdom. You two are originally students of Cliff Academy." Yu Lu and Xianxia, the two prisoners of the Lu dynasty, looked at each other. The coachman was a great spy from the Li dynasty stationed in Longquan County town. He sat motionlessly on the driver's seat. After Cui Shi got on the carriage and bent down to lift the curtain, he suddenly turned his head and said, "Go and call Wang Yifu over to be the coachman. You will continue to stay in the county town and be responsible for keeping an eye on the movements in Dragon Rider Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley." The spy nodded and left without saying a word. About 10 minutes later, a tall man strode over. The tall young man looked straight ahead with a calm expression. The girl's eyes were cold. She didn't seem to like the man named Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu was the man who was ordered to twist off Song Yuzhang's head. He was a fierce general of the Lu dynasty in the past. He didn't become a prisoner of Dali, didn't become a guest of the new dynasty, and didn't regain military power. Instead, he became the lackey of the empress. As she was banished to the Eternal Spring Palace to cultivate, Wang Yifu's master changed from the Empress of Dali to the young imperial tutor in front of him. The carriage was large enough to accommodate 3 people because of the post road. However, Cui Dong still let the young man and girl sit outside. He occupied the spacious carriage alone. Not long after, the sound of reading came from the carriage. The imperial tutor of Dali, the famous Go player of the continent, had to recite such elementary knowledge every day. It was really funny. The carriage drove out of the town from the east gate. Cui Dong lifted the curtain and looked at the newly built county government near the east gate. It wasn't completed yet, just a prototype. Under the supervision of the government official, the young people in the town were already busy, causing dust to fly around the east gate. Cui Dong put down the curtain with a gloomy look. After leaving the town, they drove along the post road for about 2 hours. Cui Dong asked Wang Yifu to stop the carriage and walked alone to a small hill. The gentleman of Lakeview Academy, Cui Minghuang, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw his ancestor who had been expelled from the family, he bowed respectfully. Cui Dong stood on the top of the hill and looked back at the town. Unfortunately, his state had dropped greatly and his cultivation was low. Even if he used all his eyesight, he couldn't see the scenery over there. The matter of worshipping Mount Biyun as the north peak of Dali still needs some time to prepare. It won't be successful in a short time. However, building a new academy at Mount Biyun is imperative. There will be results in half a year at most. Don't worry. You took such a big risk this time and almost lost your life. I won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. A deputy hill master of the academy can't run away. In the future, Dali will definitely use all the national resources to build this new academy. It will be more like one of the 72 academies of Confucianism than Cliff Academy. Cui Minghuang breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were firm as he promised, "I won't let you down." Cui Dong didn't say a word and continued, "I'll leave the porcelain youth to you. When the time comes, you can place him in the new academy. He leaked all the information about the trifling matter before, so I didn't bother to pursue it. But if he chose to reveal that matter to the Empress after leaving the house, then he'd be dead. A disciple deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. so it's only right for a teacher to kill a student. Cui Minghuang was speechless. Cui Dong patted this junior's shoulder. I have high hopes for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you all this. Cui Minghuang smiled bitterly. I'm afraid. All right, you don't have to send me off. Cui Dong quickened his pace and walked down the mountain. After a dozen steps, he turned around and said with a smile, You and I are both smart people. You must be thinking that since I set a trap for Wu Yuan, I won't let you go. In fact, you're right. But where the trap is and when you need to make a life and death decision, you have to figure it out yourself. Cui Minghuang didn't panic, nor did he feel wronged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. I've read all the books I need to read. The fun of life from now on will be here. Cui Dong turned around and looked at the carriage at the foot of the mountain. He clicked his tongue and said with his hands in his sleeves, Sure enough, we have all three kinds of disciples. You, Cui Minghuang, Wu Yuan, and the porcelain man are all here. From now on, it's up to the four of us. As he walked, Cui Dong shuddered and murmured, If he finds out the truth one day with that kid's temper in Mud Bottle Alley, he'll definitely kill me. Maybe he won't even blink. The young man with the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows looked anxious and sad. The point is, it's only right for a master to kill a disciple. No, Cui Dong can't be so miserable. I have to think of a way. The young man suddenly squinted his eyes and laughed. He swaggered as he walked and said, You can pour all the dirty water on Dolly Imperial Tutor. I'm Cui Dong Shan, not Cui Dong. The body he was living in now could be regarded as an extremely precious treasure. It was born with no impurities, but it was born with dementia. Before the age of 6, his soul had completely dissipated. Cui Dong had refined it with a secret method for many years into an inn that was easy for souls to stay in. Back then, because the fairy cave was too important and involved his Great Way opportunity, he had to be there in person. Therefore he moved out of this body and divided his soul into it. In this way there were two Cui Dong in the world, one old and one young. The old Cui Dong stayed in Dolly's capital city as his imperial tutor, devising strategies thousands of miles away. The young Cui Dong came to the small town and hid in the Yuan family's old house to prevent accidents. Of course, deep in his heart, Cui Dong had the intention of watching Qi Jingchun finish his last journey. He wanted to defeat Qi Jingchun fair and square for once. Unfortunately, Cui Dong did not expect that he would first lose to Qi Jingchun. Not only did he suffer a crushing defeat, but it was even worse after that. The old man who had clearly died in the meritorious forest of the Learning Palace came to him and casually cut off his connection with his original body, Cui Dong. He also punished him to read a few lousy books every day. The funny thing was that there was not a single book written by the old man. In the end, the old man even made a ridiculous decision to make Cui Dong a student of the young man surnamed Qin. What could Cui Dong learn from Qin Pingon? Should he learn how to burn porcelain or how to burn charcoal? As for what the old man was thinking, God knows. It was the literal meaning of God knows. The old man's highest rank in the secular world was only that of a scholar. But when he was in the Confucian temple of Confucius, he was ranked 4th. At that time the old man was like the sun in the sky. Qin Pingon was stunned for a long time before he recovered. He asked, What's your real name? The young man laughed heartily. Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingon nodded. Then I'll help you add 3 words on the tombstone. 133. The teenager was not surprised and began to guide him patiently. I know you don't trust me and think I'm a person with ulterior motives. But you can observe me for a while and then decide whether to accept me as your first disciple. I, Cui Dongshan, don't have a high cultivation now, but I'm knowledgeable and knowledgeable. I know the local conditions and customs of the Great Sui Kingdom like the back of my hand. When you go to the Great Sui Kingdom with or without me, it will be a world of difference. Seeing that the teenager in Mud Bottle Alley was still indifferent, Cui Dong was not discouraged and kept talking. Besides, I didn't come empty-handed this time. I brought a very generous gift for apprenticeship. For example, the cultivator of the Middle 5 realms who traveled the world almost had a volume of map of swamp spirits and monsters in each hand. Mine is even more precious and naturally bred 5 or 6 kinds of spirits and monsters. The teenager counted with his fingers and said one by one, there is also a set of 4 treasures of the study. The pen is a purple pen with a hidden ink fish. Whether it's writing or painting, it doesn't need to be cleaned after it's used. The little fish will help to clean it by itself. How about it? Isn't it amazing? It can be counted as a first-class scholar, right? The ink is made from 3 ingots of Songtao ink. If you tap it lightly with your finger, it will produce a pleasant sound. Even if it's a withered brush that's only dipped in a little ink, the smell of the ink can still linger for several years. The inkstone is an ancient inkstone left by an unknown old monk in another continent. It's called the life-releasing pond. It has a lot of mysteries. Aren't you tempted? The paper is the golden stone paper. The emperor of a country wants to use this paper to confer the title of the god of mountains and rivers. Only then can it be authentic. When the youth said that, he took a deep breath. The most important treasure is a half-dead intrinsic flying sword. Its quality is excellent and its sharpness is unparalleled. The biggest advantage is that it doesn't need a successor to cultivate sword chi or develop sword intent. It can be used almost immediately. When I got it by chance, I kept it for many years and didn't refine it. It's not that I don't value it, but that I don't want to walk the path of sword cultivation. I'm afraid of wasting it. Towards the end of his speech, Cui Shi's voice, which was originally in high spirits, became softer and softer. This was because he realized that as his gift for becoming Qin Pingan's disciple became more and more generous, Qin Pingan's gaze of rejection became more and more resolute. The handsome teenager with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows was full of resentment. He held his hands in front of his chest and asked pitifully and tentatively, "Can't I? I sincerely want to be your disciple. If you don't believe me, I can swear that if I have any bad intentions towards you, Qin Pingan, I will be struck by lightning." Qin Pingan shook his head and said firmly, "No." The first time Qin Pingan saw this teenager in the town was in Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. He mistook him for the county magistrate's study companion. The second time, the teenager who called himself Martial Uncle Cui Dong took the initiative to talk to Qin Pingan. At the memorial arch, he told Qin Pingan a lot of strange inside stories. After that, he followed Qin Pingan all the way to the mud bottle alley and stole the spring festival couplets that Song Jisun stuck on the door. Qin Pingan didn't sense the killing intent from the teenager like the Yunxia mountain fairy Kai Xianxia. However, Qin Pingan absolutely didn't trust him and hoped to stay away from him. He didn't expect that the teenager would still shamelessly chase after him when he was almost at the border of Dali. Qin Pingan was not stupid. What else could a weasel want from a chicken? Cui Dong silently glanced at the teenager's hair bun. The jasper hairpin had disappeared. According to the previous agreement, the old man would help him to pave the way. At the very least, he wouldn't expose his identity as the Dali imperial tutor, let alone reveal his scheme against Qin Pingan and Qi Jingchun. Cui Dong was too lazy to calculate and deduce why the old man was so generous to let him go, and even why he wanted to walk out of the merit and virtue forest when the overall situation was already decided. He was really overestimating himself to compete with a real sage. In particular, now that his soul had been separated, Cui Shi's cultivation and mental strength were not as good as before. He was scared that he might accidentally violate the fundamental rules that the old man had set up if he went too deep into the deduction. So he would end up like the original owner of this body and become a complete idiot. Cui Dong asked, "Qin Pingan, didn't you meet a poor old scholar in the Pillow Inn of Red Candle Town? Didn't he tell you the general reason?" Qin Pingan frowned. Cui Dong carefully looked at Qin Pingan and felt that the teenager's expression didn't seem to be fake. "Well, then I have to use my trump card. But let me say this first, Qin Pingan, I am so sincere in acknowledging you as my master, but you are so evasive. Then my gift will be reduced by half. I'll give you one last chance." Qin Pingan was about to turn around without saying a word. Cui Dong quickly took out a black chess piece from his sleeve and threw it high into the air. "This is the information given to you by Old Yang. After you crush it, you will know the details of this matter. Then you will help me prove my innocence and tell Qin Pingan that I didn't come to acknowledge him as my master because of greed, but because I sincerely want to establish a master-disciple relationship with him." The Yin spirit did not show his real body. The black chess piece, which could leave behind a voice, shattered in the air and turned into powder in an instant. Soon Lin Shui came to Qin Pingan with a strange expression and whispered, "Senior Yin spirit said that old Yang of the Yang family shop asked you to believe that this guy named Cui Dongshan won't secretly play tricks. On the way to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, you can generously let him work like a cow or a horse and order him around at will. It would be a waste if you don't accept such a disciple." He also said that this person will share honor and disgrace with you in the future, and that he won't dare to have any bad intentions towards you. Qin Pingon nodded and asked, "They are?" Cui Shi's face lit up with a smile. "Them? The big blockhead is called Yulu. The little black girl is called Xianxia. Her surname is Xia and her given name is Xia. I wonder who gave her this name." Then Cui Dong showed a sad expression that even a blind person would not believe. He sighed and said, "Both of them are survivors of the prisoners of the Liu dynasty. Their backgrounds are very pitiful. Xianxia had studied at the Cliff Academy for a period of time. Yulu was unlucky. Not long after he left his hometown, our Dali launched that war, and the two of them had to return to their hometowns. Now that their country has been destroyed, their identity as students of the academy has become their life-saving talisman. If I don't bring them out, they will definitely die in the mountains west of your Longquan County. They will either be beaten to death by some immortal on the mountain who dislikes them, or they will be exhausted early and die of exhaustion before the age of 30. So now they are very grateful and insist on calling me young master. No matter how I persuade them, I can't persuade them. Alas." Unexpectedly, the tanned girl smiled and said, "Since the way we address you has become a burden to you, I won't call you young master anymore." Fortunately, Yulu did not add fuel to the fire. He smiled and said, "I'll continue to call you young master. I'm used to it." Cui Dong turned around and laughed. "Thank you, Mississippi. I thank you." Lin Shui paused as if he had been secretly taught a trick by the Yin god. He said softly, "Old Yang said that we'd better accept these two people. There are only benefits and no harm. If you really don't like the one with the surname Cui, you can use him as a scapegoat in the future. If there are any disasters or difficulties, let him take all of them. He has a Fengsuan item on him. He has a strong family background and can withstand any damage." Cui Dong, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly changed his expression. He stomped his feet and scolded, "Old Yang, you old bastard, how can you cheat people like you?" Qin Pingon lowered his voice and asked with a smile, "If we accept these two people, will they be your classmates in the future?" Lin Shui smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe. Actually, Li Baoping and I don't know the real situation of Cliff Academy. When old Master Ma took us out of town, he didn't say anything about this." Li Huai kept peeking at the tall young man named Yu Lu. He felt that he was an easy guy to deal with. He was definitely easier to talk to than the bad-tempered Li Baoping and the cold Lin Shui. Yu Lu, who was carrying a heavy bag, noticed Li Huai's gaze. The Liu dynasty's crown prince smiled and nodded to salute him. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, who was carrying a small green bookcase, looked at the tall, tanned girl from time to time. It was the exact opposite of when they met the blind old Taoist and his disciples. Li Baoping liked the round-faced little girl whose nickname was Zhou Xian. She didn't like this girl with a strange name at all. Although Zhou Xian had a smile on her face, her true emotions couldn't be seen. However, she didn't like Li Baoping, who was half a head shorter than her. This kind of strange feeling between a little girl and a young girl who met for the first time shouldn't have anything to do with reason. Qin Pingon looked at Cui Dong and said, "Yu Lu and Zhou Xian can join us, but you can't." Cui Dong restrained his expression and asked stiffly, "Why?" Qin Pingon replied, "Because I don't think you're a good person." On the courier road, no one thought this sentence was funny or funny. Even the most simple-minded Li Huai felt the pressure of an impending storm. Yu Lu turned his head and looked back. Dust was flying in the distance. The hooves of the horses neatly stepped on the ground and the ground trembled. The ground was like the body of a lowly person who had been whipped. It was dying and could only bear it silently. The vigorous military might of the Dali Iron Cavalry rushed over. Even if it was only a group of 30 to 40 light cavalry, it still exuded a rough and intimidating murderous aura. This made the tall youth squint his eyes involuntarily. Qin Songfeng asked, "I've never understood, with your family background and cultivation, no matter how outstanding Xinjiang Mountain Sujia is, once you put aside the feud between the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain, you're a good match for her, right? Why don't you even dare to greet her?" Lu Baqiao thought carefully. "Maybe I'm afraid she won't like me once she sees me." Qin Songfeng was even more puzzled. "But if you and Sujia don't even meet, won't she still not like you?" Lu Baqiao turned his head and winked at Qin Songfeng, smiling. "It's different. As long as we don't meet for a day, I'll be filled with anticipation and hope for the next time we meet." Qin Songfeng shook his head. You're really boring. Aren't you afraid that the next time you meet, you'll be attending Fairy Su Jia's wedding? Lu Baqiao felt like he was struck by lightning. He reached out and hugged Qin Songfeng's neck, fiercely saying, Qin Songfeng, do you want to die? Children's words carry no harm. Children's words carry no harm. God, don't pay attention to this guy, you Lao, don't take it seriously. After crossing the border of Yefu Pass, they would have left Dali's borders. Before reaching the Great Sui Kingdom, they would have to pass through the Great Sui Kingdom's northwest region, which was about 1,200 miles away. Compared to the Great Li City's citizens who liked to speak the Great Li's official language, they were not familiar with the Aquarius continent's official language. On the other hand, the Great Sui and Huangting nation had a stronger literary style. Almost everyone knew how to speak the official language of their own continent. The only difference was the accent. A carriage slowly followed behind a group of people. The coachman was the tall young man Yu Lu. Cui Dong was sleeping in the carriage all day. The young lady thanked him. She had completely integrated into the group of people led by Qin Pingon, but her relationship with Yu Lu and Cui Dong was becoming more and more distant. She was able to compare notes with Lin Shui in chess. Although it was called comparing notes, it was actually crushing. The young lady's strength in chess was extremely strong. She could easily kill dragons. She defeated Lin Shui in every game. She could also chat with Li Huai in an unconstrained manner. Together with Li Huai, they used the painted wooden puppets and the 5 clay figurines to arrange the troops and set up the battle formation. The two of them had a lot of fun. The only thing she did not want to talk to was Li Baoping. Of course the latter was the same. Qin Pingon was polite to her and Yu Lu, but he did not pay attention to the young man in white. Along the way, Cui Dong used all kinds of methods. He threw a tantrum and acted shamelessly. He almost hugged Qin Pingon's leg and cried. He even tried to use gifts to entice Li Huai and the others, to let the 3 founding fathers help to plead for leniency. He went to Qin Pingon and asked for his well-being. He tried to reason with him, but he was rejected time and time again. In the end, the young man was flustered and exasperated. It was not that he did not threaten Qin Pingon, saying that if Qin Pingon did not accept him as his disciple, he would die together with Qin Pingon. In the end, Qin Pingon said, You can try. You are Cui Dong Shan, I am Qin Pingon. There will only be one tombstone. Whoever survives will help to write the other's name. This made the young man in white immediately deflated. He almost suffered internal injuries from holding back his anger. He wanted to slap this guy surnamed Qin to death. But once he had this thought, his palm would be beaten red and swollen by the old scholar's unknown technique, as if he was using a feather duster. As dusk approached, the carriage slowly moved along the mountain road. The young man in white lifted the curtain and sat behind the coachman Yu Lu and said loudly, In front of us is Qin Pingon, brother Qin, uncle Qin, ancestor Qin. This mountain is called Hengshan. We have to be careful. Before the Huangting kingdom, this place belonged to the later Shu kingdom. According to a later Shu scholar's book, Trivial News of the Shu Kingdom, there was a temple of goddess Qing in Hengshan. In front of the temple was an ancient cypress tree of unknown age. Its wishes were very effective, so later generations built the temple. According to legend, a minister of the previous dynasty sacrificed himself for the country. His family fled. Only his young daughter refused to leave. She killed herself with a sword, her blood staining the roots of the cypress tree. Her soul then attached itself to the old cypress tree. After that, many strange things happened, but fortunately all the rumors said that she died a good death, so there is no need to be too nervous. Just treat it as a sightseeing tour with a story. Qin Ping's heart tightened. After the incident with the wedding dress ghost, whenever he heard about ghosts or gods, it was inevitable that he would be afraid of them for the rest of his life. Actually, not only Qin Pingon, Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui, even that Yin spirit, no one dared to let their guard down. Therefore, before dusk covered the mountain ridge, they stopped and chose an empty space on the mountainside as their resting place. After a simple but satisfying dinner, Li Baoping used the light from the bonfire to start flipping through his favorite travel book on mountains and rivers. Usually, Lin Shui would not take out the Cloud Gem book in front of Yu Lu and Xianxia. He would only open the mountain search map, given to him by the blind old Taoist, and admire those lifelike mountain spirits and ghosts. Li Huai, on the other hand, would continue to fiddle with those little things. Usually, only Xianxia would be willing to accompany him, and today was no exception. Yu Lu was very strange today. He actually took the initiative to ask to play a game with Lin Shui. Naturally, Lin Shui would not refuse. In fact, he felt that it was very interesting. Previously, when he sat across from Xianxia, it was probably because the disparity between their chess skills was too great. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. Although Lin Shui controlled his emotions very well, every time after Xianxia left, the youth would still feel a little depressed when he reviewed the game alone. But when he played chess with Yu Lu, who had a gentle temperament, he found that this tall young man, who was a remnant of the Lu family, played chess in a way that was similar to his temperament. He was gentle and slow, neither did he make any unsightly moves, nor did he have any celestial hands that would make people's eyes light up. He was very steady. After 2 games, Lin Shui lost both times. Both times it seemed like he was only 1 move behind. Both times before Yu Lu made the last move, the chessboard was still evenly matched and the outcome was still unclear. When the 2 young men were playing chess, the white-clothed young man Cui Dong put his hands behind his back, glanced at the chessboard, rolled his eyes and did not want to look anymore. But after going around in a circle, he really had no place to go. He could only return to the chessboard again and again, either standing behind Lin Shui and rolling his eyes, or standing behind Yu Lu and rolling his eyes. In the end, he really could not take it anymore. He said to Lin Shui, who was silently reviewing the game, "Yu Lu, that seemingly loyal little rascal, is purposely walking the dog, can't you see it at all? Do you want to win against Yu Lu and Xianxia? As long as you have 10% of my power, I guarantee that you can win 10 out of 10 games." Lin Shui raised his head and smiled. "Wait until you become Qin Pingan's student first." But Lin Shui could not help but glance at the tall young man who was hiding his strength. The latter gave him a faint smile, his eyes clear. Then he lowered his head and began tirelessly packing his luggage. The white-clothed young man Cui Dong beat his chest with both hands, his heart aching. In the distance, on a branch of a large tree, there was a young man in straw sandals standing on it. The branch under his feet was pressed into an arc. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, slowly closed his eyes. Day after day he practiced the sword furnace stance. The mountain wind brushed his face. It was like the mountain was whispering and the young man was speechless. 134. On the peak of Hengshan Mountain, there was a small temple without a golden inscribed plaque. Outside the temple was a towering old cypress tree, verdant and ancient. The inside and outside of the small temple were brightly lit with lanterns. Outside the temple, there were dozens of men and women who looked like servants and maids. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. Inside the temple there were 5 or 6 men drinking wine. Their ages ranged from 20 to 40. They drank until their faces were flushed and their laughter was loud and clear. Unopened wine jars were scattered all over the ground. These men should be from a proper landowning household. They spoke well, criticizing the current political situation and maneuvering freely. During this time, there were some men who drank to their heart's content. They simply bared their chest and belly, raised their wine cup high, and turned to look at the clay statue of goddess Qing in the shrine. He laughed loudly and said, "I don't care if you are an immortal or a ghost, I'm not afraid. As long as you dare to reveal your true body, I dare to invite you to drink wine together. Haha, goddess Qing, if you are really willing to walk down the altar tonight, it will definitely be a good story when it is spread out. The incense will only become more and more prosperous. I will drink first to show my respect." The man who reeked of alcohol hiccuped and trembled. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. More than half of it spilled on his body and the ground. His friends in the surroundings kept on teasing him, and with the help of wine and lust, there were even some who said that they would be able to hug this statue of goddess Qing and sleep with it tonight. Only then would they be able to share a dream with the deity. Only then would this be a truly beautiful story. These disrespectful words elicited even more joyous laughter. A sigh came from the small temple, so quiet that it could not be heard. A gentle breeze blew. Everyone was drinking wine, so they did not notice anything unusual. Halfway up the mountain, Qin Pingan, who was practicing the sword furnace, was moved. He lowered his head and saw someone on the ground carrying a tree branch. It was the remnant of the Lu family named Xianxia. Qin Pingan was about to leave the tree branch when he saw the young girl raise her head and smile sweetly. She shook the tree branch and said with a natural and gentle voice, "You don't have to come down. We can chat up here." The girl began to run briskly. With a tap of her toes, she leaped high into the air. After stepping on a big tree, she bounced backward and stepped on another tree. She repeated this process repeatedly and her body continued to grow. After several steps, she arrived at a branch near the big tree that Qin Pingon was standing on. At first glance, one could tell that she was a martial artist. Xianxia sat sideways on the tree branch and swung his legs. He smiled and said, "You are a martial artist and I am a qi refinement warrior. We are not the same." In the eyes of the arrogant qi cultivators, people who practice martial arts are those who do not have the talent for cultivation. The reason why they practice martial arts is that they have no choice but to settle for the second best. Because your martial arts are divided into 9 realms, you are also mocked as the lower 9 streams. It is somewhat similar to the cultivators who consider themselves as the clear stream while the martial artists are regarded as lowly officials. In the end, both parties detest each other and find each other an eyesore. Qin Pingon asked, "Miss Xia, why do you want to tell me all this?" She placed the tree branch horizontally on her lap and went straight to the point. Cui Dongshan is probably really at his wit's end. He found a small temple and randomly burned incense. As martial arts were divided into 9 levels, they were mocked as the lower 9 streams. Cultivators were the clear stream while martial artists were the petty officials. Both parties hated each other and felt that they were an eyesore. If martial arts were not related to Tao, even if one's physical body was tempered to be stronger than the Vajra of Buddhism, it was still very difficult for one to achieve great results. One would be old and frail after 100 years. At the very most, one would live for 200 years and still be an insignificant skeleton. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Thank you, Mississippi. You qi refinement warriors are carefree immortals in the mountains. Do you also need to train your physique like martial artists?" Back in the small town, Ningyao had reminded him that people like Kai Qianxian of Mount Yunxia and Fu Nanhua of Old Longqing, even if they were restricted by the rules of the small town that forbade the use of spells, their physique was much stronger than that of ordinary people. It was very easy for them to kill Qin Pingon with one punch. On the other hand, if Qin Pingon did not hit the vital parts, it would be very difficult for him to kill the other party. After hearing the words carefree, the young girl's mouth twitched. Her bright eyes were filled with bitterness. After hiding her disheartened emotions, she explained patiently, "The most important thing is to cultivate one's qi. Training one's physique is just a matter of convenience." Well, it's not very appropriate to put it this way. How should I put it? A porcelain bowl can't hold more than 10 kilograms of wine. However, a priceless porcelain bowl can hold hundreds or thousands of kilograms of wine. We qi refinement warriors have to draw the vitality of heaven and earth to strengthen the skin, flesh, tendons, bones and blood of our physique to make the porcelain bowl stronger. If the skin of a qi refinement warrior is too delicate and weak, it will definitely spoil the important matter of longevity. After saying these, the young girl did not have the mood to continue the conversation. She became silent. Under the moonlight, she turned her head to look at the scenery outside of Mount Hing. Qin Pingon did not disturb the young girl's thoughts. Qin Pingon, who was not very knowledgeable, of course could not say the words deep conversation. However, of course he understood this principle. Therefore, Qin Pingon would never divulge a word to outsiders about the scene of the acupoints in his body and the flow of qi. He was even more tight-lipped about the 18 stops sword aura that Alliance had imparted to him. In fact, the flow of qi activity that was like a fire dragon swimming in his body had changed its previous hesitant state. It finally chose 2 qi residences as its resting place, one above and one below. One of the residences was the acupoint where the wisp of sword aura had disappeared after killing the white python on Chiduan Mountain. After the sword aura had left, the flow of qi activity acted as if it had found a precious treasure. It rapidly entered the qi residences and stayed much longer than the acupoint near the lower dantian. Then Qin Pingon cooperated with the breathing method that Old Yang had imparted to him in the early years. He tried his best to let his breathing pass by, or be close to the major acupoints that had been passed by the 18 stops. Bystanders could see Qin Pingon's every boxing practice at a glance. However, bystanders might not be able to see the great effort in Qin Pingon's almost stubborn breathing method. Old Man Yao had said something when he was alive that the young man from Clay Bottle Alley would remember for the rest of his life. Take what's yours and don't throw it away. Don't even think about what's not yours. In the past, when Qin Pingon was poor and had nothing, he thought more about the latter sentence. The white-clothed youngster looked into the distance and said softly, "When Qin Pingon sees me, his entire essence, qi and spirit will instinctively shrink. It's like a pass. When he sees the warning of the smoke signal, he has to go into seclusion. Usually when he interacts with Li Baoping and the other two, he will reveal some of his true feelings. But it's not enough. He needs someone to talk to him about some important things." Xianxia probed, "Where is the bottom line that the imperial tutor wants to determine Qin Pingon?" The young man did not answer the question. His face was full of pain. "The old man imprinted some words on my spirit. For the time being, I only know that they will magnify a certain emotion of mine. Seems natural, but when I look back it's really frightening. If it wasn't for old Yang reminding me, I might still feel that it's natural." The young girl laughed. "You want the imperial tutor to learn to treat people with sincerity?" Cui Dong did not turn his head. With a cold face he said, "Little girl, I advise you not to make sarcastic remarks. My patience has a bottom line. I can't do anything to Qin Pingon. Otherwise he would have died 100 times already. As for a little guy like you who can only go with the flow, a pitiful worm with no one to mark your grave. If I really want to crush you now, it's just a matter of a kick." The young girl was silent. Cui Dong put one hand behind his back and twisted his wrist with the other. "Yu Lu is much smarter and more likable than you." The young girl did not dare to speak carelessly anymore. Maybe it was because the journey was too smooth, and the words and actions of this young dolly imperial tutor beside her were too absurd. That was why she looked down on him without realizing it. The young man's eyes were lost. He muttered to himself, "Tao is high, Buddhism is far, and the rules are great. They can be said to be the foundation of each sect. How can the rest of the 100 schools compete with these three? How can they establish a sect? Is there really no chance at all? Do you really want me to learn from Qi Jingchun, to forcibly rely on my knowledge and experience to become independent from the old man's door of knowledge? But the problem is that I did that in the past. I even thought that I found the right path. But old man, you killed me with a slap. What do you want me to do? Tell me." The young man could not help but cry again. At this moment, when the young girl saw this scene, she did not find it funny at all. Instead, she wished that she was deaf and could not hear anything. The young man turned his head with tears flowing down his face. He smiled. "Little girl. See, you owe me a life again. Remember, you have to pay me back in the future." When Qin Pingon returned to the leather tent, he felt a headache coming on. There was an unfamiliar face in the group. She was wearing a white dress. Her skin was whiter than snow, her lips were dark blue, and her aura was faint. She did not seem like a living person. The girl sat beside the campfire playing chess with Lin Shui. The Yin spirit with a blurry face was sitting cross-legged on the side, staring at the situation on the chessboard. Li Baoping was also squatting on the side. The little girl did not have the awareness of watching the game silently. Whether it was Lin Shui or the unfamiliar girl, she would comment on whoever placed a chess piece. Only Yu Lu was guarding the carriage, not going near the campfire. Qin Pingon was a little stunned. What was going on? Li Huai quickly ran to Qin Pingon's side and said in a low voice, "This sister is very open and candid. When we met, she confessed that she was a ghost from the Qin temple at the top of the mountain. Because she liked to play chess the most when she was alive, and there were a lot of scholars and refined scholars gathered at the small temple, she was annoyed by the noise and went for a walk down the mountain. She happened to see Lin Shui reviewing the game there, so she couldn't help but want to play a game. She is willing to take out a copy of the Go manual and give it to Lin Shui as a reward." After a round of questioning, the Yin spirit felt that it was not a big problem and agreed. Qin Pingon did not have the ability to understand chess, and because he was afraid of making mistakes, he liked to play slowly. So after Lin Shui had two chess friends, Xianxia and Yu Lu, he did not like to play chess with Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon knew that he was not good at chess, so he did not study it deeply. On the other hand, Lin Shui often played chess alone when he was resting. He was so lonely that he looked like an old monk. At first glance, one could tell that he was influenced by his family. Qin Pingon walked to the campfire and did not get close to the chess game. He added a handful of firewood. However, even Lin Shui, who was playing chess, raised his head to look at Qin Pingon. The cold young man's face was apologetic. After all, the Yin spirit who had traveled with them had explained to them in detail after the incident with the wedding dress ghost. All the gods who were not included in the National Register of Mountains and Rivers could only be classified as ghosts and otherworldly items, no matter how high their cultivation was or how good their reputation was. They were not much better than a lonely ghost like him. Qin Pingon waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. You can continue." The female ghost was very engrossed in playing chess. She held a black chess piece between her two fingers and held it against her chin. She frowned. It was obvious that the female ghost's chess skills were not too high. Otherwise, Lin Shui would not have been able to gain the upper hand. Qin Pingon sat alone a little far from the campfire. He secretly glanced at the Yin spirit. The latter smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no need to worry. This woman could not cause any trouble. Qin Pingon was completely relieved. This Yin spirit was supposed to leave them outside Dali's Yefu Pass and then return to Longquan County. However, he changed his mind and said that he would send them off again. It was not because of old Yang's order but because of a bit of selfishness. Qin Pingon did not know the reason. Seeing that the Yin spirit was very insistent, he agreed. Qin Pingon began to practice the sword furnace again. When the young man opened his eyes, he found that the Yin spirit was sitting beside him. His back was facing the people and ghosts playing chess. He smiled at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon asked, "What's the matter?" The Yin spirit nodded and said slowly, "I'm going back soon. I want to say goodbye to you first." Qin Pingon nodded. The Yin spirit suddenly called Qin Pingon. Just as the young man was scratching his head in confusion, his eyes suddenly widened as he saw a familiar face. 135. Thank you. When she returned to the bonfire, Lin Shui and Lady Qing were finishing their chess pieces. The girl glanced at the chessboard and lost interest. She reached out to the bonfire. Qin Pingon chopped out branches and built 3 simple tents. He came to Li Baoping's side and the girl yawned and went to sleep. Besides, Li Huai and Lin Shui shared a tent. The girl also had her own tent. Yu Lu usually slept on the coachman's seat. He only needed to cover himself with a blanket to get through the night. Of course, most of the time the team was able to find a place to stay. It was either an inn or a temple in the forest. On a stormy night they finally found a rich family. The owner was the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Huangting Kingdom. He was an old man who lived in seclusion in the forest. He was very hospitable. When he saw Li Baoping and the other young scholars, the old man was very happy. Even though he knew that they were from Dali, which was half an enemy country, the old assistant minister still treated them warmly. As for food, the old man scrupulously adhered to the teachings of the sages. Don't be tired of eating fine food and don't be tired of eating fine food. It was an eye-opener for the country bumpkins like Qin Pingon. After the old man got along with the girl Li Baoping and the boy Yu Lu, he seemed to hit it off with them. After knowing that the girl liked to read travel books, not only did he give them a few travel books from his library, he also insisted on taking them to a famous scenic spot. It was a famous cliff by the river. The cliff was as smooth as a mirror. There were ancient rock carvings on the cliff that had existed for countless years. The words carved on the cliff had never been seen before and were difficult to understand. Throughout history, countless scholars and poets had come here to admire the scenery. The rubbing of the stone carvings was widely spread in the Huangting Kingdom and the Great Sui Kingdom. However, no one was able to figure out the true meaning of the words. There were many different opinions and no one could convince the public. The boy Cui Dong only glanced at the cliff from afar and said that it was carved by the Thunder Lord himself, and the Heavenly Emperor ordered the Flood Dragon. The old man laughed loudly, obviously not believing it. The wise scholars of the past dynasties didn't dare to make any rash conclusions even after studying it with all their heart. It was reasonable that the old assistant minister of Huangting country didn't take the words of a 14 or 15-year-old young man seriously. After leaving the old assistant minister's residence, every time Qin Pingon cooked some food with an earthen stove in the wilderness, he would notice that there was something wrong with everyone's eyes, especially the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. She would even say, "Young Marshal Uncle, the food you cook is delicious. Really, it's not worse than the food at Assistant Minister Ma's house." Li Huai was also a little sleepy. He greeted Lin Shui and went to sleep in the tent. Lin Shui wasn't sleepy at all. He continued to compete with Miss Qing on the chessboard. Lin Shui told Qin Pingon that he wanted to accompany Miss Qing to the small temple at the peak of the mountain to retrieve the precious chess manual hidden in the wall of the small temple. Probably because he was afraid that Qin Pingon would be worried, The boy smiled and explained that Miss Qing wanted to go back alone. He was the one who asked to go with her. Qin Pingon didn't say much. He only asked Lin Shi to pay attention to the road at night. The young man ascended the mountain together with the ghost of the small temple. Qin Pingon looked at the backs of the man and the ghost. Perhaps it was a rule unique to the mountain. Lady Qing's feet did not touch the ground and she walked slowly. In front of her there was a green ghost fire that lit up the surroundings. Together with the green-robed scholar beside her, the two of them were chatting happily. Therefore this scene was not frightening at all. Instead it was somewhat similar to the romantic poetry of Li Baoping's travel book about mountains and rivers. Traveling at night with candlelight, traveling in high spirits. After the girl thanked him and left, the boy Cui Dong stood alone on a high branch. Occasionally there would be the sound of night screeching in the mountain. This kind of bird was called wandering bird by the people of Huangting country. It was an ominous sign and was often associated with death announcement or bad news. A black smoke rolled through the forest and flew to the side of the boy in white. It stopped in the air. The boy collected his messy thoughts and said, "Are we leaving?" The Yin god from the small town nodded and said, "The amulets bestowed by Old Man Yang are indeed able to defend against the Yangqi astral winds and the damage to the soul caused by the city passes. However, with the Great Li's Yefu Pass as the final destination, they will be used up after a round trip. It's already very difficult for me to escort them to Mount Heng in Huangting country. Maybe it'll be difficult for them to endure when they reach Xihua River and Wanping County." The Yin spirit's face was like ripples in a lake. It was like a flickering light constantly changing and blurring. He sighed and said, "Although I don't know what deal Old Yang made with you, I hope that before we reach the academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, Imperial Tutor can end well with Qin Pingon." The boy in white was still polite to the Yin spirit. "I'll do my best." The Yin spirit suddenly laughed and asked, "Master Imperial Tutor, do you believe that good and evil will be rewarded?" The boy Cui Dong shook his head and said, "I've never believed it. If you want to persuade me to do good deeds, then let me give you a piece of advice. Instead of worrying about whether or not I will protect your benefactor Qin Pingon, you should worry about whether or not your wife and child will be manipulated by Lu Jimao, the true cultivator of the river severing immortal of the Book Lake who is far away from you." The Yin spirit sighed and said helplessly, "Even a person's strength is limited, let alone an otherworldly item like me." Cui Dong laughed and said, "There's no dead end in the Great Tao. It's just a matter of difficulty. Gathering Yin to become a ghost and Yang to become a god has nothing to do with whether you're human or not. It's not like you don't have a chance to become a god. Just think about those mountain spirits. Their path of cultivation is truly bumpy." The Yin spirit laughed hoarsely and said, "That's true." The Yin spirit was silent for a long time, but it still had no intention of returning to Dolly. The boy Cui Dong asked, "What, do you have something to say?" 136. Once the night was exposed, the night watch was indispensable. Before the pillow relay in Red Candle Town, Qin Pingon was the night watch. As a fifth realm martial artist, Zhu He had a strong physique and could stay up all night, so he was in charge of the night watch. Now that Zhu He had left, Lin Shi was the night watch and Qin Pingon was the night watch. They tried their best to keep the bonfire burning to prevent any accidents from happening. Qin Pingon wasn't a stranger to this. Watching the kiln fire was an extremely important task. Qin Pingon had been a kiln worker's apprentice for many years. Although Old Man Yao didn't consider his talent to be good and wasn't willing to teach him his secret skill of making porcelain, Qin Pingon was still able to do the other hard tasks without making any mistakes. Thus, Qin Pingon was all too familiar with the competition of patience and perseverance. In addition, he could also take advantage of the night watch to practice the walking stance of the Shaking Mountain manual. Occasionally, he could also weave straw sandals or take out the small beheading dragon platform to help Li Baoping sharpen the auspicious symbol of the narrow saber. As the erection of the sword furnace gradually entered a state of perfection, the fire dragon of Qi in his body finally chose the two Qi residences as its resting place. Every time Qin Pingon formed a seal with his two fingers to form the sword furnace, his mind would slowly sink into a profound state of being half asleep and half awake. Even though this year's spring cold lasted for a long time and the summer heat didn't arrive, Qin Pingon still wouldn't feel any dampness or cold even if the bonfire was accidentally extinguished during the latter half of the night. Every time he put away the sword furnace and stood up to stretch his muscles and bones, his entire body would feel warm. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue during the day. Tonight, Qin Pingon continued to sit cross-legged beside the bonfire, diligently practicing the sword furnace. The qi in his body quickly followed the qi residences in his dantian, like a carp going against the current, and rushed towards the dragon gate. Then it would stop for a while at the acupoint where the sword qi had left, just like a traveler resting in a hostel or a climber taking a breath halfway up the mountain. After that, it would continue to charge in one go, circling around the back of the neck and finally rushing straight to the forehead. After Qin Pingon opened his eyes, he spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He stood up and lightly jumped a few times before quickly turning his head to look. He saw Yu Lu walk down from the carriage and slowly walk over, holding some dry branches in his arms. He squatted beside the bonfire and learned from Qin Pingon how to build the furnace. He carefully added firewood instead of throwing it away casually. The fire gradually grew bigger. Yu Lu reached out to the bonfire and gently rubbed his hands. He turned his head and smiled. Qin Pingon, can I participate in the night watch in the future? If you want to practice this fist technique, it is best not to be distracted. My body is actually still okay, I believe you can also see that. So if you are willing to trust me, you can hand over the 4 hours before dawn to me. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, Yu Lu, I appreciate your good intentions, but for now, I do not need you to be on the night watch. Yu Lu knew the meaning behind Qin Pingon's words. He still did not feel at ease putting everyone's safety on Yu Lu. The tall teenager did not get angry out of embarrassment. He nodded and said, if there is a need, you can tell me. I also want to do something for everyone or else I will feel guilty. Qin Pingon looked at the face under the light of the fire. It was sharp and clear and his eyes were bright. One could clearly feel his good intentions. Qin Pingon smiled and said, okay. Yu Lu said casually, according to the time it is already summer but the weather is still like late spring. Qin Pingon agreed and said, this year is a bit strange. Yu Lu chatted for a while and then stood up to leave. Qin Pingon watched the tall teenager leave. According to Lin Shi's private opinion, Yu Lu's chess play did not seem to have a lot of killing power, and there was never a stroke of genius, but in fact, it was much more powerful than the young girl's bold moves and bloody moves. Qin Pingon had long noticed that Yu Lu was very careful in his work. Lin Shi said that Yu Lu's work was even more stable than the most experienced official in the yamen. Qin Pingon had a deep understanding of this. For example, he had only seen him make straw sandals once or twice, but Yu Lu could quickly make them himself. The shoes on his feet were the result of Yu Lu's own work. Another example was whenever Qin Pingon was fishing, Yu Lu would often stand to the side and watch silently. He watched when Qin Pingon cast the hook, how to cast the rod, how to raise the rod, how to walk the fish when he caught a big fish, how to keep the fish's head above the water, how to carefully move the head of the fish away from the hook when the big fish first saw the light, and so on. Later on, when Qin Pingon had something to do, Yu Lu would ask if he could give it a try. After taking the fishing rod from Qin Pingon, Yu Lu, who had never had any fishing experience, ended up with a pretty good catch. Qin Pingon did not say anything about all this. He only saw it in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. He felt that if this tall teenager whose real name he did not even know was a good person, then he must be very good. If he was a bad person, then Qin Pingon could not imagine. The night passed uneventfully. Other than the gradually dwindling bonfire beside Qin Pingon, in the carriage far away, a lamp had been lit early on. It was bright for the whole night. Qin Pingon did not know what kind of book the white-clothed teenager was reading. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Qin Pingon began to hold his breath and concentrate. He came to the place halfway up Hengshan where the view was the widest. As the sun rose from the east, he began to practice boxing. Li Baoping and Lin Shi gradually joined in. Only Li Huai, who did not settle down, practiced for a while and then ran away. Yu Lu and Xianxia were not surprised by this. Today the white-clothed teenager lifted the curtain and stood on the carriage, watching them practice boxing methodically. In the beginning he would snort at it and would not watch it anymore after a sidelong glance. However, as time went by, the time this young imperial tutor watched from afar became longer and longer. After the group finished their breakfast, they began to walk along the mountain path to the top of the mountain. 137. Near the city god temple, there were many good men and women on the street who came here to burn incense. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls selling specialty food and children's toys. Qin Pingon bought Li Baoping and Li Huai a stick of sugar-coated haws each. Then the two children began to compete to see whose stick of sugar-coated haws was bigger. Reality proved that Li Huai's luck was a bit better. He had a total of 6 sugar-coated haws, winning against Li Baoping 4 times. Then Li Huai began to jump around happily, raising the stick of sugar-coated haws high up and running in circles around Qin Pingon and Lin Shi. Li Baoping silently ate the sugar-coated haws, and then quietly stretched out a leg. Li Huai was not paying attention and tripped, falling flat on his face. The stick of sugar-coated haws in his hand rolled out far away. Fortunately, the small green bamboo box was still tied quite tightly. Li Huai sat on the ground and began to cry heart-wrenchingly. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket raised her head and deliberately looked left and right. Qin Pingon, who was both angry and amused, rewarded her with a heavy chestnut. Then he went to help Li Huai, whose legs were swaying up, and bought another stick of sugar-coated haws for the heartbroken child. Li Huai's tears turned into laughter. He took the clean stick of sugar-coated haws, and then picked up the stick of sugar-coated haws covered in mud. With one stick in each hand, this time he moved a bit further away from Li Baoping, shaking the stick of sugar-coated haws left and right. Li Baoping rolled her eyes and said, "Childish." It was very strange. No matter how much Li Huai was bullied by Li Baoping, he never seemed to bear a grudge against this little girl who was his schoolmate. He was not even angry. At most he was wronged and grieved by himself. Qin Pingon and Lin Shi could not understand this point. Lin Shi could only explain that there was always one thing to overcome another. Li Huai needed Li Baoping to deal with him. The young man Cui Dong had left the group a long time ago, standing alone in front of a sundry stall. Yulu wanted to stop and wait, but the white-clothed youth did not appreciate it. He did not even raise his head and waved his hand to signal Yulu to follow Qin Pingon and the others. He then looked left and right with some disdain and planned to leave. From beginning to end he did not say a single word. The stall owner was a young man with a lazy expression. Originally, there were customers who burned incense and passed by the stall to ask about the price, but he did not respond, so the business became more and more quiet. Now that he saw the white-clothed youth's wealthy aura, he knew that he was a son of a first-class wealthy family in the prefecture city. Especially when he saw that the youth did not show any signs of being moved, his expression immediately changed. He stood up from the stool in a panic, lowered his head and bent his waist, and said that these 10 or so old objects were all heirlooms passed down by his family's ancestors. They should have at least 200 or 300 years of history. It was just that his family had encountered a great disaster and urgently needed money. Otherwise, he would not have taken them out even if he was beaten to death. At first glance, the young man's body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Seeing that the youth did not speak no matter how he moved his lips and tongue, the young man sat back down on the stool. He did not have the guts to force a sale. There were a bunch of old masters and young masters from wealthy families in the prefecture city. Which one of them would not be able to drown him with just a spit of saliva? Furthermore, he heard that immortal masters from the mountains would come and go almost every year. Every time they would open their doors to a grand ceremony. If you want treasures, I have treasures. There's only things that you can't think of, there's nothing that you can't get. Qin Pingon made up his mind and slowly said, "Then we'll stay in that inn tonight. After that, no matter how long we stay, all expenses will be paid by you. After that, you can report to me a sum. You can decide on the interest. When we return to Longquan County in the future, I'll pay you back with interest. Is that okay?" Cui Dong pulled out his sleeve and waved his hand. "Forget about the interest. When the time comes, just pay me back the capital. Making things convenient for others is making things convenient for yourself." Right at this moment, Li Huai, who was holding half a stick of candied haws, suddenly squatted down and stared at the youth in white's boots with his eyes wide open. It turned out that there was a small snow-white grasshopper standing on top of Cui Dong's boots. After being stared at by Li Huai, the strange grasshopper that originally wanted to climb up the robe immediately became stiff and motionless. Li Huai looked at the little thing and his curiosity was piqued. He was about to stretch out his hand to catch it. The silver-white grasshopper was frightened and did not dare to continue playing dead. It immediately jumped up nimbly and its front claws hooked onto the fine threads of Cui Dong's outer robe. It quickly ran and quickly arrived at Cui Dong's waist. With a final jump, it hung under Cui Dong's sleeve and slightly swayed. The youth in white smiled as usual. He twisted his right wrist and grabbed the grasshopper with 2 fingers. He lightly held it in his palm and stuffed it into his left sleeve. An even more amazing scene appeared. The lively snow-white grasshopper in the youth's palm melted like snow and instantly turned into a silver ingot. However, the silver ingot could even wiggle. After hiding the silver ingot or grasshopper in his sleeve, the youth in white looked around. Yu Lu and Xianxia, the 2 young men and women from the Lu dynasty, looked calm. However, Qin Pingon and the little bumpkins from Lizhu Cave Heaven were each more shocked than the other. Cui Dong obviously did not want to say anything more. He turned to Yu Lu and said, "You and Miss Xie go and buy some incense. We will need it when we enter the city god temple later. It's best to buy an incense tube while you're at it. Of course, don't forget to buy a simple and elegant one. Otherwise I won't pay for the incense tube." The tall youth brought the tan girl together to buy incense. Qin Pingon said, "Cui Dongshan, this silver ingot is the money you used to buy the things in the bag, right? Why did it turn into a grasshopper and come back?" The youth in white said innocently, "I clearly paid for it. The goods and the money are clear. However, the silver ingot grew legs and insisted on coming back to me. I am also in a difficult position." Li Huai was still squatting on the ground. He looked envious and said, "It's really good stuff." (138) In the end, Qin Pingon only asked about the old site of the city god temple. No one had heard of the inn that Cui Dong mentioned. This county was a big city in the north of Huangting country. To reach the old city god temple, one had to walk through almost half of the county. When everyone followed the last person's directions, it was already close to dusk. They only found a high vermilion wall. After spending a long time, they finally found an inconspicuous entrance with great difficulty. It was barely enough for 2 carriages to pass through. The deeper they walked, the more it gave people a feeling of being in a different world. Between the cracks of the green brick road under their feet, a faint mist was emitted from time to time. It drifted into the high walls on both sides and leisurely gathered. It was like a clear spring slowly flowing on the wall. There was a faint sound of flowing water. When the young man Cui Dong saw that Qin Pingon and the others were suspicious, he explained, "This alley is one of the signboards of this inn. It's called Flowing Clouds and Flowing Water Alley. Next, after entering the mansion's gate, you should be able to see a bright moon shadow wall immediately. This is because there are spirits of unknown origin residing in the shadow wall. Their forms are indefinite, but they generally correspond with the moon. Their moods are all revealed on the shadow wall. However, the truly valuable shadow wall has to be the combination of the sun and the moon. If by any chance it can add some celestial phenomena, I'm afraid that the immortal mansion with the word sect in it will give up their face and madly snatch it." At the end of the alley was a large gate. On the gate there were 2 tall and big painted door gods. They were even taller than young men. They were mighty and awe-inspiring. They were burly and wore golden armor. One of them was holding a sword while riding a tiger. The other was holding a blade while riding a dragon. The 2 door gods glared at the alley. Because they were carved from wood and not the paper of ordinary people, they gave people a strong sense of oppression that was about to come out. Li Huai secretly swallowed his saliva. He felt that it would be more comfortable to sleep on the mountain. The gate slowly opened. A beautiful woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes swayed her waist as she stepped over the threshold. Behind her there were 2 young girls with twin hair buns. Each of them had a long sword in a green scabbard hanging from their waists. They did not follow the woman to the group of guests but stood at the gate. The beautiful woman curtsied elegantly. "I'm Lu Jiahui. My name is Jiaqing and Hui from Flower. It's really difficult for my name to be elegant. Honored guests, please call me Jiahui. Honored guests, are you going to stay in our autumn read-in? Do you have a prior reservation?" As the woman spoke, her gaze was fixed on the young man in white, who made everyone's eyes light up. The beautiful woman and the beautiful young man looked at each other. Although the beautiful woman and the beautiful man looked, and the 2 maidservants were clearly angry. within the county city, who would dare to be so disrespectful to his wife? Even the county governor, who was a high-ranking official of a region, would always treat the madam with respect if he met her on an excursion or when burning incense. He would politely call her Madam Lu or Second Master. If he had a request and needed the help of Autumn Read-In, he would respectfully address her as Immortal Master Lu. The beautiful woman quickly glanced at the indifferent Lin Shui from the corner of her eyes. She did not notice anything strange. Instead, in these 200 years, they have come to visit with heavy gifts once a year. Other than the calamity of the sect, they have never stopped. So, who do you think the water god will side with this storm that has shaken the county? The woman looked at the county governor, who was constantly pacing in circles and unwilling to sit down. She handed over a cup of hot tea and joked, "Hi, County Governor Sai, can you sit down and talk? If you continue to walk like this, I will be dizzy." After the green-robed man sat down, he laughed at himself and said, "I found out about the hidden location of that rogue cultivator 3 days ago. Originally, I thought that I would drag it out for as long as possible. No matter what, I will drag it out until after the sacrificial ceremony. Maybe I can still keep my life." "Joey, do you know what the water god of the Xianxia River said to me after he revealed his golden body in the water god temple today?" The woman shook her head. Of course, she couldn't guess the thoughts of a righteous god. As the manager of the Autumn Read-In, the sect that the woman belonged to wasn't much inferior to the Lingyun sect. It was just that every sect that had a bigger reputation had their own fixed territory. In the 3 prefectures in the north of Huangting country, the Lingyun sect was the leader of more than 10 large and small cultivation sections. However, no matter if it was the woman's sect or the cultivators of the Lingyun sect who could do whatever they wanted on the mountains in the north of Huangting country, they were extremely respectful towards the water god that was personally conferred by the emperor. After all, Huangting country wasn't a great dynasty like the Song clan or the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao clan. Since the founding of the country, the Hong clan of Huangting country was one of the 12 vassals of the Great Sui Kingdom. The number of mountain and river gods that could be conferred could be counted with one's fingers. To put it bluntly, even if the Great Sui Kingdom released the restrictions and allowed the Hong clan of Huangting country to wantonly reward and order the mountain and river gods, Huangting country didn't have such a foundation. Firstly, their territory was limited. Secondly, those mountain immortals who were independent towns controlled most of the mountains and rivers with outstanding spiritual energy. Therefore, to the county governor and even the provincial governor, the river god who controlled the water was an important character that they had to try their best to curry favor with. The man put down the teacup and rubbed his temples with both hands. "The water god told me in person, the day before the county governor found out about the hiding place of the itinerant cultivator. I had already found out. Although the county governor isn't willing to enforce the law impartially, since I'm the water god of the Xianxia River, I have to abide by the rules of not easily interfering with the secular officialdom. In addition, the county governor has been diligent and meritorious in governing the local area all these years. If the next county governor is a fatuous official and causes a lot of trouble that others have to clean up, it will hinder my meditation and cultivation. Therefore, I won't report to the imperial court." The woman's face was slightly pale. "This river god's words mean that he won't help you take another step forward?" The man smiled bitterly and said, "This is based on the premise that I arrest that person tonight." The woman was a little regretful. "I shouldn't have vented my anger on you just now." She then said angrily, "This water god of the Xianxia River has a good reputation for hundreds of years. When it comes to his own interests, isn't he still helping his relatives and not reason? The person that the itinerant cultivator injured was only a 3rd-generation disciple of the Lingyun sect. He dared to have designs on women in the city god temple and coveted beauty. He first killed a couple outside the city. After he found out that a child ran away, he pursued them through the night. The entire village had more than 30 people and they were all killed by him. Such a tragic act was coincidentally discovered by the itinerant cultivator. Before he took revenge for that family, he cleverly chose to spread the news without restraint. He even pasted a notice at the entrance of your office. After the itinerant cultivator did all this, he found the Autumn Read-In and fought with the murderer. Both inside and outside the city are the spies of the water god. How could he not know anything?" On the contrary, the man was not as aggrieved and resentful as the woman. He only sighed softly and said, "The laws of the country and human relationships. What cultivators pursue is the Tao of heaven and earth. What about the laws of the country and human relationships? In front of a Qi cultivator, what does it count as? Taking a step back against this water god of the Xianxia River, the laws of the country are not completely useless. It's just that in the hands of a fourth-rank official like me it's useless. In the hands of the old provincial governor, it's a little useful. Only in the hands of the emperor, it's a little useful." The woman muttered softly, "What if your position as the county guardian was in the Dali dynasty?" The man's eyes turned cold and he heavily slapped the armrest of the chair. "Lu Jiahui, don't talk nonsense. No matter how strong the Dali dynasty is, they are still barbarians. If the Song clan really unifies the north, it will be the day when the Aquarius continent's northern civilized bloodline will be cut off." The woman said angrily, "If you are really unyielding, why don't you just go against the wishes of the water god and protect that itinerant cultivator to the end? I don't believe that this water god is known to be omnipotent and can really cover the sky and cover the sun in the north of the Huangting country. If it really can't, at the very most I'll just use the influence of my sect and come and wrestle with the Lingyun sect, this local snake." The man stretched out his hand and pointed at the woman. He laughed angrily and said, "How old are you? Still so childish and laughable. Do you think that Emperor Dali was able to have today's prestige because he had a smooth journey? Our county is already like this. Think about the vast territory of the Dali dynasty. How would they weigh the pros and cons? As the emperor of a country, the filthiness and forbearance is definitely something that you and I can't imagine." The woman didn't say anything. The man drank a mouthful of tea and leaned back on the chair. He looked exhausted. He pulled his collar and said to himself, "I'm a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore I cultivate myself and my family. I will definitely try my best to abide by the rules. However, I'm still an official of the Huangting country. They will say that in order to curry favor with the Lingyun sect, I painstakingly found the hiding place of that cultivator and surrounded and killed him." The woman sighed, "That's most likely the case." The man smiled, "I'm not saying this for you to hear. I'm saying it for myself. In the old well of the autumn reed-in, although white mist constantly rose in spirals and then spread in all directions, the water level was actually very low. The inner wall was covered with dark green moss. Suddenly the water level rose rapidly and the water level was level with the mouth of the well. Then a tall man wearing armor and holding a short halberd stepped out. The man had a long beard on both cheeks. Other than that, he was no different from an ordinary person. The man looked around. As for the youth who was meditating in the pavilion, he didn't pay any attention to him. His figure rose from the ground and instantly landed in the courtyard where the county governor was staying. He said in a clear voice, "County Governor Wei, that rogue cultivator's head has been personally chopped off by me." At that time there were many outsiders who were watching the show. That hateful bastard didn't know what was good for him and scolded County Governor Wei before he died. It was very unpleasant to hear. "County Governor Wei, many of your shameful secrets have been completely exposed by that bastard. He even dared to splash dirty water on my lord. I was really angry. I originally wanted to give him a quick death, but I really felt that it was unfair for you, County Governor Wei, so I first poked a few holes in him before I chopped off his head. After this matter, when I return, I will report the situation to my lord. Don't worry, I will not let that bastard's words before he died ruin your relationship with my lord." This subordinate of the Xianxia River's water god left after he finished speaking. He didn't hesitate at all. The woman stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. According to the rogue cultivator's style and character, according to the man in the room, it was normal for him to curse him as a lackey before he died. However, it was very unreasonable for him to endlessly expose him in front of the Lingyun sect and the many forces in the county. This was because the man had private contact with him before. Both of their thoughts were clear in their hearts. If the man, as the county governor, betrayed the cultivator and betrayed him, it was very strange. Then the rogue cultivator's superfluous last words were also very abnormal. What I thought before, I still underestimated him. The county governor who was standing at the window had cultivated for many years. He understood the knack of it faster than the woman. He said softly, "There is chivalry at the foot of the mountain." 140. Within the borders of the Great Li, all of the upright deities of mountains and rivers conferred by the imperial court in the common people's eyes were nothing more than a clay sculpture of a golden body and an ancestral temple. Even the 5 great mountains deities were the same, there was no exception. However, if it was the eastern vase continent outside of Dali, not to mention the Dragon Spring Tiefu River, Red Candle Town and Chongdan River, even the lesser gods like Dragon Whisker River could build a mountain and river mansion openly as long as they could build a good relationship with the local government and there were no powerful immortal sects nearby. The mansion's standard was no different from the secular imperial court's Huangzi Palace or even better. The water god of Hanxi River, as one of the few gods in Huangting Nation, spent many years to build a luxurious mansion with a plaque with the word, Great Water, hanging on it at a section of the river where there were no towns within a radius of 100 miles. It occupied an area of 1,000 acres. However, it was announced that the owner of the mansion was the descendant of the Chu clan, the founder of Huangting country. The descendants of the Chu clan were good at making money and that was why they had such a huge property. In fact, the real owner was the Hanxi River god. Tonight, the mansion was brightly lit. Orioles sang and swallows danced as cups intertwined. Riches and honor filled the hall. Everlasting lanterns were hung on the 2 walls. This item was also a rare treasure in the mansion on the mountain. It was not the ingenious lamp but the drop of ambergris. Everlasting lanterns were mostly used in the emperor's secret chamber and mausoleum. It only required an ordinary candle and a drop of oil from the deep-sea ambergris whale oil. If the quality of the ambergris was good enough, the flame of the lamp would not be extinguished for 100 years. Moreover, the fragrance would last for a long time and could concentrate the mind. It was not inferior to high-quality sandalwood. A man in a green robe sat on the main seat. He held a white jade wine cup and gently shook it. The wine was golden, thick and fragrant. There was a round patch embroidered on the chest of the man's robe. It was a golden dragon. There were more than 20 guests in the hall who came from afar. They were all cultivators of high status. However, they still appeared humble and polite in front of the man in the green robe. Occasionally, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. It was not as simple as the guests respecting the host. Autumn read in. Inside the house, the white-clothed youth had already left for a long time. Under the bright light, Qin Pingon finished carving the first white jade hairpin. He raised his head and looked at Li Huai who was lying across from him. Do you like to carve the words Li Huai, or Huaiyin? The name is engraved like treasure vase and Shi. It is simple and clear and Huaiyin has a little meaning. Li Huai had a lot on his mind. After hearing this he smiled and said, whatever you want. Qin Pingon picked up the black jade hairpin. How about this one? The color matches well with the shade of Huaiyu. Li Huai nodded, then mustered up his courage to ask, Qin Pingon, will you kill Lin Shi because you're angry? I feel that although Lin Shi has become a qi refinement warrior, if he were to fight with you I think it would be a matter of 1 or 2 punches. Actually, Lin Shi's temper is a little bad. He is more taciturn than us, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking about? Why would I fight with Lin Shi? Li Huai added timidly, if Lin Shi takes the initiative to fight with you, Qin Pingon, you can fight then. Just teach him a lesson. Remember not to hit him too hard. Lin Shi is from a rich family. He is not as thick-skinned as me. He will be fine even if Li Baoping punches him a few times. I don't think he can take it. Qin Pingon did not know how to explain some things about people's hearts. He could only say, I will take note. Li Huai was completely relieved now. He immediately got up and ran to the small bookcase with a face full of smiles. He took out the painted wooden puppet and the silver ingot, then returned to the table and sat down. After letting the wooden puppet step on the silver ingot, he casually asked, Lin Shi told me earlier that all the provinces and counties in the world will follow the etiquette set up by the Confucian dynasty and build city god pavilions. The county towns will have city god temples. The county governors and county magistrates will be in charge of guarding the world of the living. The city god lord is in charge of the security of the netherworld, patrolling the territory and preventing ghosts and evil from secretly causing trouble. Qin Pingon, the city god temple that we went to previously is already so big. It is even set up in the county city. Why is it still called a temple? Shouldn't it be called city god pavilion? Besides, we walked around the city god temple for so long in the day. Could it be that we have already met Lord City God but we did not recognize him? Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. You have to ask Cui Dongshan about this. Li Huai shook his head vigorously. I don't like that guy. He is so mysterious and weird. In a house, two ladies, one big and one small, sat opposite each other with an oil lamp between them. One of them was wiping a bamboo flute while the other had her arms crossed in front of her chest, glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey. The red cotton padded jacket said, "Thank you. You like to snore at night. I sleep in my own tent at night. I am so far away from you but I can still hear you." The tanned girl looked up and smiled. Sorry, I don't snore when I sleep. Li Baoping raised her eyebrows. How do you know that you don't snore when you sleep? Thank you used the pad of his finger to gently stroke the bamboo flute, deliberately imitating the action of the red cotton padded jacket girl raising her eyebrows. As I am a qi refinement warrior. In your eyes I am an immortal on the mountain. Li Baoping raised her chin high and asked, then do you have a small bookcase? Thank you was speechless. In the end the young lady returned victorious. She took out a stack of books from the bookcase and began to read by the light at night. It was her favorite travel book about mountains and rivers. It was about strange mountains and rivers, mountain spirits and ghosts, and about scholars and fox immortals. The young lady was engrossed in reading. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she was enlightened, sometimes she was excited, and sometimes she was in a daze. Thank you saw all of this in his eyes. Subconsciously, he stretched out a finger and gently tickled the edge of his cheek. Lin Shi sat in the small pavilion with his eyes closed. He was meditating and concentrating. He breathed in and out, carefully feeling the water flow between heaven and earth. The big waves washed the sand, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. He collected the essence of the water vapor that seemed to be floating around the well bit by bit and absorbed them into his aperture acupoints. Even though there was quite a bit of commotion coming from the old well, the young man still remained indifferent. Fortunately, the demons that floated out of the well were clearly not targeting Lin Shi, so the two sides did not interfere with each other. Lin Shi had taken a fancy to a Taoist secret manual on the cultivation of the Five Thunders spell at a glance on the Chiduan mountain. It involved the specific cultivation of the five lower realms. There were only some general descriptions. However, in the hands of Lin Shi, who was good at calculation and deduction, the effect was amazing. Soon Lin Shi felt that several qi dwellings in his body were bulging. Lin Shi was still unwilling to give up. He had traveled through mountains and rivers. Lin Shi did not want to miss out on such a rich and clear aura. After an hour, Lin Shi's face was rosy. He was like an ordinary person who could not endure the hunger. He did not know how to control himself and ate until he was full in one go. Suddenly, someone slapped Lin Shi on the shoulder. Lin Shi burped and took the opportunity to exhale a mouthful of turbid air. It was truly turbid air, filthy and smelly. That uninvited guest quickly waved his snow-white sleeves to disperse this mouthful of turbid air that had accumulated. He grumbled, "You are really bold. Aren't you afraid that you will die from eating too much?" Lin Shi was stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Qi refinement warriors absorb the spirit energy hidden between heaven and earth. Isn't it better to have more?" The teenager in white said in a bad mood, "Like what Xie said, how can a wine cup contain 1,000 caddies of wine? The more the better. According to what you said, those guys who established sects and claimed to be the ancestors had already swallowed the spirit energy of a few worlds into their stomachs. How can there be other qi refinement warriors? Of course they have to do it step by step. The number of cave abodes they excavate will determine how much spirit energy they absorb." Lin Shi felt some lingering fear in his heart. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The teenager in white sat cross-legged and looked at the old well where spirit energy was rising. However, this ethereal scene could only be seen by qi refinement warriors who had attained a higher level or martial Dao grandmasters. For ordinary people, even if they stuck their heads into the well, they would only feel that it was cooler than other places. The teenager Cui Dong turned his head and smiled. "I saved your life. Can you lend me a talisman? It's a loan. I will return it in the future." Lin Shi hesitated for a moment. The teenager Cui Dong's lips twitched. "Don't worry. It's not the most precious for. It's just a very good but not the best gold powder talisman." Lin Shi nodded. "Sure." Cui Dong snapped his fingers. A gold talisman slid out from Lin Shi's arms and landed in his palm. Cui Dong lowered his head and looked at it, his eyes filled with admiration. Talisman paper was one of the foundations of the talisman sect, a major branch of Taoism. The ordinary talisman paper in the world was the yellow biao paper. One level higher was the hard yellow paper known as the yellow seal, which was commonly used by Taoist sects in the world. There were some special cases such as the green talisman paper with the reputation of clear skies after rain, as well as some colorful talisman papers. Many of them were specially made by the emperor's family. They were often used to reward civil and military officials during festivals. Ordinary rich families could not buy them no matter how rich they were. Talisman paper was usually used by Taoists to draw talismans. The Taoist talisman was the most authentic and fundamental talisman in the world. It was known as the ancestor of many talisman lineages. However, talisman paper was not limited to yellow paper. Taoist perfected persons and land immortals did not need real talisman paper. They could draw talismans out of thin air and create a spiritual talisman. The militarists also had killing and suppression talismans. The Confucians also had scriptures. Compared to the militarists, it was slightly more complicated. Most of the words were written in regular script. The regular script was divided into 7 to 8 calligraphy grandmasters. There were many sayings such as 8 strokes and 9 strokes. The Buddhists were known for their hand seals. Although there were also talisman papers, they were relatively rare. Lin Shi asked curiously, "What kind of spell is this?" Cui Dong carefully kept the gold talisman paper in his sleeve and said casually, "You will understand when you reach the middle 5 states. By then, Qi refinement warriors can condense their thoughts into heartstrings. The level of their cultivation and the depth of their cultivation will determine the number and thickness of the heartstrings. This is the so-called telekinesis." Lin Shi was now at the peak of the 3rd state of Qi refinement warrior. Within a few months he had reached the peak of the 3rd state of Qi refinement warrior. It was because the young man was born to cultivate. It was also because of Alliance's pot of wine. Rich people liked to buy big snakes from woodcutters in the mountains. They would cut open the gallbladder and mix it with wine. The medicinal effect was amazing. Then one could imagine the mystery contained in the medicinal wine that was made from the demon core of an ascendant realm demon. The young man in white stood up and said with a smile, "Alliance is your guide in cultivating and climbing the mountain. You have to cherish this opportunity. If you don't, I will." Lin Shi asked directly, "What will you do?" The young man in white changed his words and said with a smile, "You will be unhappy." The young man Cui Dong's original words were, "I will kill you." After the swelling feeling gradually faded, Lin Shi began to close his eyes and concentrate again. He used his body to hide wind and gather water to build his own longevity bridge. The young man in white tipped his toes and jumped out of the pavilion. He walked towards the old well and pinched the gold talisman paper that he borrowed from Lin Shi with 2 fingers. Lin Shi shouted in a low voice, "Cui Dongshan, what are you doing?" The young man in white had a playful smile on his face. 141. Although it's dark, it's not too late. Besides, the courtyard of the Autumn Reed Inn is exquisitely and elegantly decorated. Li Huai doesn't feel sleepy at all as he touches everything. While Qin Pingon is carving the jade hairpin, the child simply takes out the wooden box given by the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain and puts it on the table. He puts the painted puppet and the 5 clay figurines given by the sword was Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple into the box. Then he throws the book bought from the Red Candle Town into the box. After moving, the long box made of yellow and gloomy wood still has room to spare. The wooden box is red. Wei Pai of Chiduan Mountain said that because it has been buried in the soil for countless years, the color gradually changes from yellow to red. Not only does the wood not decay, but it also produces a strange fragrance. At this time, Li Huai puts his head close to the wooden box and smells it carefully. The fragrance is still the same and has not faded. It's not worse than when he took it out at the Pillow Inn. Li Huai began to count with his fingers. He had left his hometown and small town to travel far away to study. Along the way he had to eat and sleep in the open. Li Huai relied on hard work and endurance to gain a small harvest. Other than the most precious small green bamboo book box at the corner of the wall, there was also this delicate yellow wooden box, the wooden puppet and the clay figurine. In fact, inside the book there were also a few very valuable silverfish and the dark fish that was slapped into the book by Liang. However, Li Huai did not like to read, so he rarely flipped through this book that cost Qin Pingon nearly 10 taels of silver. At this moment, looking at Qin Pingon, who is concentrating on carving words on the hairpin, Li Huai thinks that he spent so much money but didn't read the book. When he bought the book, he even promised Qin Pingon that he would read it. This makes the child feel a little guilty, so he takes out the seemingly brand new book from the wooden box, casually turns a page and begins to read the words silently. Li Huai wants to make his conscience feel better. Li Huai pats his head and remembers something. He quickly reaches into his collar and touches a pocket that his sister Li Lu sewed herself. He takes out an oiled paper bag and shakes it at Qin Pingon. He grins and says, "Qin Pingon, do you know what this is?" Qin Pingon carefully puts down the hairpin and carving knife. He rubs his eyes and asks, "What is it?" Li Huai's face is full of pride. He takes out a neatly folded piece of paper from the oiled paper bag and explains, "At that time people were constantly leaving the school. In the end there are only 5 people left. Me, Li Baoping, Lin Shi, Shi Chuanjiao and Dong Shuijing. In the last class the teacher gave each of us a copybook. There is only one word written on it and he asked us to copy it carefully, saying that it is homework. Later the teacher didn't take back the original copy. During this trip, my mother thought that although the word written by the teacher is not as good as the big characters on the Spring Festival couplets next door, the ink is thick and the strength is strong. But in any case, Mr. Qi and I were teacher and apprentice, so I kept it as a memento. So I asked my sister to secretly sew a pocket inside my clothes and put it in an oiled paper bag. Later I asked Li Baoping and Lin Shi. Li Baoping said that she didn't know where she lost it, and Lin Shi said that he put it at home, afraid that it will be lost and destroyed if he takes it out. Li Huai unfolds the folded paper and gently smooths out the creases. He sees the small Qi copybook, square and palm-sized. Li Huai stares at the word for a moment, then raises his head and says seriously, "Qin Pingon, this Qi copybook is for you. It's useless for me to keep it. Besides, I often lose things." Qin Pingon shakes his head and says with a smile, "If you are afraid of losing it, I can temporarily keep it for you before we arrive at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. But since this is the homework given to you by Mr. Qi, then as Mr. Qi's student and apprentice, you should treasure it well. Even if Mr. Qi is gone and you don't have to copy it, just like what your mother said, keep the copybook for yourself. It's a memento." Li Huai nods, puts the copybook between the pages, closes it and throws it into the wooden box. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 moose fish and the green nether fish that were hidden in different pages of the book had all left the original words in the book. Through the gaps between the words, they swam rapidly and finally entered the Qi word sticker. They were truly like fish in water, extremely cheerful. Compared to Li Huai's bumper harvest along the way, Lin Shi is actually not bad. He has a large pile of ancient talisman of different grades and materials. One of them is a painting of more than 100 kinds of mountain spirits and ghosts, which was given by the blind old Taoist. Because Qin Pingon gave the lad a very good snake gall stone, the old Taoist took out this painting, which is claimed to be the ancestral treasure of his sect. Qin Pingon then gives it to Lin Shi. As for Li Baoping, he has the auspicious symbol of the famous saber and the silver blade strengthening gourd. There are not many things, only 2, but they are immortal treasures coveted by the world's cultivators. Only Qin Pingon, who put in the most effort, seems to only have that slightly withered pale golden lotus seed in the end. Now he doesn't even know what it is used for, and now he owes a lot of money to the white-clothed youth. Li Huai leans on the table and repeats the old tune. Lin Shi's family is very rich, but the identity of the illegitimate child is very awkward, so this guy's mind may be more sensitive. Qin Pingon, don't lower yourself to his level. Qin Pingon nods. I'll talk to him later, then everything will be fine. Li Huai says for no reason, good people and honest people are always at a disadvantage. My father is like this and so are you. Qin Pingon, don't be a good person in the future. Think more for yourself in the future, you don't have to tolerate everything. Otherwise you won't do anything, but Li Baoping, who recognizes you as young martial uncle, will die of anger first. At the mention of Li Baoping, Qin Pingon can't help but ask with a smile. Baoping always bullies you, why don't you fight back? Li Huai blurts out with a look of righteousness, I don't dare, I can't beat her. Qin Pingon laughs. the tiredness of painstakingly carving words is suddenly swept away. Li Huai looks at Qin Pingon, who laughs happily. The child also laughs happily because in his impression Qin Pingon doesn't laugh like this. Usually, no matter what Qin Pingon does or says, he is always restrained and reserved, afraid that he will say or do something wrong. Li Huai immediately thinks of his father. He seems to be like this too. His mouth is pursed. Even if he is happy, his eyebrows are drooping, indicating that he is not very happy. Li Huai hesitates for a moment, but still decides to tell Qin Pingon some of the things that are hidden in the bottom of his heart. The child, who has his head on the table, stretches his neck, lowers his voice and asks mysteriously, "Do you know why I always give in to Li Baoping?" Qin Pingon jokes, "You like her?" Li Huai rolls his eyes. "How is that possible? I'm still so young. Besides, I'm not Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing, those two perverts. Every time my sister comes to school to help me bring things, those two guys stare at me until their eyeballs fall to the ground. Especially Dong Shuijing. Every time he finds an excuse to go to my house to play when my sister isn't home, he is sick. Every time my sister comes home, Dong Shuijing is like he was injected with chicken blood. He can't wait to fill 2 big water tanks in my house. My mother likes Dong Shuijing more. She thinks that he is honest, just like my father. My sister probably likes Lin Shui more. He is gentle and cultured, more like a scholar." After saying bad things about Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing, Li Huai's face turns gloomy. Back to the main topic. "In school, everyone laughs at my father. They say that my father is the most useless man in town, that he married into the family. He is useless. He doesn't do his job. He lives off a woman. He is even more useless, stupid and stupid. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A rat's son only knows how to dig holes, so his son, which is me, is the most useless in school. Every time in the teacher's exam I am at the bottom." Li Huai grins and smiles. Li Baoping's family background is the best in school, but including Lin Shui, she doesn't play with anyone. Every day she is like a gust of wind, flying around. She is always the last to come to class and the first to disappear after class. Although she thinks I am noisy and likes to beat me for no reason, she never laughs at my father. But she never laughed at my father. There was one time when my father came to the school to look for me. Everyone despised him. Only Li Baoping was willing to lead the way for my father. She even called him Uncle Li, which made my father happy for many days. Every time someone deliberately makes fun of my father in front of me, Li Baoping will always stop them. She won't let them say bad things about my father. Qin Pingon sighed with emotion. "So that's how it is. By the way, Li Huai, do you have a person you hate the most?" Li Huai stares blankly. "No, every time I come home I eat a delicious fat chicken leg and listen to my mother scold my father and sister with trivial things. All my unhappiness is gone." Qin Pingon directly twists the wick of the lamp with his finger to make the light brighter. He smiles. "You are awesome." Li Huai is puzzled. "What's so awesome about me?" Li Baoping was such a wild girl. She liked to climb trees when she was very young, and then she would shout, "Fly, fly, fly." And then she would fall to the ground with a plop. She never cried. She stood up by herself and finally limped back home. She was afraid that the elders at home would notice that she was not walking properly, so she would deliberately delay coming home until very late. Even she, who is not afraid of anything, thinks that you are the most awesome person in the world. Qin Pingon picks up the carving knife again. "When you grow up you will know why you are awesome." Li Huai does not understand. Looking at the hairpins, he becomes more and more envious. "When will you give us the hairpins?" Qin Pingon stops carving. "When we arrive at the Great Sui Kingdom Academy." Hanxi River Big Water Residence. The green-robed man on the main seat looks at the guests in the hall. There are people who constantly stand up to toast and sing praises, inevitably showing some complacency. Just now, there was a famous literary giant who stands up to toast again, saying that the county's good weather for so many years is all thanks to him, the water god. In his words, whether the county's people are good or bad has nothing to do with the governor surnamed Wei. The key is that this kind of qi. There was a person who was dressed in Huangting Nation's secondary class, rank 3 official uniform. He stood up without hesitation and offered a toast to the literary tycoon. His mouth was full of praises. As a secondary class, rank 3 high official, the person with the highest rank in this sacrificial ceremony, when facing him who was sitting high up in the main seat, he still kept on calling him Lord Water God. Once one becomes a god who enjoys the incense, his name and family when he was alive are all hidden. As for those who can meet the gods, it is a taboo. Normally they need to pay attention to this point and won't mention the name. The term master is a more reliable term of address. As for why it is so, there are different opinions. One of the most convincing is that among the 3 direct disciples of the Taoist ancestor, one of them likes to call his master as master. The Taoist ancestor happily accepts it, so it has been passed down to this day. The green-robed man slowly retracted his gaze. There are 4 confidants sitting on the left and right sides of the hall. They have followed him on expeditions. The longest one is more than 300 years, the shortest one is more than 100 years. Before one of them transforms into a human, his original body is a bright red carp. He is brothers with a carp spirit in Dalichongdan River and they have a close relationship. However, this carp spirit has a mission at this moment, so his position is empty. One of them is a water snake that cultivated into a spirit. He uses a pair of iron maces, which is a celestial relic that he obtained by accident. Every time he fights with others, he likes to use the iron maces to smash his opponent's head. He likes to devour young boys and girls, but he is restrained by the green-robed man. He occasionally goes out to look for food, so he does not dare to be too unscrupulous. There is another one who was born as a water-blocking toad. He has the best talent, but he is lazy by nature. His realm is the lowest, but he is gifted. He will easily swallow a large amount of river water at the fork of a large river. As long as it is not in his mouth, he can keep drinking water and will never burst his stomach. Therefore no one dares to humiliate him. He is highly regarded by the green-robed man. Once there were 2 river gods who joined hands to rebel. They gathered many forces and tried to overthrow the green-robed man's position. This capable general of the Xianxia river god was ordered to sneak ashore and sneak into the source of a river. Then he revealed his true body. His body was the size of a mountain and he swallowed the source of the river. He forced the river god to surrender without a fight, causing the other river god to be isolated and helpless. In the end, the green-robed man destroyed the temple and the golden body. All the fragments sank to the bottom of the Xianxia river, never to be reincarnated. The last one is somewhat out of place. He has a beautiful beard and scholarly clothes. He is gentle and refined. If not for his dark face, which is different from the living people of the Yang realm, he would look like a middle-aged scholar from a scholarly family. Xianxia River is 800 miles long. It passes through 3 prefectures and 8 counties. Therefore, the northern part of Huangting country needs to rely on the nourishment of this river. Every 2 to 3 years he would invite a large number of scholars and poets to hold a poetry festival on Xianxia River. He spent a lot of money, had good wine and delicious food, beautiful women and beautiful maids, and was extremely romantic. As for the son of the literary giant who rose up the ranks in Huangting country's imperial court and the grandson of an ordinary person who became a cultivator, no one was willing to investigate. Or rather, they did not have the guts to get to the bottom of it. The sect master of the literary world, who called himself Old Huang Taoist, was currently chatting happily with the other lord, laughing heartily. The other lord was the nominal 3 leaders of a state. The first seat was of course the provincial governor, followed by the general who was stationed in the area and held military power. The military power of Huangting country was weak. The imperial court valued military power more than military power. Therefore, the other lord's official prestige was often above that of a states general. The other lord's existence was more to be used by the emperor to restrict and balance the provincial governor. At this moment, everyone subconsciously stopped talking and turned to look at the direction of the door. They saw an armored man with 2 strands of long beard on his cheeks striding into the hall. He clasped his fists and laughed, reporting to the old master that rogue cultivator who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth is already dead. His head was twisted by me personally. There are no accidents. The green-robed man first glanced at the expression of a white-haired old man in the hall. He noticed that the burly man with a short halberd at his waist wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." He grinned and said cheerfully, "Before that young rogue cultivator died, he exposed a lot of scandals. Some about you, the old master, some about the big families in the county city. Of course, most of them were about that provincial governor with the surname Wei. It was very unpleasant to hear. 18 generations of his ancestors were scolded several times. If I didn't act quickly, I'm afraid that guy with the surname Wei would have revealed that he peed in his pants when he was young. If there are no accidents, the whole county city will be in a storm tomorrow. The green-robed man was obviously surprised. The burly carp spirit was about to speak when the green-robed man waved his hand, indicating that he should quickly return to his seat and not talk nonsense. The burly carp spirit could only sit down obediently. He glanced at the scholar-like man. The latter smiled and nodded, indicating that he should not be impatient. Only then did the burly carp spirit relax and eat large pieces of meat and drink large bowls of wine. Hearing the news of the rogue cultivator's sudden death in the county city, there was a young man with a sickly face in the hall. He immediately could not hide his hearty smile and frequently poured wine to his heart's content. In the county city, the provincial governor with the surname Wei was depressed. The young rogue cultivator died without an intact corpse. The guests in the Great Water Mansion were all happy. The contrast was stark. The green-robed man suddenly raised his head and looked at the door. This Hanshi Jiangxingshan's eyes were gloomy. There was a handsome young man in white standing quietly outside the door. He was patting his sleeves and flicking off some water droplets. Finally, the young man stepped over the tall threshold, looked around and said with a mischievous smile, "Not a human, not a ghost, not a god. Strange, very strange, very strange." 142. What a killjoy. The sudden appearance of the young man in white was really untimely. The guests were all quick-witted people. They quickly sized up the green-robed man's ugly expression and understood in their hearts. Then they turned their heads to look at the young man's eyes and were very playful. In the northern boundary of Huangting country, it was difficult to distinguish between mountains and rivers. Who didn't give face to the golden name of the Great Water Manor? There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble at the Hanshi River God's place. Moreover, he swaggered into the territory of the Great Water Manor. Was he tired of living? Sitting at the top of the weak scholar's seat, the feminine man who cultivated the body of a water snake raised his orchid fingers and slowly raised a wine cup to face the uninvited guest. The man's eyes were burning hot. He had a handsome face and young boys and girls. They were always his favorite. However, he couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. The young man in front of him was most likely dead. He didn't dare to take the young man back to the manor to enjoy. He could only hope that the young man in front of him was a dead end. He had disgraced the water god and he didn't dare to take the young man back to the manor to enjoy. He could only hope that the young man in front of him would be moved away and become the supper tonight. The man's voice was sharp as he smiled and said, "The wine in this cup is the unique golden jade liquid of my Hanshi River Great Water Manor. A cup of wine for a cultivator is equivalent to 10 days of bitter cultivation in the paradise. If an ordinary person drinks it, it's not difficult at all to cure illness and eliminate disasters. There's still half a cup left. Do you want to try it?" The young man in white stepped over the threshold and didn't continue to move forward. He stood in the same place and only cared about looking around. He didn't pay any attention to this notorious and fierce water spirit at all. The feminine man was so angry that he laughed. He stuck out his naturally long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Finally, he laughed and said, "You don't want to do it the hard way. Die." With a flick of his wrist, half a cup of golden wine splashed out. The eye-catching wine suddenly stopped in the air and then scattered. Drop by drop, dozens of drops of wine broke through the air and flew straight at the white-clothed youth. The speed was faster than the strong bows and arrows within 100 steps. A series of buzzing whistles sounded and the momentum was terrifying. If the young man in white didn't dodge in time, his body would definitely be full of holes. Just this water-controlling ability made some of the young chi cultivators in the seats feel apprehensive from the bottom of their hearts. Almost everyone felt that the outcome was already decided. The white-haired old man was no exception. When he first saw the young man, he was surprised, but he quickly shook his head gently. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, but the Great Water Mansion was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was not a place where one could come and go as one pleased. What a pity, it was a waste of such good looks. In the northern part of the Aquarius continent, everyone knew that in the small Huang court country, the emperor of the Hong family would first look at the handwriting before looking at the content of the essay. If both were good, then the most important thing would come. His Majesty would look at who among the high scholars in the court examination, who was the most handsome and dignified. When the old man was on the streets of the county city, he had already seen the group of students with the white-robed youth. The old man knew a bit about physiognomy. Judging from the white-robed youth and his aura, he should only have an outstanding appearance. He was far from being comparable to the other person standing next to the basket youth. The calm-looking green-robed youth was the real deal. The old man no longer looked at the young man who was destined to have a miserable ending. He turned his head and looked at the young practitioner opposite him who he knew very well. The old man's eyes were full of haze. The latter was keenly aware of the gaze of the elders in the sect and slightly retreated. But soon he remembered that he had found a real big backer. Things were different now. He straightened his back and smiled calmly as he raised his cup of wine. The old man smiled insincerely and turned a blind eye. The old man was well-mannered, but the two young people beside him were furious when they saw this scene. They glared angrily at the proud traitor of the sect. The Ling Yun sect cultivator sitting alone opposite was the culprit of the previous disturbance. At the end of the massacre he was encountered by a passing rogue cultivator. Among the inner disciples of the Ling Yun sect, his aptitude was average and he was not good at killing. He could not fight against the rogue cultivator who was good at catching and killing, so he quickly fled into the city. After that he was in a leisurely mood and leisurely stayed in the Autumn Reed Inn. He probably had the intention of using the inn and Madame Lu as a protective talisman. After his whereabouts were discovered by the rogue cultivator, this rogue cultivator who acted righteously, even if he had to take the risk of being regarded as an enemy by the Autumn Reed Inn, still insisted on breaking in and fighting with the righteous cultivator of the Spirit Charm sect. As a result, not only did he break the moon image wall, he was also deliberately taken to the nearby streets by the Ling Yun sect cultivator. The latter threw out magic weapons and spells, injuring more than 20 innocent people. Since then it gave the rich families of the county city an excuse to put pressure on the government. The rogue cultivator was identified as the one who started the fight, so they killed him first. As for the hidden reason, since he was dead, no one said anything. Even if there were some rumors, it was just wind from an empty cave. Those rogue cultivators who did not want to be recorded by the government had always been disliked by the countries. They did not dare to be treated as a rat crossing the street, but they all hoped to stay away from them and not cause trouble in their own country's territory. Once these rootless duckweeds had a conflict with the local snake, as long as it was not a dragon crossing the river with an exceedingly high cultivation base, the local government and Jianghu forces would definitely choose to side with their acquaintances. To a large extent, this was equivalent to the young rogue cultivator who had betrayed his sect. At this moment, when he saw the senior of his sect that he had originally respected, he did not appreciate it. The young rogue cultivator smiled slightly, raised his head and drank more than half of the cup of wine. After wiping the corner of his mouth, he lowered his head and smiled happily. Even if I cultivated bitterly in the Ling Yun sect for 100 years, I still have no hope of entering the middle 5 states. Now that I have been favored by the water god, there is hope for the great Tao. Therefore, from the first time I saw the military advisor, I had decided to set up my own sect. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Why do I still care about the useless reputation of my sect? Can it be eaten? Even if it can be eaten, so what? I have never been able to eat a large portion. It is just the leftovers from you guys. This young rogue cultivator burped and laughed to himself. No one saw the helplessness in this person's eyes. He slowly picked up a piece of delicious fish and glanced at the military advisor of the Great Water Manor from the corner of his eyes. The young rogue cultivator murmured, "If one doesn't look out for himself, the heavens and the earth will destroy him. Moreover, such a great opportunity is placed in front of me. I am just a small rogue cultivator of the lower 5 states. How many lives do I have to reject the gift of the water god?" The white-haired old man opposite him was the grand elder of the outer sect of the Ling Yun sect. The Ling Yun sect was divided into the inner and outer sect. The old man was in charge of the outer sect. In fact, many of the secular affairs of the inner sect were handed over to this person. This time, it was the old man who led the team down the mountain to participate in the worship ceremony of the Xianxia river god. The main purpose was to help a few direct disciples to sharpen their minds and to roughly understand the customs of the world below the mountain. He also used this opportunity to contact other forces. It would be best if he could form some good karma. Tonight, the 2 young rogue cultivators who followed the old man to participate in the banquet were both young talents of the Ling Yun sect. Behind one of them was a giant crimson-red snake that was curled up into a ball. Beside the other was a giant black tiger that was crawling on the ground. The two of them sat next to each other and there was an unusual atmosphere of dragons and tigers crouching. But just when almost everyone thought that the young rogue cultivator was dead for sure, the white-clothed young rogue cultivator's performance shocked everyone. He stood where he was and did not move at all. He allowed the golden jade liquid to split into droplets of wine to shoot towards him. But when those droplets of water hit the white-clothed young rogue cultivator's clothes, they were like snowflakes that crashed into a blazing furnace and instantly dissipated. The green-robed man nodded his head and muttered to himself, "Impenetrable by water magic. Interesting. No wonder he dares to cause trouble." He leaned forward slightly and looked at the scholar. He asked with a smile, "Is there something mysterious about the young rogue cultivator's robe, or is there something else strange?" The scholar below retracted his gaze from the young rogue cultivator and turned his head to answer, "It should not be related to the robe. I guess that this person is hiding a high-grade Taoist water-repellent talisman. It is very difficult for ordinary water magic to break the natural restriction of the talisman." The green-robed man laughed involuntarily. "You don't think that with this talisman by his side, this little baby can run amok in my great water estate?" The scholar smiled. "Most likely there is something else he can rely on." The green-robed man who had been lazy and bored sat up slightly. "I can't wait." Then he smiled and ordered the water snake spirit. There was not the slightest bit of blame in his words. "You have made a fool of yourself. You are allowed to fight, but you are not allowed to use that pair of iron maces so as to avoid the scene of heads exploding. You are happy, but if you disgust the guests, you cannot afford to be punished." The feminine man smiled and stood up. "Thank you for your reward, master." The young rogue cultivator in white took a few steps back. It turned out that he wanted to sit on the threshold to rest. After sitting down, he waved his hand to the water snake spirit who came out of a few tables. Don't worry, wait for me to finish my words first." The literati in the hall and the guests looked at each other. The green-robed man held his belly and laughed, raising his cup to drink. Among the guests, there were two people sitting at the head of the Ling Yun sex traders. They were about 30 years old, high-spirited and showing off their abilities. After seeing the young rogue cultivator in white style, they were still disdainful. One person carried a long sword on his back even when he was drinking, while the other placed his sword horizontally on the table. The distance between the sword and the right hand holding the sword was at most a few feet. These two people were obviously two famous sword cultivators. Although one could not tell if their respective natal flying swords had been nurtured to great success, sword cultivators were widely acknowledged to have the greatest killing power among the Qi refinement warriors and had the best cultivation experience. Even the cultivators of the Middle Five States would not dare to belittle any sword cultivator of the Middle Five States. This was because every time a sword cultivator ascended a state, the power of the flying sword would increase, and the growth of cultivation base would far exceed that of ordinary Qi cultivators. Especially in the lower 5 states, the life source flying sword was extremely fragile. Once a sword cultivator successfully ascended to the middle 5 states, it would usher in earth-shaking changes. Every sword cultivator who had ascended to the middle 5 states or had the potential to do so, especially the young sword cultivators, would be the distinguished guests of various forces. There was a popular saying on the mountain, "In the middle 5 states, a 60-year-old Qi cultivator is a 100-year-old young sword cultivator." The implication was that a 60-year-old immortal in the middle 5 states was no longer a genius figure, but a 100-year-old sword cultivator was still a stunning Qi cultivator. Among the 2 sword cultivators who visited the Great Water Mansion together, one was an itinerant cultivator. It was said that he had received the true teachings of a wandering master, belonging to the Taoist lineage. He was bestowed with a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud, and the seal script was hand blade. The other was the reclusive disciple of the head of the Crouching Dragon Temple. The orthodoxy of the Crouching Dragon Temple belonged to the external elixir lineage of the Taoist Dan Cauldron sect. They collected heavenly and earthly treasures, built cauldrons to refine elixirs, and used medicine as bait to aid in cultivation. The treasure of the temple was an ancient ink stone, called the Old Dragon Ink Stone. It was one of the 10 famous ink stones of the Vase continent. At the edge of the ink stone, there was a small and old skinny dragon, sleeping and snoring softly. It was said that the ancient Shu country was a place where dragons lurked everywhere, stirring up trouble. There were legends of immortals slaying the evil dragons and dragons everywhere. It was said that this small old dragon sleeping on the inkstone was an ancient seed that escaped the calamity. As for the young sword cultivator who laid his sword on the table as the disciple of the Crouching Dragon Temple, he came here to represent his sect and secretly discuss with the Xianxia River god, who had connections in the imperial court, to upgrade the Crouching Dragon Temple from a temple to a palace. It was not easy for a Taoist sect to obtain a palace as the sect's suffix. It was like a country's monarch bestowing the title of true sovereign. There was a limit to the number of true sovereigns, and it would not become a disaster. It was not that the monarch could have as many true sovereigns as he wanted, and it was not that any random Taoist who gained the monarch's recognition could obtain this special title. The Taoist sects of the vast continent would send people to investigate and determine if that true sovereign had the qualifications to be the country's true sovereign. The young man in white who had been behaving strangely from beginning to end coughed, sat on the doorstep and said loudly, "I came here today to teach you how to be a human, and also teach you how to be a god and a ghost. Say, I'm a little tired." The young man had just started talking, but his face was full of listlessness. He was the first to feel bored, to the extent that he said the last 3 sentences weakly. To be a human, to have a breath of noble spirit, to be a man of indomitable spirit. To be a god, since I fought for that incense, I want to benefit the common people. Even if the path of Shin has collapsed, I want to prove that the incense will not cease and my path will not be lonely. To be a ghost, the heavens and earth do not want me to live, but I want to achieve immortality amidst the astral winds and spring thunder. Originally, there was a bit of chewiness in his words, but when it came out from the young man in white's mouth, it completely changed its flavor and seemed very harmless. The young man in white sighed, curled his lips and said to himself, "Big Brother Alliance, you can say these words but I really can't." The young man in white sighed again and stood up again. "Forget it, I'm not playing anymore, I'll do my own business." Then he turned his head to look at a place where there was no one and said, "What bullshit ability, you dare to learn how to be chivalrous? Do you really think you are Alliance? Now look, your soul is gone and the light is flickering. If you didn't meet me who is proficient in the divine soul technique, you don't even know where you are now. You can't see the sun tomorrow and you still have to see whether your ancestral grave will emit green smoke. Why bother?" After the young man in whites but left the threshold, he stretched out his hand and pointed at all the people in front of him. "To be honest, in my eyes, all of you are ants." There was complete silence. The young man asked, "You don't believe me?" A moment later, the wine cup in the man in green's hand shattered with a bang. In the whole great water mansion, only this river god saw that behind the young man in white, there seemed to be a saint statue several feet high, whose noble spirit filled the world. The statue stood on the altar, overlooking all the ants under its feet. The man in green's lips trembled. The 11th floor? Or the 12th floor? 143. Is it really a scholarly sage who has come to the Great Water Mansion? And this scholarly sage is not an ordinary master of the academy? The green-robed man sitting on the main seat gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His sitting posture was stiff and his body was tense. This god of the Xianxia River, who had been tyrannical in the north of Huangting Nation for hundreds of years, had to clench his fists and hit the armrest of the chair heavily to resist the urge to get up and beg for mercy. Huangting Nation was just one of the vassal states of the Great Sui Kingdom. This seemingly immature, uninvited guest in front of him was definitely not a native. He had long been familiar with the qi cultivators of Huangting Nation. He knew who he could provoke and who he should befriend. After hundreds of years of hard work, the green-robed man was very confident about all of this. The masters of each of the 72 academies of Confucianism had to be at least at the 10th realm to be qualified to control the academies. The powerful qi cultivators of the upper 5 states were usually elusive. Therefore, the 10th state qi cultivators who were relatively close to the dynasties of the secular world, such as the master of the academy, were already qualified to be respectfully addressed as the scholarly sage by the secular world. Other than that, there was also the golden arhat of Buddhism and the land immortal of Taoism. This small group of top qi cultivators was like the statue in the ancestral temple. The position of the statue was high enough but not too far away. One could worship it by burning incense and kowtowing. Otherwise, those old immortals of the upper 5 realms who were hidden in the clouds would not be able to find the temple even if one carried a pig's head. The green-robed man's eyes gradually turned red and filled with blood vessels. A faint golden glow appeared in his eyes. He still tried his best to stare at the statue of the sage behind the white-robed young man without blinking. In his vision on the altar, there was a majestic old man in a snow-white robe who was shining brightly. The rays of light seemed to contain the truth of the great Tao. Every ray of light, if one looked closely, was connected by countless golden words that flashed and disappeared. They were written with the etiquette and rules of Confucianism. The Dharma form of the sage was wearing a laurel belt. Its sleeves were as wide as a bird's wings and swayed without wind. There was a shining jade pendant hanging on its waist, which was particularly eye-catching. It was like a small pocket-sized moon in the human world. It couldn't be faked. It was the genuine aura of a saint. The green-robed man's background was actually very deep. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard since he was young, so he knew a lot of secrets. He just happened to be someone who knew what was good for him, so when he saw the scene he became even more frightened. If it was an ordinary cultivator of the middle 5 realms from the mountain sect, they might have thought that it was some sort of deceitful trick. The tall man in green robes with golden dragons embroidered on them finally blinked his eyes. He had no choice but to avert his gaze. Due to the piercing pain, tears slowly slid out of his eyes, but they quickly dissipated. Naturally, he didn't want to show any signs of cowardice in front of his subordinates and guests. In his long life of cultivation, he was able to reach where he was today and sit firmly in this high position. Just by relying on his good foundation and good fortune, without the support of a persevering and indomitable mind, all his achievements would have been washed away by the torrential waters of the Xianxia River. Someone had once taught him that the knowledge of a saint would only grow stronger if one drilled into it. The statue of the saint was extremely high. In today's world, the rules set by the saint of Confucianism were becoming more and more complicated and meticulous, and the ritual was becoming more and more stable. It was no longer the ancient Shu kingdom that had existed for a long time. At that time there were many flood dragons on the territory of the ancient Shu kingdom, and they refused to be controlled by the heavens and earth. It was said that only the ancient sword immortals with astonishing killing power liked to come here to sharpen their swords. They used their swords to overturn the river and water, and they were proud of killing the flood dragons. Wasn't Qi Jingchun dead? The saint who was now in charge of the Pearl Grotto heaven should be the military Ruanju who had broken away from the Wind Snow Temple. Then who exactly was he? It seemed that those who were kind would not come here with good intentions. No matter what, even if the heavenly king came to his territory, there was no reason for him to stretch out his neck to be killed. The green-robed man forcibly dispelled the haze in his heart. He took a deep breath, raised his left fist slightly and gently knocked on the armrest of the chair. It seemed to be an understatement, but the entire Great Water Mansion shook. The section of the Xianxia River that was adjacent to the mansion suddenly had huge waves without warning. Layer upon layer they slammed on both sides of the river. The green-robed man slapped down. Everyone in the hall swayed along with it. The long swords in the scabbards of the 2 young sword cultivators could not bear the burden. They were struggling like trapped beasts. Only the white-robed youth did not move at all, and the Dharmakaya statue behind him was as stable as a mountain. The youth raised his head slightly and looked at the green-robed man who was sitting in the north and facing the south. The corner of his mouth was full of sarcasm. Although the Great Water Mansion was built near the river, there was in fact another mystery under the mansion. A deep and wide water channel had been chiseled out long ago, so it was closely connected to the fate of the Xianxia River. It was a large-scale formation in itself. Although it was not as good as the protective formation of some top immortals, or the protective formation of the capital city of the dynasty, the green-robed man who was extremely skilled, could have a mysterious blessing similar to a small world as long as he stayed in it and did not leave this place without permission. To be able to make an exception to this, other than fate, it had a lot to do with the green-robed man's strange bloodline. Ordinary Qi cultivators would only be able to enter the 10th realm. For example, the 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism and the school of the military. These 3 sects were a family with 4 forces. Once they were in their home ground, they would be able to sit on the right time, place and people. The Confucian Academy, Buddhist temple, Taoist temple, and the ancient battlefield ruins of the school of the military were equivalent to the owner of that small world. When other cultivators entered, it was equivalent to living under their roof. They had no choice but to follow the rules of the owner. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was strange. This Xianxia river god was able to see the strange phenomenon at the entrance, but the rest of the people were kept in the dark. They were all confused. Why was it that after the white-clothed youth spoke such arrogant words, our Lord Water God began to stare blankly? Could it be that the handsome youth who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth was actually born in a rich immortal clan that had good relations with the great water mansion for generations? Was that why he dared to be so arrogant? Although the feminine man had already walked out of the few tables that were filled with delicacies and wine, he should have captured the youth. However, he stopped at this moment. If one did not have a discerning eye, how could he work under the green-robed man? This water snake spirit who had always been cunning and sly had already realized that the situation was not normal. As the owner, the green-robed man still refused to speak. Previously, when he slammed the chair, although the momentum was great and it seemed to be a warning, it seemed to be a bluff. The white-robed youth still stood at the same spot, with a look of, "Come and beat me if you have the ability." This set off the strange situation of the great water mansion. The green-robed man finally opened his mouth and smiled. "You are a guest. May I ask what advice you have?" He quietly attracted part of the river's momentum that was contained in the Xianxia River and shook the qi dynamic of the entire mansion. He tried to use this to test the actual situation of the idol. After all, seeing is believing. If he did not personally verify it, he would have to lower his head to an outsider in his own home. The arrogant green-robed man would never do that. Once the idol had the slightest fluctuation, the green-robed man did not mind personally smashing the youth's head. If he dared to play tricks in the great water mansion and deceive him, what else could it be other than courting death? It was a pity that the idol was as immovable as a mountain. This shocked him and he quickly restrained all his wishful thinking. On the path of cultivation, it was true that one should advance bravely and vigorously against the current. It was even more true that one would become braver after encountering a strong enemy. However, it did not mean that cultivators were inflexible, stubborn, and did not know how to be flexible. The white-robed youth had one hand behind his back and the other clenched fist on his abdomen. He still had an arrogant look that deserved a beating. He twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered, "You have already attacked once. Now it should be my turn, right?" The green-robed man's expression turned ugly. That water snake spirit really could not stand this youth's face. He strode forward with his back facing his master, the water god. The feminine man raised an arm and flew over with an iron mace. He said in a shrill voice, "I can't stand it, I can't stand it. Even if master punishes me heavily after this subordinate will still beat this kid's head until it explodes. Then I will collect his brain matter and mix it with the golden jade liquid in the wine cup. Then the saying of bejeweled nectar will be complete." The green-robed man's expression was gloomy. "Qing, do not be rude to the guest. Quickly return to your seat." The feminine man holding the iron mace did not listen to the order. Instead, he quickened his pace. "Master, don't be so kind. An evil guest has come to visit and doesn't know etiquette. Let this subordinate teach this kid how to be an honored guest of our great water mansion." After the water god of the Xianxia River spoke out to stop him, the water snake spirit knew his master's true intentions. If he really did not want him to offend the honored guest with his master's seemingly restrained but actually violent temperament, he would have already kicked him out of the door with a wave of his sleeve. Why would he deliberately say those empty words of courtesy? The water snake spirit thought that his luck tonight was not bad. That stupid carp had snatched away the first merit. However, if he could give face to his master in front of everyone, with his master's usual generous temper in front of outsiders, he would not be able to run away with a jar of the great water mansion's specialty, the golden jade liquid. This water clan spirit who had cultivated the grin form with great difficulty definitely did not know that his master, the water god who was fair in his rewards and punishments, was deliberately sending him to his death this time, just so that he could try his best to reasonably probe the situation once again. At this moment, all the guests were filled with curiosity and anticipation. The previous exchange of blows that was like a cloud of fog made people unable to raise their interest. Even if the white-robed youth was just an embroidered pillow and did not have any backup plans, it was not bad to see the scene of the general under the water god's command. Piled up soil into a mountain, the wind and rain rise. From beginning to end, the white-clothed youth did not even bother to look at the water snake spirit. He was all smiles, as if he was dealing with a teacher reciting a classic. He appeared very lazy and casual. However, after saying this inexplicable sentence, the youth's expression suddenly became solemn. He changed from a frivolous and dissolute young master to an extreme pedantic scholar in an instant. His entire body emitted an aura of righteousness that inspired reverence. In the end, the youth raised his foot and stomped down heavily. He shouted, "Accumulated water into an abyss, the flood dragon is born." The Dharma idol behind the white-robed youth raised its foot high and stomped down quickly. At this moment, the green-robed man could not move. He found it difficult to breathe. His face was filled with fear. His throat moved slightly. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he could not say a single word. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. No matter how deep one's cultivation was or how high one's realm was, once one encountered it, one would not have the ability to fight back. One could only obediently wait for death. The incomparably dignified and solemn words, "The flood dragon is born," were like spring thunder that exploded in the green-robed man's ears over and over again. Above the lake in his heart, it was pointed directly at his heart, stirring up waves that could not be controlled. The golden dragon on the green-robed man's chest seemed to have been given a finishing touch by an immortal. It actually became a living creature and began to rapidly spin and swim. The green-robed man's green robe was like a green lake. However, the golden dragon's frenzied rampage did not have the leisure of a flood dragon swimming in water. There was only madness and pain. As the golden flood dragon that was half an arm's length rampaged around, its originally bright golden luster gradually dimmed. Furthermore, there were constantly golden threads that peeled off from the green-robed man's body like fine feathers. They fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The white-robed youth smiled as he took a step forward. Then he raised his foot again. "A tiny pond worm dares to test me time and time again? He tried to test me twice before. Then I will stomp your Xianxia river into 3 sections. Let's see how you will control the 16 rivers in the future." Just as the youth was about to stomp on the ground for the second time, the chair under the green-robed man's buttocks shattered with a bang, turning into fine powder. This insufferably arrogant Xianxia river god staggered up. One of his hands tightly clutched the golden flood dragon on his chest, preventing it from continuing to rampage around like a headless fly. His other hand was raised high and slapped down with great difficulty. The corner of his mouth was full of blood. He said in a hoarse voice, "Disobeying orders and offending an esteemed guest. Death is not to be regretted." There was a bang. The head of the water snake spirit exploded just like that. After the corpse fell to the ground, it returned to its true form. It was a slender, multicolored water snake. The sound of the immortal's relic iron mace, falling to the ground, was especially crisp and ear-piercing in the empty hull. The white-robed youth's feet were less than half an inch from the ground. The green-robed man did not bother to wipe the corner of his mouth. He stood up straight and was about to bow down and apologize. The white-robed youth who had stopped stomping had a glint in his eyes. He slowly retracted his foot. But in an instant the youth chanted again, "The flood dragon is born." He stomped on the ground. Clean and efficient. The divine statue naturally followed suit and stomped on the ground. The white-robed youth's foot stepped on the green brick floor of the great water manor. And when the statue behind him stomped down, it would be stepping on the providence of the Xianxia river. The green-robed man's 5 fingers that were clutching the golden flood dragon had already pierced into the skin of his chest. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he was still unwilling to let go. This was where the dawn of his Tao was. It was the condensation of his willpower and the crux of his heart. He could not let go even if he died. The white-robed youth loosened his tightly clenched fists and shook his sleeves. His movements were incomparably elegant. He slowly walked forward and circled around the pitiful corpse of the water snake spirit. He raised his head and looked at the main seat. He raised his foot and stepped on the iron mace, causing the immortal weapon to roll around on the ground. He chuckled, "Master Water God, are you very surprised?" Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The green-robed man with a miserable expression stabilized his swaying body. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the dark golden flood dragon that was wailing non-stop in front of his chest. After slowly raising his head, the water god, who had not personally killed an enemy for almost 200 years, muttered with a dazed gaze, "Perfected immortal, can't you let me off? If a mortal master kicks me again, I'll be no different from death." Everyone in the hall did not know what had happened. They were all dumbfounded. In their eyes, the righteous god of the river water, who was almost invincible, was being toyed with by someone. The white-robed youth began to look around in boredom again. His gaze stopped on the scholar in a Confucian robe. The latter immediately bowed and did not even dare to straighten his back for a long time. As expected of a scholar, he knew how to judge the situation and be humble. The youth looked at the fatty, who was really a river-blocking toad. The latter knelt on the ground without a word and kowtowed with all his might. He shouted loudly, "Greetings, perfected immortal." Only the burly armored carp demon widened his eyes and looked straight at the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth did not wait for the green-robed man to berate his subordinate. He had already taken the lead and said with a smile, "Kill him. I'll count to 3. 3-1. Although the white-robed youth was deliberately playing tricks and was obviously going to kick him again. He had learned this from a certain someone. Unexpectedly, the green-robed man was even more decisive. The number 1 general under him was killed just like that. In the blink of an eye, he was standing behind the carp demon. Only his hand, which was holding the carp demon's heart, extended from his back to his chest. He slowly withdrew his bloody arm and pressed on the head of the burly man who had died with his eyes wide open. With a gentle push, he pushed the corpse away. The heart quickly turned into a red pill the size of a goose egg. The green-robed man threw it into his mouth and swallowed it quickly. The white-robed youth was still a man of his words. He resentfully retracted his foot. He smiled and looked at the elder and 2 children of the Ling Yun sect. "Do you recognize me?" The outer sect elder of the Ling Yun sect hurriedly got up and bowed his head. "We were blind before. Please forgive us, Immortal Master. May I be so bold as to invite Immortal Master to our Ling Yun sect as a guest?" Without waiting for the white-haired elder to finish speaking, the youth began to give orders again. "Then dig out your eyeballs." The next moment, a pair of eyeballs appeared in the green-robed man's hand. The elder held his face with both hands. Blood constantly seeped out from between his fingers. The elder actually bit his lips with all his might to prevent himself from screaming. The white-robed youth glanced sideways at the 2 pale youths of the Ling Yun sect. "You 2 brats are lucky. This is Huangting country and not Dali territory." The 2 young cultivators with bright futures heaved a sigh of relief. However, the youth said again, "But your luck is also bad." From the sect master to the elders of the Ling Yun sect, almost all of them are one-track-minded idiots. They are determined to be loyal to the Huangting country's Hong clan. So you 2 can die together. The green-robed man hesitated for the first time. The youth placed his hands behind his back and sneered. "Your great water estate set this trap not only to test whether the local governor is smart enough, but also because you already have a conclusion in your heart. The Ling Yun sect is inextricably linked to the Huangting country's Hong clan emperor. They are like grasshoppers on a rope. However, you are unwilling to accompany the foolish Ling Yun sect and Huangting country's Hong clan to be buried under Dali's iron hooves. Thus, you intend to use this opportunity to sever your relationship with them so that when Dali's army invades the south and the Hong clan is destroyed, the Great Water Estate will be implicated in the flames of war." The youth clicked his tongue and said, "Only country bumpkins like the Ling Yun sect can't see through such a clumsy trick. They are blind, they really are blind." "Well said, but they still have to die." The green-robed man's expression was uncertain. However, he laughed out loud and his mood was much better. He slapped the 3 people from the Ling Yun sect and smashed their skulls instantly. The 3 of them didn't even have time to use any spells or skills. The white-robed youth walked forward slowly and walked towards the main seat of the hall. As he passed by 2 young sword cultivators, he didn't stop. He turned his head and smiled. One of them is a wandering cultivator with an unorthodox background. Whether he lives or dies, don't be anxious. It will depend on my mood later. The other one is the closed-door disciple of the dragon-subduing temple's sect leader. His identity is passable and he has some weight. Let me think, the reason why you are here should be because of that gong word, right? Is it strange that I guessed it? Can you not look like you just ate sh*t, okay? If you continue to be like this, the water god will make your head explode. The two sword cultivators felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They had never seen such a soul-stirring scene. At this moment they even had the heart to die. The young man in white continued to walk forward. Suddenly he stopped and looked at the literary tycoon who gave people the impression of flattery. He smiled and said, "Your real name should be Tang Jiang on the C-grade secret file in the Green Bamboo Pavilion, right? If that's the case, you have been hiding in the Huangting country for many years. You have worked hard but you didn't contribute much. It was just a little bit of unnecessary hard work. And then tell your water god about the spy report that you just received and the mission that the higher-ups gave you. Now the two of you are really brothers on the same boat." The latter no longer had the attitude of flattery. His aura was calm and he cupped his fists. "Green Bamboo Pavilion's third-grade death warrior Tang Jiang greets." At the end, this Dolly Green Bamboo Pavilion's death warrior was a little awkward. He didn't know how to address this important person who had exposed his identity. There were only a few people in the Dolly dynasty who knew about the secret of the Green Bamboo Pavilion. Therefore, Tang Jiang no longer tried to hide his identity. Moreover, even if he took a step back, the young man in white was really the archenemy of the Li dynasty. If Tang Jiang's identity was exposed, only death awaited him. It all depended on whether he would die happily or painfully. The white-robed youth waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "Forget it. There's no point in calling me anything now." The youth stared at the provincial lord whose legs were trembling and didn't say a word. Most of the other lords were from the local counties. The Hong family's emperor felt that this was the only way to balance the provincial governor who was an official from outside. The two sides restrained each other. No one could form a situation where the military town was independent. This was another strange thing in the Huangting country. The white-robed youth thought for a while and pointed at the other lord. The latter had already knelt down and kowtowed. "I only ask for Dolly's mercy. I'm willing to do anything for you. If there's any falsehood, may I be struck by lightning." The youth Cui Dong pointed at that person with his finger. "Get up. You don't have to die. After walking out of this Dishui mansion, go find that old provincial governor. You can ask him directly if he wants to continue being the provincial governor. It's just that the provincial governor of the Huangting country has changed to our Dolly dynasty. If he's sensible and agrees, that's naturally the best. You'll still be colleagues in the future. If he doesn't agree, then kill him. Remember, when the time comes, send this old provincial governor's head to the Autumn Reed Inn in this county city. Go find Xiang Mansion's cultivator Lu Jiahui. You don't have to say anything. She'll understand everything." Everyone knew that Dolly's move to the south was the general trend. It's just that the pace was slightly faster now. The youth Cui Dong looked at the other lord whose face was covered in tears and snot, shook his head and said, "How pitiful. Hurry up and scram. Don't be an eyesore here." The man dressed in official robes immediately stood up. The youth suddenly asked, "Are you happy?" The man was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't dare to move. The youth waved his hand indicating for that guy to scram quickly. Then he didn't look at him anymore. He walked straight to the main seat and sat behind the big table. With a shake of his sleeve, a simple white jade chair appeared out of thin air. The white-clothed youth sat on the white jade chair. The Hanxi river god who had his nest taken over stood respectfully in the hall. The youth Cui Dong looked outside the door and said languid, "Other than the cultivator of the Lingyun sect who betrayed his master and ancestors, the rest of the unrelated people are worse than ants. I'll have to trouble you to kill them all so that they can accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs." The white-clothed youth picked up a pot of wine, raised his hand and shook it. "That's right. Do you want to drink a cup of golden jade liquid before you go on your way?" Someone in the hall finally cursed loudly. Some people were so scared that they fell to the ground. Some people began to run away. The youth Cui Dong began to raise his head and drink the wine. He held the wine pot with one hand. His other hand clenched tightly. There was a piercing pain in his palm. Time after time the whip hit his soul. The youth allowed the wine to pour. After all, he still had the talisman that was resistant to water. The wine rolled down his white clothes to the ground, like the tilted lotus leaves in the rain. The youth Cui Dong gently threw the wine pot forward and leaned back on the white jade chair. After raising his head, his face was a little distorted. He muttered in his heart, "Old man, stinky scholar, old thing. Even if my soul is separated, I'm still Cui Dong." (144) Autumn read-in at the old well not far from the pavilion. A young man with straw sandals sat there quietly as if waiting for someone. In his room, the child Li Huai was already asleep and the lamp on the table was extinguished. The young man put away the maps of mountains and rivers. There were maps of the southern provinces of Dali and maps of the Great Sui Kingdom. They were all given to him by Yuan Xiu. After he put the maps back into the basket, he sat at the table and began to think about the same problem. There was no doubt about Miss Yuan. However, the young man with the mole between his eyebrows and the magistrate of the Yamen, Wu Yuan, had appeared together at the blacksmith shop. And these maps, according to Miss Yuan's unintentional words, were generously given by the Yamen. His group went south and met outside Yefu Pass. The two groups met and entered Huangting together. What they saw and heard was strange. In the end, Qin Pingon walked to the pavilion again and came to the well. He sat at the mouth of the well and waited. In the Great Water Manor, the atmosphere was gloomy, and the floor was covered in blood. The lively hall, which was originally filled with singing and dancing, was now empty. The young man in white was still sitting on the white jade chair, his mind wandering. The green-robed man stood in the hall and was using the water technique to disperse the blood stains and the smell of blood. The young maidservants of the Great Water Manor, whether they were drowning ghosts or living people, were all dealt with by the green-robed man. If the ruler did not keep it a secret, he would lose his officials. If the matter was not kept a secret, he would lose his chastity. The green-robed man shook the 18 rivers in the northern part of Huangting and forged this small country into a solid bucket. He obviously understood this principle. Among the two trusted aides, the military advisor of the Great Water Manor, the scholar in a scholar's robe, sat upright. He neither drank nor ate meat like a lifeless clay Buddha. The bloated river-blocking toad had a dispirited expression. He sat in his seat obediently as if he was frightened by today's tragedy. Dali's green bamboo pavilion, Tangjiang, sat in his original position. He held chopsticks in one hand and a cup in the other, eating the dishes that were gradually cooling down with relish. How many years has it been since he was so happy? If he continued to bend his waist for a few more years, he would be completely used to being someone's lackey. Perhaps, even if Great Li's cavalry crushed Huangting Kingdom's territory, he would not know how to be a proper person anymore, right? Although the cultivator who betrayed the Lingyun sect did not die, he was sweating profusely. In addition, there were two lucky survivors. They were the two young sword cultivators with different backgrounds. The white-clothed youth had given them a chance to live. There were still two beasts left by the cultivators of the Lingyun sect in the hall. The two sword cultivators who had not reached the middle 5 realms. If they could kill one beast with their life source flying sword without using a sword, they could become the real distinguished guests of the Grand Water Mansion from then on. The young man in white even promised them that they could be brothers with the Hanshi River god. This honor would undoubtedly help the two of them to become powerful figures in the north of the Huangting nation. Especially the Qi cultivator from the Crouching Dragon Temple. Previously, he was only one of the beloved disciples of the sect leader. From today onwards, he would most likely be the next sect leader and no one would dare to compete with him. The two sword cultivators were both at the peak of the 3rd realm. Their life-bound flying swords were still extremely weak and short of breath. Their battle against the two beasts was a dangerous one. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. They were both heavily injured. Fortunately, not many of their life-bound flying swords were damaged. The young man in white was in a daze. No one dared to disturb him. But it was not good to be in an awkward silence. The man in green could only ask softly, "Immortal?" Cui Dong came back to his senses. He looked around and said to the two cultivators, "Since you won, it means that you are qualified to continue walking on the path of Tao. Go down and recuperate. The Great Water Manor will give you the best elixir and provide all the materials needed to refine the sword. As for the unorthodox cultivator, you can be a consecrator in the Great Water Manor. As for the cultivator from the Crouching Dragon Temple, when you go back, tell your greedy and lecherous master that the Crouching Dragon Temple will be upgraded. From the prefectural and provincial officials to the Hanshi River Mansion, as well as a few court elders, They will all help. Just wait for the good news at home." The two of them were overjoyed and gratefully took their leave. Cui Dong turned to Tang Jiang and said, "When you go back, don't do anything unnecessary. You and the rest of the spies and men of sacrifice can continue to lie low." Tang Jiang quickly got up and accepted the order. When he was about to leave, he heard the young man in white said angrily, "Don't you know how to steal some of the remaining golden jade liquid from the Great Water Manor?" Tang Jiang was a little hesitant. Cui Dong said impatiently, "Just take it, that dolly owes you. It'll be a waste if you don't take it." On Tang Jiang's ordinary face, there was a strange expression for no reason. He cupped his fists and turned around, leaving in large strides. After crossing the threshold, he turned his back to the young man in white on the main seat. The young man cupped his fists high up, his shoulders high. He didn't dare to turn around. Looking into the distance with red eyes, he said in a clear voice, "Sir, the Great Li has never owed Tang Jiang anything. Even if I can only watch my dolly prosper from afar, the power of the country flourishing, this feeling is more than 1,000 times better than the golden jade liquid." The young man laughed and scolded, "Oh, this skill of flattery is really good. It's a pity that I don't buy it. Scram, scram, scram." Outside the door, the man from the Great Li dynasty, who was no longer young, laughed loudly in a foreign land like the wind under his feet. Cui Dong looked at the empty hall and said, "My surname is Cui. I come from the capital of Dali." The fat man, who was the real river-blocking toad, was at a loss. The green-robed man was slightly stunned. The otherworldly ghost-like scholar quickly got up and bowed respectfully, "Greetings to Sir Imperial Tutor." The green-robed man was shocked and said with admiration, "So it's Dali Imperial Tutor who came to my humble home." The river-blocking toad, who was slow to react, once again prostrated itself on the ground and continued to kowtow. Thud, thud, thud. It was filled with sincerity. Cui Dong asked, "Does that county chief Wei have a hidden background? Is it possible that he will become a roadblock in the future?" The green-robed man shook his head and said, "That Wei Li is only from a cold family in the south of Huangting. He doesn't have a big backer in the government. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to be polite to me in my county. He could only rely on his scholarly spirit to flatter the Great Water Palace." Cui Dong held his chin with one hand and tapped the chair with the other. He said slowly, "When Dali annexed the northern countries, they paid attention to an irresistible force and killed those who didn't surrender. Song Zhangqiang massacred cities and dug graves for tens of thousands of people to establish their power. However, he could not be so straightforward when he went south. The Huangting nation was the first big obstacle, so he could not make it a mess. After all, the entire Aquarius continent to the north of the Lakeview Academy and the Great Li dynasty to the south of the Yefu Pass were watching the development of the situation. There will be more and more loyal and filial sons like Wei Li in the future. The key is whether Wei Li's group will occupy more of the country's imperial court, or that other emperor's group will occupy more. Depending on the situation, the Great Li's border army's offensive will have different degrees of severity, urgency, and slowness. The scholarly man in the hall nodded slightly. Cui Dong suddenly looked at the scholar. "You comment on Wei Li." The scholar smiled. "Wei Li is very smart, but not smart enough. If he was really smart enough, he wouldn't have tried to curry favor with both sides in the previous storm. He wanted to live with his conscience, but he also wanted to have a prosperous career. There's no such thing in the world, at least not in my Great Water Prefecture's territory." He pointed at the trembling traitor of the Ling Yun sect. "This person was slightly coerced by me." Cui Shi interrupted the words of this Hebo scribe and said with a smile, "A little? It's easy to say. After all, the same rice can feed all kinds of people. Not everyone can be like you, Sui Bin, who is loyal to the old country, unyielding, righteous, and willing to die. Not only will you die, but you will also drag your whole family to die with you." The scholar's expression was normal. He clasped his fist and said, "Imperial Tutor, you flatter me." Cui Dong raised his hand and motioned for the scholar to continue the previous topic. The scholar said tirelessly, "This county is the base of the Great Water Palace. In these few hundred years, so many things have happened. For example, we secretly caused the dam to burst, a certain county had a drought, and so on. Not only is that person surnamed Wei well aware of it, those provincial governors and county governors might have had their suspicions. It's just that they didn't have irrefutable evidence and they were afraid of the power of the water god. That's why they have been at peace. They only said that the archives of the county governor's official residence had many floods and burned things. Whatever was written on it, our Great Water Palace definitely wouldn't be willing to make it public. It's not that we are afraid of the government's encirclement and suppression, it's just that our reputation would be bad. At this point, the scholar turned to look at the green-robed man and smiled. Our master still cherishes his reputation. The water god of the Xianxia River laughed angrily. You Sui Bin, how can you be so sarcastic to your savior? Back then your remnant soul was wandering on the river. If I hadn't collected your soul and reconstructed your body, you would have reincarnated many times. The scholar just smiled and acted like he was begging for mercy. He wasn't afraid of the power of the water god at all. Under the eyes of the white-robed youth, this black-faced scholar bent down to pick up a wine cup and drank a mouthful of wine. He then said again, that Wei Li has ambition and ability. He relied on himself to reach the high position of county governor and was willing to lower his head and endure. Once such a person breaks free from control and becomes a provincial governor, he will be promoted to the head of a department when he enters the capital, especially the Ministry of Rights. He will become the trusted aide of the emperor of the Huangting country. In addition to the grievances he accumulated in his early years, aren't we afraid that he will be ruthless and target our great water palace? That's why I told the water god that such an official can be used. As long as he still has a breath of righteousness in his heart, he can't be used. The white-robed youth looked at the scholar from the corner of his eyes. What a good sentence. If you didn't become an official back then and went to the mountains to cultivate, you might have a chance to reach the 10th realm. The scholar Hebo smiled. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Cui Dong stood up and shook his sleeves. Half a stick of incense slid out from his sleeves. This made the people in the hall feel puzzled. What was the imperial advisor of Great Li, who had appeared in the image of a young man, trying to do? The youth hovered the half-burned incense stick in the air and then snapped his fingers. The incense stick was lit and smoke curled up. The smoke didn't dissipate in the air. Instead, it slowly condensed into the graceful figure of a young woman in the air. The scholar Hebo's expression changed drastically. He finally couldn't maintain his calm state of mind from before. How is this possible? The green-robed man narrowed his eyes and sized up his trusted advisor from the corner of his eyes. Although he was surprised by the young imperial tutor's mysterious ability, he still had a relaxed attitude of watching the fire from the other side of the river. The figure of the woman gradually stabilized and her face became clearer. Finally, she floated down in the hall. She was the woman worshipped in the temple of goddess Qing in Hengshan. She once played chess with Lin Shi. In the end, the young man in white asked Yu Lu to offer her a stick of incense. It should be known that the young imperial tutor was even praised by old Yang in the small town as proficient in the art of godly soul. Therefore it must be Cui Dong who stole the woman out with his unique secret skill. This kind of obscene god who was not recognized by the imperial court, especially the woman whose god position was extremely low and her cultivation was shallow, could never leave the boundary of the earth without permission under normal circumstances. The scholar who used to be named Sui Bin before he died suddenly became furious. His face became more and more pale. He pointed at the woman with trembling fingers. His elegant face became extremely ferocious. Shameless bastard, you still have the face to leave Hengshan? Have you forgotten your vow? You're really a bastard who betrayed your country and your loyalty and filial piety. After the young woman saw the scholar, her face was full of fear. She said timidly, "Father." After saying this word, the woman was ashamed. She covered her face and cried pitifully and helplessly. The young man in white sat cross-legged on the chair and said gloatingly, "Are you surprised?" He then turned to look at the man in the green robe and laughed. "I've read a book before. Among the ghost stories recorded in it, there was a mention of the goddess Qing temple in Hengshan. It said that a minister of the previous dynasty who brought his family to the ancient cypress tree in Hengshan committed suicide. His family did not want to die with him, so they all escaped. Only the youngest daughter followed her father and committed suicide with a sword. Her blood splattered on the ancient cypress tree, and her soul was able to reside in it. In the end, she became the goddess Qing of Hengshan." The man in the green robe picked an empty seat and sat down. He smiled and said, "It's just a rumor. The truth is the opposite of the rumor. When Sui Bin decided to stop running in that small temple and wanted to use his death to show his sincerity, his whole family followed the minister and committed suicide. Most of the women in the family were hung from the beam, the rest were smashed into the wall and died by swallowing gold. Only the youngest daughter did not want to die. She ran out of the small temple and was caught by Sui Bin. She was stabbed to death under the ancient cypress tree. She became a resentful spirit, but her spiritual aura did not dissipate. After death she was still kind and kind. The man in the green robe drank a mouthful of wine. Later, her father became a ghost under my command. Later, under my recommendation, he became the Hebo of a river near Hengshan. I don't know if it was because Sui Bin felt guilty or something else, but the resentful spirit who was about to be destroyed by the strong wind and the scorching sun, with Sui Bin's help, found someone to build a clay statue of a golden body. That's how she managed to survive until today. The young man in white was amazed. The Hebo Sui Bin was even angrier. You are worse than a beast. I Sui Bin have been honest and upright all my life. My Sui family has been upright for 300 years. How can there be such an evil creature like you in the end? The young man in white returned to his lazy posture. He looked at the miserable scene of the father and daughter turning against each other and suddenly said, Sui Bin, that's enough. The Hebo scholar was furious. He did not care whether the young man was imperial tutor or not. He retorted, What's wrong with me, Sui Bin, disciplining my daughter? The young man said indifferently, Because I think it's enough. How about this reason? Sui Bin, don't be rude. If you dare to say one more word, I will break your teeth. The man in the green robe begged for mercy for his subordinate for the first time tonight. He stood up again and bowed his head to the young man in white. Please, imperial tutor, don't lower yourself to Sui Bin's level. The young man in white jumped down from the chair and stretched himself. Let's go. If we don't go back now, we will be suspected. He walked around the big table and walked down the stairs. Facing the girl who did not dare to raise her head, the young man folded his sleeves and laughed. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. You are a weak girl at your age. Don't you just want to learn the 4 arts? When you are in love, you hide in your room and think about your lover. That's the right thing to do. What, shattering the mountains and rivers? Destroying the country? It's your father who is useless. So it's Sui Bin who is shameless. He even dares to drag you down with him. What are you ashamed of? It's your father who should be so ashamed that he hangs himself. Don't worry. Master Water God will protect you. If your father scolds you, let Master Water God slap him. The Hebo scholar was dumbfounded. The man in the green robe felt a headache. The girl gathered her courage and raised her head. She quickly glanced at the face of the man in the scholarly robe. Then she lowered her head again. She sobbed and said softly, Father, your daughter is unfilial. The young man in white was so angry that he walked over quickly. He slapped the girl's head and scolded jokingly, You are useless. The man in the green robe saw that the Dali imperial tutor was about to leave. He quickly followed behind and asked softly, Master imperial tutor is not going to rest here tonight. The young man in white said, Such a strong murderous aura. I am scared. The man in the green robe did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he reached the threshold, the young man in white first looked at the silent father and daughter. Then he said to the Xianxia river god, You are much luckier than her. You have a father who is not so pedantic and inflexible. The man in the green robe became more and more submissive. Master imperial tutor has already met my father? The young man in white nodded and said, He even treated us to a few delicacies in the wild. To be honest, it's much better than your ordinary dishes. The man in the green robe smiled and said, How can I be compared to my father? The young man in white stopped and patted the shoulder of the water god. The damage to my legs, when Dali takes over Huangting country, they will compensate you even more. That white jade chair is still useful to your race. I will give it to you. The man in the green robe bowed and said in a deep voice, I am willing to die for Master Imperial Tutor. This Dali Imperial Tutor clearly did not take it seriously. He told the man in the green robe not to send him off. He walked out of the great water estate alone and jumped into the Xianxia river. The young man in white was in the river. He did not need to move his hands or feet. He was able to swim agilely. His posture was elegant. He was like a white dragon that lived on the territory of Gushu in ancient times. He finally followed the flow of the river and came to the bottom of the well at the old city god's old site. He did not immediately go to the autumn reed inn that was close by. Instead he stopped and did not move for a long time. The young man in white had his hands behind his back. He stood in the well and looked up at the sky. At the mouth of the well, someone suddenly asked, "Why are you not coming up?" The young man in white smiled and said, "I don't dare." 145. Pete Chin Pingon at the mouth of the well said, "Come up." The boy in white at the bottom of the well shook his head and said, "No." Chin Pingon said calmly, "Let's have a good talk and reason first. We won't fight at the beginning. Besides, I only know a little brute force. If we really fight, can I beat you, Cui Dongshan?" The boy below Cui Dong shook his head hard and said, "I don't want to." Chin Pingon frowned and said, "Why?" Cui Dong said loudly, "I'm afraid of the heat. It's cooler at the bottom of the well." Chin Pingon took a deep breath, stood up and walked slowly around the old well. Soon a voice came from below, "Chin Pingon, don't pretend. You don't think I'm your student, but I think you're my teacher. So I can't beat you or kill you. If you insist on fighting, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Also, your murderous aura is about to fill this old well. If I still go up and get beaten up, I'm not stupid." The boy in white said with a smile. He stepped on the rippling water and reached out to the inner wall of the old well. The green moss was smooth and cold. Although his words were casual, he was not at ease at all at the moment. It was even more exhausting than pretending to be a master in the big water mansion. Because after coming to the bottom of the well from the bottom of the river, Cui Dong realized for the first time that the boy surnamed Chin Pingon could really threaten his life. Although he did not know what shocking means Chin Pingon had hidden, his intuition had always been very accurate. Chin Pingon was walking in circles, but he didn't want to beat around the bush with that guy. He asked straightforwardly, "Did you ask County Magistrate Wu Yuan to secretly tamper with the maps from the county yamen?" Cui Dong shouted, Hey. Chin Pingon, what are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly." Chin Pingon nodded and said, "That's right." Cui Dong suddenly became anxious. "What? Is there such a logic?" Chin Pingon asked, "I only have one question for you. Will you hurt Li Baoping and the others?" Cui Dong didn't answer the question directly. Instead he asked, "If I tell you the answer, will you believe me?" Chin Pingon said without hesitation, "No." Cui Dong was hopping mad. "Then why the hell did you ask?" The youth above did not say anything else. Cui Dong pricked up his ears to listen, but there was no movement. He immediately panicked and felt wronged. His expression was solemn and stirring. He thought to himself, Motherf *Ker, a tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. If it was tonight at the mansion of Deshui, I could randomly pick up an ant and throw it in front of you, Chin Pingon, and you dare to be so arrogant again? However, it was a pity that he was under someone else's roof and had no choice but to lower his head. The young man in white quickly stretched his neck and shouted, "Chin Pingon, young Master Chin, Brother Chin, Grandpa Chin, Ancestor Chin. You don't want to be my Mr. no matter what, so I don't care if you don't want to be my Mr. Chin. However, we don't have any grudges against each other. Can you not be so unreasonable? If you don't want to talk about friendship, we can talk about Jianghu ethics." Finally, there was a response from above. "I promised Mr. Qi that I would send them safely to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom." On the surface of the water at the bottom of the well, the young man in white was completely silent. Beside the well, after these words were spoken, it was totally silent. Chin Pingon had never trusted the young man in white and was very wary of him. There was no doubt that the man surnamed Cui had ulterior motives from the beginning. Even a blind man could see this. For example, when they stayed at the autumn reed in this time, the man surnamed Cui first used the town god temple as a bait and naturally implicated the autumn reed in. It seemed that he meant well, but in fact he used Lin Shuyi's cultivation as bait to make Chin Pingon take the initiative to ask to find the old town god temple. After leaving Yefu Pass of Dali, the journey was much smoother than the bumps and bruises they had encountered before. Lin Shuyi cultivated in peace. Li Huai was heartless and was still young. Although Li Baoping did not say anything, the father and daughter, Zhu He and Zhu Lu, hurt the little girl a little. Moreover, she was the one who carried books all the way to study. She often thought about some strange questions. Moreover, compared to Lin Shui, who was already a qi refinement warrior, and Li Huai, who was extraordinarily talented, Li Baoping was the one who suffered the most on the road to study. As for Xianxia and Yu Lu, it was the young man in white who brought them into the team. Qin Pingon was busier than anyone else all day long. In addition to taking care of the three people's basic necessities, he had to constantly practice the walking stance during the journey. When he was free, he would nourish his body with the standing stance sword furnace and mend the holes in his body. However, Qin Pingon was busy in the battle on Chiduan Mountain, Zhu Lu's insidious assassination in the Pillow Inn in Red Candle Town, the dangerous encounter with the ghost in wedding dress, and the long journey in Huangting country. Qin Pingon never forgot one thing. He was escorting Li Baoping and the other two to the Great Sui Kingdom to study. Tonight at the pavilion before Lin Shui left, he reminded him that what Cui Dongshan wanted from Qin Pingon might not necessarily be a physical object. It might be something very big and empty that involved the great way of cultivation. Li Baoping also mentioned inadvertently that Cui Dongshan was very good at playing chess. She and Lin Shui could only calculate the last few moves at most, but Cui Dongshan could calculate so far ahead that she, Lin Shui, Xianxia, and Yu Lu could not imagine that when playing chess with them, Cui Dongshan might have thought of the middle game or even the ending game when he started. After Lin Shui left the pavilion, Qin Pingon looked at the old well and felt that the knot in his heart was more and more difficult to untie. Qin Pingon thought about it for a long time, but not only was he unable to figure it out, his mind was in a mess. In the end, he had no choice but to try to put all the complicated things aside and push everything back to the beginning. For example, the small town in his hometown. For example, the first time they met. Then Qin Pingon thought of an outsider, the county magistrate Wu Yuan. If there was a county magistrate, there would be a government office. The real source of the big and small maps on him was that government office, not Miss Ruanxiu. After Qin Pingon returned to the room, he began to spread out the maps. He spent a whole hour looking at them. He still couldn't find the exact truth, but Qin Pingon vaguely saw a line. This line might not even be 10 feet long even if all the maps were added together. However, such a short distance was enough for Qin Pingon and the others to walk for so long. Cui Dong raised his hands. I'm scared of you. I swear to God, okay? I Cui Dongshan promise that I won't hurt Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui. Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. You're serious? Cui Dong patted his chest so hard that the well could hear it. Trust me this time. At this moment, a clear voice sounded cheerfully. Young martial uncle. You're really here. A little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket sprinted to the pavilion. She jumped, her two slender arms swinging in the air. With a thud, her feet landed almost at the same time. She stood straight outside the pavilion. Her body swayed and swayed. Finally, she stood still. There was still some distance between her and the old well. The little girl continued to run. Qin Pingon opened his mouth and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He got used to it. He walked quickly to her and asked, Why can't you sleep? Li Baoping sighed like an old man. Well, thank you for snoring in her sleep. It's very noisy. Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. The little girl immediately said honestly, All right, I admit that she doesn't snore in her sleep. I woke up from a nightmare. Qin Pingon turned his head and glanced at the well. After retracting his gaze, he smiled and asked, What nightmare did you have? Li Baoping shook her head and said, I've had dreams almost every day since I was young. But after I wake up, I don't remember what the dream was. I can only remember if it was a good dream or a nightmare. Qin Pingon pulled her back to the pavilion and sat down. The little girl talked non-stop. Young martial uncle, we left the town and walked for almost half a year. According to the map, we've already covered more than half of the journey. Time really flies. It's even faster than me running, right? Sigh, if only the Great Sui Kingdom was at the southernmost part of our Aquarius continent. I can also see the scenery of the sea with young martial uncle. Young martial uncle, you said that the Tiefu River and the Embroidery River are so big. Then how big is the sea? I heard from my big brother that there's an old dragon city over there. Looking south from the city, the waves are as high as 10 stories. Don't you think it's scary? Qin Pingon smiled and said, If we walk that far, we'll wear out many pairs of straw sandals. But this time we're going to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. I heard that once we reach the Great Sui Kingdom, there will be fewer mountain roads. At that time, you won't have to wear straw sandals anymore. You'll have to buy comfortable boots. Li Baoping lowered her head and looked at the thick straw sandals on her feet. She raised her head and grinned. At that time I'll wear the same boots as young martial uncle. It's just that the size is different. We've agreed on it. Qin Pingon joked. What, do you dislike young martial uncle for not wearing boots and continuing to wear straw sandals? You'll embarrass yourself when the time comes. The little girl was surprised and widened her eyes. Wow, young martial uncle, you can joke with people now. Qin Pingon was stunned. Li Baoping sat on the bench, swinging her feet in straw sandals. She raised her head and inadvertently found a string of small wind chimes hanging under the eaves. The little girl said for no reason, Young martial uncle, I always feel that sir is missing us. Qin Pingon nodded. The little girl leaned her head against the vermilion pillar, closed her eyes and listened. It was like the last breath of spring wind in the world, blowing the bells under the eaves. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The little girl waited for a long time, but did not hear the second string of wind chimes. She suddenly jumped off the bench and ran away. Many of the Yamen officials and young people who built the mountain temple on Luopa Mountain said that they had seen a black snake whose body was as thick as the mouth of a well. It often went to the stream to drink. When it saw them, the huge monster was not afraid to retreat. It also did not take the initiative to hurt people. After it finished drinking, it slithered away. Wei Pai made himself an exquisite and elegant bamboo paper fan. He sat on the bamboo chair with his legs crossed and gently fanned the cool breeze. This year's summer there were almost no hot days. Now that autumn was about to arrive, it caught people off guard. It was as if the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket from Fulu Street had jumped from spring to autumn in an instant, just like the squares drawn with charcoal on the ground. Fu Yu hesitated for a moment and said something off-topic as an opening remark. Although we are in different camps, Official Wu is a good person. He will be a good official in the future. Wei Pai's face was full of disapproval. He smiled. Then I have to be alive. Fu Yu's face was a little ugly. Wei Pai deliberately turned a blind eye to it. He slowly waved the bamboo fan. The mountain breeze came slowly and the hair on his temples was blown. He was more immortal than an immortal. Wei Pai languid said, I only have a few things that I can take out to make a deal. Why don't you tell me what I can get first? Fu Yu took a deep breath. Become Dali's North Mountain god. Wei Pai's expression was calm. He smiled. If I remember correctly, your North Mountain god is still safe and sound after that great battle. Emperor Dali can't just casually take away the deity position of such an important character, can he? Fu Yu lowered his voice. Previously, His Majesty proposed to upgrade Cloud-Splitting Mountain here to Dali's North Mountain. It was later shelved, but there have been new developments recently. His Majesty has decided to push forward with this matter boldly and decisively. Wei Pai asked, Really? Fu Yu nodded, Really? Wei Pai smiled playfully. Isn't it a little hasty? Not to mention the great Sui Kingdom's Gao family. Dali hasn't even conquered Huangting, and you're already placing the North Mountain at the southernmost point of the country's territory? Fu Yu was resolute in his silence. He was tight-lipped and would not easily comment on His Majesty's decision. Wei Pai closed his folding fan and thought for a long time. He sighed, Dali has painted such a big picture for me. He stood up and patted his palm with his folding fan. He turned and glanced at the bamboo building. Your Emperor Dali has a good eye. Wei Pai was stabbed by Alliance, but I'm still alive and kicking. So, I'm more than qualified to be the North Mountain god. Finally, he stared at Fu Yu and narrowed his eyes. Alright, tell me, what do you want me to do? At this moment, Wei Pai. He was no longer the white-haired lord of the land who first appeared in Kaidenshan Shiping. He was also no longer the handsome young man who held the delicate yellow wooden box. He was no longer the pitiful man who brushed shoulders with a girl on the mountain path. Fu Yu was a little nervous. Because this man in front of him was very likely to be the most important North Mountain god in the entire eastern Aquarius continent in the future. More than 200 miles west of Red Candle Town in the upper reaches of Xihua River, there was a small lonely mountain in the middle of the river. It was commonly known as the Steamed Bun Mountain. The incense in the Earth Temple could only be considered passable. A man with a short stature walked out of the clay statue that was badly peeling off its paint. After he landed, he reached out his hand and picked up a boy dressed in red from the incense burner. The boy was only as tall as a palm. He was the only remaining incense boy in this local temple. The man placed him on his shoulder and began to walk out. The river water surged as the man stepped on the river and left. The boy in red lay on his shoulder with sleepy eyes and cursed, "Damn you, why did you disturb my sleep? You've been a little strange since the previous encirclement failed. Is it because you've seen the seductive girls in Red Candle Town but you don't have the money to sleep with them? Is that why you're so impatient?" It was rare that the man did not teach the little incense boy a lesson. He said in a dull tone, "Let's go to Red Candle Town to find that carp demon and give him a snake gall stone from Liju Cave Heaven. He will soon become the water god of Chongdan River. If you're willing, you can follow him in the future. The incense in the water god temple is more prosperous than my small earth temple." The boy in red was first stunned, then he was furious. He jumped up and slapped the man's cheeks. He was just a little guy. The man was a real lord of the land. It was no different from scratching an itch. The little incense boy jumped and cursed, "Damn you, don't insult me." The boy in red finally sat on the man's shoulder and sobbed sadly. The man grinned and said, "It's okay if you don't want to enjoy life. If you like to stay at home and suffer, you can continue to eat and wait for death in Lonely Mountain. I'm too lazy to care about you." The boy in red immediately wiped his tears after hearing this. He smiled through his tears and said, "A home is better than a home. By the way, don't get me wrong. I don't have any nostalgia for you in that broken temple. I just can't bear to part with that incense burner." The man did not say a word. The boy in red was silent for a moment and then asked softly, "You're the lord of the land in our state for the longest time. Many of your colleagues in the past are now Lord Xingwang. You obviously have a good relationship with them. Many people want to come to Lonely Mountain to visit you. Why don't you want to see them?" The man obviously did not want to talk about this, so he kept silent. However, the little incense stick that he relied on for survival was unwilling to let go of his master just like that. He chattered endlessly, "Our neighbor, that coquettish woman from Embroidery River, every time she sneaks a peek at you, her eyes are watery. Even I almost can't hold myself back. Why do you have to have a heart of stone? If those shrimp soldiers and crab generals under her knew that you had such a relationship, they wouldn't dare to bully us all the time. As long as they're from the Water Clan, they would spit on the shore of Lonely Mountain. I'm so angry. Every time I go out to stroll around the town, my clan doesn't like to take me out to play. They think that I'm poor and that I'm a poor bumpkin. It's all your fault." The man was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "A son doesn't dislike his mother for being ugly. You talk too much." The boy in red rolled his eyes and said angrily, "These years I've heard a lot of rumors. Some said that you annoyed the big shots of the Ministry of Rites in the capital of Dali. When they brought their families to Lonely Mountain to burn incense and worship, not only did you not worship them properly, you were also very rude to them. There was also a rumor that you had harmed a maiden from an immortal mansion, which made the trial of love difficult and delayed the Great Tao. As a result, the sect leader pressured the imperial court of Great Li, asking you to guard the ruined temple and be the Lord of Earth for the rest of your life." The man smiled and said, Okay. I've already forgotten about those muddled accounts. What are you guessing blindly? The emperor is not worried, but the eunuch is." The boy in red jumped up and slapped the man's face. "Who are you calling a eunuch?" The man didn't care about the little guy's disrespect. He suddenly took out a sparkling and translucent green stone and put it on his shoulder. "This is the legendary snake gallstone. I'll let you see it. Aquatic creatures, especially aquatic creatures of the flood dragon family, once swallowed, as long as they don't die, their cultivation realm will advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there are no side effects. It's equivalent to a first-rate elixir of the immortals." The boy in red hurriedly put his hands on the giant stone, that was half a man's height. He asked curiously, "Who gave it to you? Why didn't he directly give it to Li Jin's koi fish?" The man shook his head and said, "At that time I was too lazy to ask. Now I'm too lazy to guess." The boy in red held his face with both hands. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Oh God, how did I end up with such an unambitious master? The heavens have pity on me. As compensation, can you reward me with a lively, cute, beautiful, educated and well-educated young lady to be my wife?" The man took the snake gallstone and joked, "You? Maybe in your next life." The boy in red angrily climbed onto the man's head. He sat in the middle of the man's messy hair. After a moment of silence, he began to twist and turn. The man asked, "What are you doing?" The boy in red angrily said, "Your words just now were too hurtful. I want to poop on your head. If you don't get beaten up for 3 days, you'll go to the roof and tear down the tiles." The man angrily grabbed the little guy and threw him to the other side of the river. The boy in red flipped in the air and laughed cheerfully. "Wow, it feels like an immortal flying on a sword." The man who was walking on the river laughed angrily. "Little bastard." A rolling black smoke gushed out from the ground and appeared in front of the magnificent mansion with the plaque Xiu Shui Gao Feng. It condensed into a human shape. Thousands of lanterns lit up at the same time in the originally lifeless mansion. The red light soared into the sky. A woman with a snow-white face flew out from the mansion and hovered in front of the plaque. She angrily said, "What are you doing here? What's wrong? You lost your mind and almost destroyed my mountain and water source. Did you not have enough fun?" For some reason, the female ghost was no longer wearing the bright red wedding dress. Xianxia said, "Do you want to leave this place? If you do, you will have to pay a high price. For example, I will be the new owner of this mansion." The female ghost held her stomach and laughed. "Lost your mind? You really lost your mind this time?" Xianxia said expressionlessly, "You know I'm not joking. Don't you want to go to Lakeview Academy and fish up that corpse from the bottom of the lake? Don't you want to find clues and avenge him? It has been dragged on for so many years. If you continue to drag on, your enemies will probably be enjoying their old age comfortably and then die of old age one by one." The female ghost suddenly fell silent. She asked a crucial question. "Even if I'm willing to hand over this place, how will you get the Dali Imperial Court to recognize your identity?" Xianxia replied perfunctorily, "I have my ways. You don't have to worry about it." The female ghost floating in the air turned to look at the plaque and then turned to look at the mountain path in the distance. Once upon a time, there was a thin scholar who carried a worn-out book box on a rainy night and staggered along. Perhaps to boost his courage, he loudly recited the contents of the Confucian classics. The poor scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial exam had a bright gaze. She floated to the ground and asked, "Can you not change this plaque?" Xianxia nodded. "Why not? In at most 100 years I will return this mansion to Madame." The female ghost walked forward slowly and brushed past Xianxia. Just like that she walked into the distance. She muttered to herself, "The mountains and rivers meet again, but there will be no reunion." She turned and smiled. "The crux of this mansion is on the plaque. I have already given up control of it. How much of the destiny of the mountains and rivers will depend on your own ability?" Xianxia asked doubtfully, "Don't you hate the Dali dynasty? They deliberately hid the truth from you so that you can continue to control the destiny of this place." The female ghost did not say a word and floated away. There was a villa that lived in seclusion in the northern mountain forest of Huangting country. The mountains and rivers were steep, but there was a scenic spot nearby. On the mountain wall by the river, there were obscure cliff stone carvings. Every word was as big as a bamboo hat, which attracted tourists. In addition, this mansion built a wide mountain path that allowed carriages to pass through, so it was not considered unfrequented. From time to time, people would pass by to stay or rest. The owner of the villa was a hale and hearty old man. His status was quite high. He was the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of Huangting country. The old man had always been hospitable. Regardless of whether the visitor was a high-ranking official or a rural woodcutter, he would treat them warmly. There was a full moon tonight. The mountain forest and river were covered with moonlight. At a small ferry that no one cared about throughout the year, there was an old man carrying a dim yellow lantern and a yellowed ancient book under his arm. He walked out of the mansion alone and went down the mountain to the ferry where there were no wild boats. He took out a small wooden boat mold from his sleeve and gently threw it into the small bay. When it was 10 feet above the water surface, the small wooden boat suddenly enlarged and finally became no different from a normal boat. It crashed into the water surface and splashed countless water. In the silence of the night, the sound was particularly shocking. Old City God's Site, Autumn Read Inn. At the mouth of the well in the bottom of the well. There were two youths who seemed to be similar in age but had a huge disparity in status. Qin Pingon gently stepped on the edge of the well. He leaned forward slightly and looked at the bottom of the well. He shouted, "Tui Dong Shan." The white-robed youth put his hands behind his back and looked up with a smile. "Why, have you finally thought it through?" Qin Pingon continued. "When we first met, what did you call yourself?" In an instant the youth Tui Dong suddenly became alert. His scalp went numb and his heart boiled. Then a snow-white rainbow crashed into the bottom of the well. Sword chi poured down like a waterfall, covering the entire well. "146. A waterfall came crashing down on his head. The white-clothed youth was shocked. His appearance was at the age where he was full of vigor. It had more or less affected Tui Dong's temperament. In addition, the speed at which his body was sinking into the water in the ancient well was not faster than the sword chi. Tui Dong had already retreated to a point where he could no longer retreat. He did not retreat at all. With one hand in front of him and the other palm facing the well, he took out a life-saving talisman that could be said to be his trump card. A mirror appeared in the youth's jade-white palm. The surface of the mirror was only slightly smaller than the well. On the surface of the mirror, there was a layer of faint yellow halo. Some of the white sword chi flowed along the edge of the mirror and flowed down. The well water instantly evaporated. The entire surface of the mirror blocked most of the sword chi. Under the collision, the surface of the mirror bloomed with dazzling electric light. Bang! The white-clothed youth's body sank down more than 5 feet. His entire arm trembled incessantly. Then it was suppressed by the sword chi and slowly bent. In the end, his palm gradually fell until it was level with his head. The youth Tui Dong's head began to tilt. He lifted the ancient mirror on his shoulder and at the same time used his hands to support the bottom of the mirror. His head could tilt, but if the mirror was tilted and he was drenched by the sword chi, then not only would his priceless and pure body be burned, but he himself, the youth Tui Dong, would also die. Only the Dali imperial tutor Tui Dong would be left in this world. His body was naturally born with the bones of the highest grade golden branches and jade leaves. All of his joints made a dull sound like soybeans exploding. The youth Tui Dong's face was ferocious. His shoulder was scratched by the bottom of the mirror. His face was pale and colorless. His body at the bottom of the well was pressed down inch by inch. He still laughed hoarsely and said, "I also have a day like this? Old Shutsai Chi Jingchun, you two bastards, you have caused me a lot of harm. One caused me to fall from the 12th realm to the 10th realm, the other caused me to fall from the 10th realm to the 5th realm. If you have the ability, then let your disciple and junior apprentice brother, let me Tui Dong become a completely ordinary person. If you have the ability, then come." I don't believe that the sword chi of a youth in the second realm of martial arts can break this Thunder Department seal mirror. When a land sword immortal used his sword, his chi would often rise from the earth and illuminate the sky. Because Qin Pingon's sword strike was aimed at the bottom of the well, it was relatively inconspicuous. However, the waterway at the bottom of the well that led to the river had already suffered a great calamity. Even the great water mansion on the far side of the river had begun to shake. As the water god of the Xianxia River, the green-robed man originally thought that tonight's encounter was a blessing in disguise. He was drinking and celebrating with his two trusted subordinates of the river god Sui Bin and the river god, when a calamity struck. With this, the 3 golden words Great Water Mansion began to crack. The green-robed man hurriedly flew to the gate and reached out to hold the 2 sides of the plaque to prevent the golden words on the plaque from collapsing and causing the river's luck on his body to flow and scatter. At the bottom of the well, the handsome youth with a mole between his eyebrows put his shoulder against the mirror and said in pain, "Qin Pingon, if you don't kill me this time, I, Tui Dong, will kill you with my own hands even if I have to risk half of my life. I will peel your soul bit by bit and let you live a life worse than death for 100 years. In the small town, Tui stole the spring festival couplets on the wall of Song Jisen's house. Qin Pingon went to the backyard of the Yang family's shop and mentioned Xiu Hu and martial uncle to old Yang. But the old man didn't say anything. Qin Pingon didn't get to the bottom of it. He just thought that old Yang wasn't familiar with it or was completely uninterested. This was because the young man with the mole between his eyebrows had only said 2 words when he announced his name at the foot of the memorial arch. The young man himself had said that the second word was very obscure, so Qin Pingon was only sure of one word, Cui, from beginning to end. Later on Qin Ping and recalled something. Lady Ning Yao had once unintentionally mentioned that there was a fellow in the Li dynasty nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. He was very good at chess and was the only person who could make the great Sui dynasty's national player view him as a great enemy. Qin Pingon asked Li Baoping and the other two if they had heard of Xiao Hu. The three children who grew up in the small town like him shook their heads. Later on Qin Pingon had asked the Yin god this question, but the Yin god clearly knew the answer. He said that he had rules to abide by and could not say anything. If he violated those rules, Yin thunder would rise from the ground and destroy his soul. Of course Qin Pingon didn't want to force the Yin god, so he put the question aside. Qin Pingon looked at the Yin god's attitude towards the youth surnamed Cui. From the beginning to the end the Yin god was distant and calm. At the very least he didn't treat the white-clothed youth as an enemy. Qin Pingon was relieved. He felt that whether it was Cui Dongshan or the chess player Xiao Hu, no matter what they coveted, it was a fight between the two of them. Even if he lost in chess, he could just use his sword qi and destroy it. If one strand was not enough he could use another. If he used up 2 strands of sword qi and still couldn't kill the white-clothed youth, then Qin Pingon could only resign himself to fate. However, when Qin Pingon saw the line on the map, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He was afraid that the line that started from the Yamen was actually a further source. Qin Pingon couldn't imagine the conspiracy that started from the Yamen. For example, Mr. Qi suddenly died. After that, the coach of the school suddenly died while leading Li Baoping and the others to Cliff Academy. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, became the richest person in the town in the end. He sat on 5 mountains. Before the white-clothed youth surnamed Cui entered the well tonight, he personally mentioned a seal of World Winter Jasmine in the house. Qin Pingon just happened to have a seal of Jingxin's pride that Mr. Qi gave him. It must have something to do with Mr. Qi. It must have something to do with Li Baoping and the other two. It might be a situation where people die. Back in the small town, Qin Pingon had personally experienced the ruthlessness of cultivators. Qin Pingon couldn't imagine how much regret he would feel if the cute Li Baoping, the timid Li Huai, and the smart Lin Shui died in front of him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Qin Pingon's chess skills were slow and not agile. He didn't even deserve to carry Lin Shui's shoes. Although he didn't sort out the complete sequence of events in the end, since he had already thought of the worst-case scenario, there was no way he would let Xiao Hu, who was extremely good at chess, advance step by step. When the time came, Qin Pingon was afraid that when this person closed the net, even if he had 2 wisps of sword qi, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. If it was only Qin Pingon's object or Lin Shui's so-called illusory great way, Qin Pingon wouldn't be so determined to make the first move. At this moment, after Qin Pingon used this wisp of sword qi, the qi residence where the sword qi resided was swept away. There was nothing left. Therefore, the qi in his body took advantage of the gap and crazily rushed in. This caused the qi and blood in the nearby aperture acupoints to be violently turbulent. Qin Pingon felt a sharp pain in his heart. The pain made the youth fall down on the edge of the well and gasp for breath. Blocked by the ancient mirror, the rainbow of sword qi didn't disperse for a long time in the well. Qin Pingon stared at the bottom of the well and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. He tried to force himself to take a breath but failed. He tried again and again. The youth's eyes were red, his ears were buzzing, and his heart was beating like a drum. All the meridians in his body were like rivers and streams after a rainstorm rushing together. With only one thought left in his mind, the youth stood up shakily and told himself in his heart, "Again, I must do it again. I must let this last wisp of sword qi accumulate power in the qi residence. Otherwise, if that person still has the strength to fight back, he will kill everyone. I promised Mr. Qi that no one will be harmed. I must keep my promise." The youth in straw sandals, who was in a daze, first stood up shakily and then stepped onto the well with his other foot. No matter how the youth's upper body swayed, Qin Pingon's 2 feet seemed to be rooted on the well. Unfortunately, no one was there to see this scene. The youth's 2 fingers formed a sword and trembled as he pointed to the bottom of the well. On the west side of the Aquarius continent, by the shore of the ocean, a poor scholar was planning to leave the Aquarius continent and return to the distant Central Plains. He sensed the situation at the last moment and said helplessly, You little kid, the younger you are, the more you seek death. You are not strict enough in teaching, the teacher is lazy. Forget it, you have to clean up your own mess. Let me see where it is. North of the Huangting country, I haven't reached the Great Sui Kingdom yet. It's very close to the river. Very good, very good. I happened to go to the Thunder Cliff before, it can save me a lot of time. It's not good to have too many abilities. It's troublesome to make a choice. Let me think, let's use the Taoist ground shrinking technique. The old scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. He stretched out the tip of his foot and rubbed a pile of sand in front of him. After muttering some words, he flattened the small pile of sand with his foot. At the same time, the old man's figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, on the cliff of the ancient Shu country ruins, where the words "Heavenly Emperor admonishes the flood dragon" were written, an old scholar appeared. He stepped lightly on the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. His expression was full of self-satisfaction as he sighed. Without this body of flesh as a burden, I am indeed more powerful. Therefore the saints skinned it and pulled out its tendons before suppressing it under a lake rock that was as big as a mountain at the bottom of the lake. As a punishment, it couldn't appear in the world for 1,000 years. At that time, the elders had warned the younger generation that the tempers of the scholarly sages, especially those who had altars and statues in the Confucian temples, were not very good. Otherwise, why would there be such a saying as Taoist appearance is peaceful? The old flood dragon was puzzled and asked, "Isn't the Confucian saint's action against the rules?" The elders angrily replied, "Idiot, have you forgotten who set the rules?" At this moment, the old flood dragon at the top of the cliff seemed to have remembered something from the past and was a little sad. He murmured, "The flood dragon and the others enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. They are noble beyond words and can be regarded as a vassal town that only listens to orders. In the end they are almost extinct. The saints can't be blamed for this. It's all because of their ambition." The old scholar was surprised and turned to look at the old flood dragon who looked like a scholar in his 70s. He nodded with a smile and said, "It's good to be able to change one's mistakes. No wonder when I passed by this place last time, I still felt that something was missing even though I saw the beautiful scenery. It's because of you. Well, there's also a gentleman." "A gentleman," Xiaoqi back then. "Well, it's fate that we met. It's a pity that I can't take care of you for now. Go." The old scholar muttered to himself and then gently swiped his finger outwards. The old flood dragon and Cui Minghuang were forcefully moved away from the top of the cliff. The man and the flood dragon landed on the surface of the river in the distance. They opened their palms and looked down. Then almost at the same time, they clenched their palms and hid the golden characters in their palms. Of course, they didn't want to reveal it to the public. The old scholar in the sword formation looked around and laughed. "Hiding and hiding, you can't be considered a hero." The old scholar quickly realized that his words didn't make sense. He stammered and didn't know how to get himself out of this situation. On the other side of the cliff near the water, a tall woman in white appeared. She was holding a big lotus leaf in her hand which could be regarded as a lotus umbrella. However, the lotus leaf and the lotus handle were snow white, complementing her white clothes and white shoes. It was spotless. After the old scholar saw the lotus leaf, he frowned and quickly began to calculate in his heart. In the end, his expression became gloomy and he sighed. He looked up at the sky and didn't look away for a long time. He muttered, "Where was the last time I went?" Thinking back to that young man who was full of vigor, he kept saying that a gentleman would rather break than bend and destroy jade and common stone together. In the end, it's been hard on you. The old scholar looked at the tall woman in white and said, "If Qin Pingon killed young man Cui Dong, it wouldn't be a good thing." She smiled and said, "I see. But I can't do anything about it. If you have the ability, you can talk about it after you leave the sword formation. It's useless to reason with me. You can talk to my little Pingon. It might be useful." She paused and sneered, "But the premise is that you have to walk out first. You were able to send those two guys out smoothly because I was too lazy to stop you." The old scholar said helplessly, "When I was alive I wasn't good at fighting and now I'm even worse at it. Why do you have to force me to do something I don't want to do? Besides, Qin Pingon and the young man Cui Shi, One is now my half-disciple and the other half my grand-disciple. Who do you think I should help? Although I'm going there this time to help Cui Shi survive, in the end isn't it for Qin Pingan's sake? The woman in white nodded and said, "It's very reasonable." Then she shook her head and said, "But I didn't come here to reason with people." The old scholar became more and more helpless. "For the sake of your little Pingan, can't you make an exception for me? I'm just a teacher. If you don't listen to reason, I won't be able to use my skills. And you're one of the best fighters in the world. One of the few swords. It's not entirely correct to call you a sword. Forget it, forget it. Let's not argue about this title. Anyway, it's very unfair to me." The tall woman held a strange umbrella and said with an indifferent expression, "Break the formation." The old man had no choice but to ask carefully, "Do you know who I am?" The woman in white smiled and said, "I know. You're the sage of literature." The old man was stunned. He thought to himself, "She knows my background but she still doesn't give me face. This is a bit too much." The sage of rites and the sage of literature were the sage of literature and the sage of literature. They were respectively the hierarch of Confucianism. This old man was the sage of literature revered by all Confucian students in the world. He sat at the highest and most central position in the Confucian temple. Next were the statues of the second hierarch of Confucianism, the sage of rites and the sage of literature, the sage of literature. The former received the most praise and commendation from the sage of literature. He was regarded as a moral role model and a teacher of etiquette. He established the most rigorous and complicated set of rules in Confucianism. The sage of literature was widely acknowledged to be the most knowledgeable. He was the closest to the sage of literature. Moreover, he opened a new path for Confucianism and made it the only imperial school in the world. The sage of literature was the fourth highest position in the Confucian temple, the sage of literature. Of course, this was a long time ago. This position had been vacant for a long time. Because the statue was lowered time and time again, it couldn't stay in the Confucian temple any longer and was moved out. As the fourth sage of literature, he was kicked out of the Confucian orthodoxy. That wasn't all, but in the end he couldn't even keep his statue. A group of stubborn and extreme Confucian students smashed the statue, which was so miserable that it had to live under someone else's roof, into pieces. Only then did they leave. The old scholar reached behind him and patted his bag. The bag disappeared. The old scholar asked patiently, "Why don't we talk nicely? Can't we not fight?" The woman thought for a while and nodded, "Then I'll be polite." The old scholar nodded happily and said with a smile, "That would be best." In an instant, the sword energy of the sword formation became even more dense and majestic. The unparalleled sword aura seemed to be able to cut through the Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that there were many sword immortals in the ancient times. They dared not lower their heads to the ancestors of the three sections. They wantonly roamed the world with their sword techniques and end-realm sword Tao. They were invincible sword spirits. The woman's lips twitched. "Sage of literature, please break the formation. Isn't that a little too courteous?" In terms of status in the Confucian orthodoxy, I, Cui Dong, am much higher than a virtuous gentleman. Yet you, Qin Pingan, do things based on your heart. The old man's vision is really as bad as always. Qi Jingchun helped you choose. Isn't that the same as helping you choose a second Cui Dong? The young man Cui Dong, whose feet touched the stone floor, continued to count down in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. At the same time, a burst of joy welled up in his chest. "Ah, this is even better. This means that after I get out of this predicament I will slowly torture you. At the very least I will let you, Qin Pingan, drag out an ignoble existence. If you follow me on that great Tao in the future, it will be more natural and smoother. In that case your luck isn't too bad, kid." Moreover, the text imprisonment that the old man planted on Cui Dong was only targeted at Qin Pingan. Cui Dong was not allowed to have any evil thoughts towards Qin Pingan. Otherwise he would suffer the pain of being whipped to the heart. Other than that, there were no restrictions on his actions. This could be considered to be of the same origin as the old man's knowledge. It was about tracing everything back to the source. Only after the source was cleared up could one spread their branches and leaves on moral essays and conduct themselves in the world. In the future, I, Tui Dong, want you to personally see how Qi Jingquan's direct disciple, that little girl named Li Baoping, dies in front of you. Moreover, I want you to know what the struggle for great Tao is and why she died. The time has come. Tui Dong's arms that were holding the mirror were already badly mangled. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen, but he didn't care. Rainbow-like sword energy, right? Inverted waterfall, right? Get out of my way. However, just as Tui Dong thought that he had succeeded, he was just a hair's breadth away. The straw sandals youth, who was firmly standing on the mouth of the well with his feet rooted to the ground, finally finished accumulating his strength. Although his soul was shaking and his internal organs were all in pain, he could only say softly with a trembling voice, "Let's go." The second waterfall poured down in torrents. "Damn you, Qin Pingon. I'm going to die here because of you." This was Tui Dong's only thought at that moment. Qin Pingon was on the verge of collapsing on the mouth of the well. Before this, Qin Pingon sat in the pavilion for the second time that night. At that time, he and Li Baoping, who had woken up from a nightmare, sat across from each other in the pavilion. There was a sudden breeze that blew across the small pavilion for no reason. The youth remembered something and felt a little sad. At the same time, he closed his eyes with Li Baoping and listened carefully to the sound of the iron horse's wind chime under the eaves. At that time, the youth silently told himself in his heart, "Mr. Qi, if the sound of the wind chime under the eaves is an even number, just let it go and bear with that Tui guy. But if it's an odd number, I'll make a move." Ding dong, ding dong, ding ding dong. After the seventh sound, there was no more sound. Therefore, after the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket left the pavilion, the youth stood on the edge of the well. Earlier, before the straw sandals youth left the town. At that time, under old Yang's reminder, Qin Pingon left the Yang family's shop with an umbrella and went to the school teacher who visited old Yang and gave him the dual square mountain watermark. An adult and a child walked on the side street. A gentleman can be deceived. You can tell this to Senior Yang and the others. In the future, if you encounter something you can't solve, you can ask the spring breeze. Well, you just have to keep this in your heart. It might be useful in the future. But I hope it won't be necessary. After saying this, the white-haired scholar was not as old-fashioned and serious as when he taught in the school. He blinked and looked at the youth with a warm smile. When the youth left the town with the little girl, the last bit of the soul of a certain green-robed Confucian returned to the human world after going to a big cave in the sky beyond heaven. After walking side by side with the straw sandals youth and the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket for a distance, he stopped and looked at the back of his junior brother and his disciple, no longer seeing them off. When the scholar finally waved his hand silently to say goodbye, with this gentle wave of his sleeve, there was a spring breeze lingering around the youth. It was silent and did not dissipate for a long time. In the well, together with the Thunder Department seal mirror, the youth Tui Dong was smashed back to the bottom of the well. He curled up and lay on the extremely dry bluestone floor, trying to hide under the mirror. Although he tried his best to make a final struggle, in fact, Tui Dong's heart was completely disheartened. The mirror shook violently, bringing a huge impact to the white-clothed young man below. The sword energy's water flow, after flowing through the mirror, brought a huge burning sensation to the young man's body, causing his consciousness to blur. The moment he closed his eyes, the old scholar's seal on the youth Tui Dong's divine soul disappeared. The youth in white was refreshed, like a person who had just received rain after a long drought. He was especially energetic. Tui Dong did not dare to hold back. If he did not fight now, when would he? Ah, the heavens are helping me. Old man, I can't believe you would make such a mistake. Old man, there will be a day when you try to be clever and make a fool of yourself. The heavens are really helping me, Tui Dong. There is always a way out. One by one, the golden characters full of righteousness were peeled off from the divine soul of Tui Dong, whose face was twisted in pain. This kind of pain that made one's divine sense have nowhere to hide was more terrifying than being cut into pieces. But Tui Dong's mind was clearer and clearer. The teachings of the saint, using literature to carry the Tao. The youth in white controlled the temporarily ownerless golden characters to hit the waterfall of sword chi. The golden characters and the sword chi collided. There was not the least bit of momentum to speak of. But the more silent it was, the more shocking and suffocating it was. It was no longer a battle of strength or power, but a battle of the Tao in another form. This waterfall. After all, it was just an extremely small sword chi. And those golden characters were just temporarily borrowed by someone else. The two were in a deadlock, and in the end, it seemed like they were going to coincidentally fight to a situation where they were evenly matched. It was like two armies facing each other, and in the end both sides suffered, both were completely annihilated. After perceiving the opportunity, Cui Dong did not wait for death. He began to sit up carefully and then squatted little by little. Finally he bent over and stood up. He moved to one side, and the mirror was instantly tilted, and the last of the sword chi fell to the other side of the inner wall of the well. The youth in white simply threw away the ancient mirror, and his feet touched the ground. His whole body soared into the sky, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. Only an extremely resentful and gloomy voice echoed in the ancient well. Even if you have the third sword chi now, you are too late. Qin Pingon stood at the mouth of the well with the sword furnace in his hands. After the last sword chi left, he was ready to fight the enemy with his fists. In the preface of the Book of Shaking the Mountain there was a clear opening. Those who practice my mountain-quaking fist in the future, even if they face the ancestors of the three sects, remember that our fist technique can be weak and we can lose the momentum to win, but our fist intent is the only thing that matters. Never retreat. At the same time, in the quiet courtyard, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket woke up again, not because of a nightmare, but because she was slapped awake by a locust tree sword. Li Baoping, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide. The wooden sword that broke in the window quickly drew a word, "Qi," in the air and then flew to the door with a whoosh. Li Baoping jumped out of bed at lightning speed and ran barefoot without wearing boots. After opening the door, she followed the wooden sword to the room where the youngest uncle lived. Because Qin Pingon had not come back, he did not lock the door, and it was knocked open by the flying sword. Li Baoping rushed in with the flying sword and saw it pointing at the basket. In the end, Li Baoping took out a seal hidden by the youngest uncle under the guidance of the flying sword. After opening it, she found that it was the seal of tranquility and complacency that the youngest uncle secretly showed her once. Only then did the flying sword nod vigorously and quickly flew out of the room. The little girl held the seal of tranquility that Mr. Fong gave to her youngest uncle, and followed the locust tree sword that inexplicably appeared in the basket, all the way to the pavilion. She jumped out of the pavilion with familiarity, and ran to the mouth of the well where the youngest uncle stood. In an instant the seal in Li Baoping's hand broke free from her palm, and quickly flew to the mouth of the well, above her youngest uncle's head, and then with a dull thud. Above the mouth of the well someone screamed, "Again? Qi Jingkan F***ck, are you F***king done yet?" A young man in white who inexplicably appeared above the mouth of the well was heavily hit on the forehead by a seal, and his whole body flew out and fell to the ground. The young man in white, who had no cultivation left, murmured before he fainted, "Qi Jingkan, you win. I admit defeat." The way the youth held the sword was strange and awkward. It was probably like a woodcutter holding a brush. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. The old man sighed. "It's you." Qin Pingon was facing a formidable enemy and did not dare to let his guard down. He said softly, "Baoping, when you have the chance, run away. Don't worry about me." Qin Pingon noticed that Li Baoping was tugging at his sleeves a few times. He was a little surprised and looked down. "What's wrong?" The little girl's face was stiff. She raised her arm and pointed behind Qin Pingon. She opened her mouth and seemed to be mouthing two words. "Ghost. Attacked from the front and the back?" Qin Pingon's heartstrings tightened. When he looked over, his face was dull. The youth blinked his eyes and blinked again. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he turned his back to the old scholar and the youth in white. He did not dare to say anything in case someone eavesdropped and harmed this fairy sister. However, he was really anxious. The youth wanted to say something but stopped. He was like an ant on a hot pan. Li Baoping secretly held the sleeve of her youngest uncle. She looked at the kind old man and then turned to look at the elusive female ghost. Compared to the female ghost in the wedding dress last time, the one tonight was wearing white clothes and white shoes. In her hand was a snow-white, big lotus leaf. Li Baoping was a little hesitant. Were all the female ghosts in the outside world so fresh and refined? She remembered that her elder brother had been coerced by her and had to tell her many bloody ghost stories. In the stories there were pink skeletons, water ghosts, river spirits and other spirits. They often cut open people's hearts and livers and ate human flesh. Their appearance and behavior were extremely terrifying. How could they be like the one in front of her? She was even more beautiful than the female ghost in the wedding dress. She was tall but still had a natural beauty hidden in her slim figure. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It wound from her back to her chest and was tied into a knot with a golden silk scarf. She looked very demure and dignified. Li Baoping only felt that the tall woman in front of her was really tall and beautiful. She was very envious. The little girl stood on tiptoe but soon stepped back on the ground, discouraged. The tall woman seemed to only have Qin Pingon in her eyes. She smiled and said, "We are going to fight later. Don't be afraid of that old man. He only knows how to take a beating. Don't worry. This sister is not a bad person. She is one of us." Qin Pingon comforted Li Baoping first. When he looked up again he finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Didn't you say that we can't leave the town? What if the sages find out? What will you do?" The tall woman shook her wrist and the lotus leaf in her hand swayed gently. Her tone was gentle and slow. She had a temperament that made people feel at ease. In the end he curled his lips in a fit of pique and pretended to be indifferent. It was nothing more than a sage of the Confucian school. What's so strange about it? Even Qi Jingchun was willing to walk into that dead end and wait for death. So what if I, Cui Dong, was schemed against once? The youth became angrier as he spoke. He pointed at the shabby old scholar and said, "Old man, you still have the nerve to say this? Qi Jingchun, whom you placed your greatest hope in, is dead. Ma Zhan, who was the weakest, is also dead. And that guy surnamed Zhou is completely gone. I, Cui Dong, am also reduced to such a state. In the end, isn't it all because of you? In the world, you are the one who writes the best, has the deepest meaning and has been helping the world for the longest time. Is that enough?" He is a secondary sage, the third highest in the Confucian temple. He advocates that the people are the most important, the emperor is the least important, and the country is the second most important. You are amazing, but you insist on talking about heaven, earth, emperor, family and teacher. The secondary sage said that human nature is good, but you are saying that human nature is evil. Damn you, what did the secondary sage do to you? The youth was so angry that he stomped his feet. This habitual action was actually of the same origin as the old scholar. He pointed his finger at the old scholar's nose and said, "What's worse is that the secondary sage is not much older than you. Maybe he is still in the mortal world, living well. Old man, why are you so stubborn? If you go and scold the sage of rites or the sage of ceremonies, the secondary sage might even help you, right? You just have to go against the secondary sage. I'm convinced." The old scholar did not say anything. He just gently wiped the saliva that the youth had spat on his face. If they were from a small family, quarreling with each other behind closed doors wasn't a big deal at all. One had to know that a quasi-sage and a scholar sage were involved in the battle of the third and fourth ranks that shocked the entire Confucian faction and all the schools and academies. The two sages, especially since the two in front of the Confucian temple had long disappeared, represented the entire Confucian faction. They were the Confucian faction that set the rules for the vast world. Although there were no signs of the Confucian school falling apart, the leaders of the neighboring families were able to see the big picture from a small clue. How could they not be secretly happy? After that, an extremely secretive bet was made within the Confucian school. The loser was willing to accept his loss and was imprisoned in the Forest of Merits. The old scholar lost and waited for his death there. He allowed his statue in the Confucian temple to move again and again until he was smashed into pieces. However, when the disciple that he was most proud of went to another continent to fight against the heavenly Tao and died, the old scholar had no choice but to make an agreement with all the sages, not just the scholarly sage, in order to break the oath. After all, if the oath of the sages could be easily broken, then this world with its strict rules would have changed beyond recognition. The old scholar voluntarily gave up his body and the many supernatural powers of the scholarly sage. He only used his spirit to wander between heaven and earth. The old scholar waited until the young man had his hands on his hips and was panting with his head lowered. He asked, "Are you done? Is it time for me to reason with you?" After the young man in white vented his anger, Cui Dong recalled the old man's deeds and felt guilty and timid. He did not say a word. The old scholar sighed and said, "Who taught Qi Jingchun how to play chess?" Cui Dong immediately held his head high and said, "I did." The old man was expressionless and said slowly, "I once told all of you that when you reason with someone, even if it's a quarrel or a debate, you must be calm." Cui Dong immediately kept quiet out of fear and said in a low voice, "It was me. Qi Jingchun was not smart enough to play chess. After losing to me a few times, he refused to play again." The old man asked again, "Then who taught you how to play chess?" Cui Dong did not want to say the answer. The old scholar snorted and said, "I did." Cui Dong felt wronged and his teeth itched. "Old man, do you know what it means to set an example?" The old scholar took a deep breath and said, "When you taught Qi Jingchun how to play chess compared to me, who was better?" Cui Dong said reluctantly, "I was not as good as you." The old man asked, "Then did you know that Qi Jingchun learned how to play chess and quickly beat me?" The young man was stunned. He did not doubt the truth of the old man's words. The old man asked again, "Do you know what Qi Jingchun said in private?" "He said to me, senior apprentice brother really likes to play chess and his desire to win is a bit heavy. I don't want to lie when I play chess. If senior apprentice brother always loses to me, then he will lose a happy thing in the future." Cui Dong stiffened his neck and said, "Even if that is the case, so what?" The old man was angry that he did not fight back and lamented his misfortune. He reprimanded him, "You are so stubborn. You are always quick to learn your mistakes and slow to admit them. As for correcting them, humph." Cui Dong said angrily, "It was you who taught me." The old man stared at him and was silent for a moment. He said regretfully, "Ma Zhan's betrayal may have disappointed Qi more than your plan, Cui Dong." Cui Dong sneered and said, "I don't care to talk about people like Ma Zhan. His heart is higher than the sky and his life is thinner than paper. If I am doing it for the opportunity of the Great Way and for the family line, then what about him? He is willing to be someone else's chess piece for the sake of being the hill master of the academy and the hope of controlling a school in the future. He really deserves to die. Old man, you gave Qi Jingchun a parting sentence. You can't learn anymore. The green takes the blue and the blue is better than the blue. This sentence is widely spread and I know it. But what did you give Ma Zhan?" The old man said indifferently, "Heaven and earth give birth to a gentleman and a gentleman rules heaven and earth." What a pity. It was not known whether it was the sentence or Ma Zhan himself that was pitiful. Cui Shi said sarcastically, "After Ma Zhan left the town with those children, he had a pleasant conversation with one of my pawns. They were quite frank and honest with each other. They brought up the issue of whether to leave Lizhu Cave Heaven or continue to stay. He had a dispute with Qi Jingchun. In the end, Qi Jingchun said something very strange to him that scared Ma Zhan a little. A gentleman should restrain himself when necessary and stretch himself when necessary. Ma Zhan was an idiot. After Qi Jingchun's earth-shattering death, he still followed his selfish desires and dreamed of being a mountain chieftain of the academy. It was only when he was about to die that he realized that Qi Jingchun had already known about his actions when she was in the school. She just didn't want to expose him and still hoped that he, Ma Zhan, could take good care of those children. Ma Zhan is really slow. After 2 perfunctory delays, he finally knew that everything was over. For the only time in his life, he finally aroused the courage of a man. At the cost of losing his next life, he hurt that chess piece of mine. Only then could those children return to the small town. In the end, so many things happened. At the end, the young man in white became more and more weak. The old elementary scholar sighed. There were many people and things in Lizhu Cave. Especially in the last 60 years when Qi Jingchun was in charge, the heavenly mystery had been isolated even more tightly. Qi Jingchun, Old Yang, and some people behind the scenes had secretly taken action, making this small cave become blurred and full of variables. Even the old elementary scholar found it difficult to deduce, and he dared not say that the deduced truth was the truth. The gentle voice of the tall woman sounded softly. "Are you done talking?" Cui Dong found the old elementary scholar's face was a little ugly and sighed heavily. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the woman looking at him. The old elementary scholar had no choice but to take off the bag on his back and take out a scroll. He gently untied the string that tied the scroll. Qin Pingon was confused. She walked to Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "You can use your sword 3 times later." She squinted and looked at the sky outside the lotus leaves. She said slowly, "I will restore my real body later. You don't have to be surprised." Finally, she seemed to remember something and said apologetically, "I forgot to say 2 words." Qin Pingon raised his head. The tall woman stopped smiling and said respectfully, "Master." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.